What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? Thank you guys for tuning in. It's a bit of a later stream than usual. We had some problems today with setting up our stream, and so we weren't able to get one done earlier. But thanks. We really appreciate you guys being here at a later time, and there should be another stream tomorrow. Roy is here. What's up, Roy?
Yo, what up, what up, what up?
Rohit is here. Rohit, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Awesome. Yeah.
And am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, it's a little. The mic at first is a little bit scratchy or laggy, but we can hear you.
Okay.
It's a bit better now. Yeah, so we have a couple of things to talk about, but also the first thing I wanted to do is I did want to put the link to join the stream in the chat. And we're not going to get too many people in here, and there's not really too many viewers right now because it's at this time, so we shouldn't get too crowded. But if you're interested in joining, you are more than welcome. So let me just get this link in the chat. Here we go. Awesome. All right, guys. I think the first. Actually, we should go through chat and just say hi to everyone. What's up, Joel? How are you? Thanks for coming on. Actually, I haven't seen you in a little while, so it's good to have you back. Yeah, Isma could renew. That's another topic we can discuss. I think Renato Sanchez. What's up, Christian? I think we're talking about Sanchez here, which we're definitely going to talk about. What's up, Majidin? How are you? Italian Mike. The first topic is going to be CDK, so we're going to get into that soon. Yeah, Arsenal want Benacer potentially. That is a topic. Benacer, I love Benacer personally. He's a great player, and I think that I would love to keep him. Um, Arsenal is not playing in the Champions League this season. You're correct. What's up, Alan? How are you? Inter and Bremer. Yeah, there's some progress with that situation, which we can talk about later on. But definitely, yeah, there's some interest because of PSG and their pursuit on Skriniar. But yes, we will have some time to talk about that. But for now, I think it's time, guys. We can dive into the first topic. Charles de Ketelaere. I've actually been watching a lot of like Leeds United fan YouTube like the past couple days because I'm interested in seeing what other people think about him. Leeds fans like love this guy. Like they're obsessed with him because if you guys don't know, Leeds is our direct rival for to sign, basically for signing him during this transfer market window, but because it seems like he strongly would prefer a move to Milan instead of to the Premier League with Leeds, they've kind of toned down their interest in this player, and it's given us some positive signs. But there are still some barriers. So what I'll first ask, I guess, Rohit, if you would like to start, what do what are some recent pieces of news you've heard about Charles de Ketelaere, and also how do you like rate this player?
Yeah, I'm audible, right?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So let me start with the news. Yesterday and day before yesterday was Saturday, Sunday, the weekend. So that means there won't be much news because most of the journalists are on holiday. So I think it's Monday in India. So I'm expecting some news to come out today. Yesterday we had Nicolas Kira retweet one of his tweets where it said that we are going to submit a bid to Bruges, and the Belgian journalist Brackman said that our offer is 30 million in cash plus Jungdahl and Roback. So that's going to be our offer. Bruges know about it. They have not commented on it. It's going to be presented today, and today morning or yesterday evening, if you're in the US, there was a news from the Leeds mouthpiece. You can consider it a Leeds mouthpiece, that Leeds is slowly losing interest in Decathlon because he actually wants to stay in the Champions League team because this is World Cup year. So he's not much thrilled by going to Leeds. So they're going for a player called Calaminendo. He plays for PSG. He is actually a PSG player, but he's been on loan to different clubs like Rennes and Lens. He's also been one of the best players. Even Inter Milan is interested in him.
Hmm.
So that's actually put them a bit back, and it's actually given us the center stage to go and sign him. The best part was that there was a friendly match yesterday for Bruges, and the Decathlon didn't even warm up for it. There's one more friendly match coming in Wednesday, but one of the most reliable sources, HLN, Thomas Stekel, who is a Belgian journalist, he said that it seems like Decathlon won't be participating for that also. So I think
Yeah,
somewhere, something is happening, something that the Italian media are not aware of. So hopefully we have him very soon. Then
yeah,
going on to speak about his abilities, Decathlon is a very versatile player in terms of tactics. Even Bruges themselves, I've seen them play in different formations against different opponents. Like, it depends on the kind of opponents they have. So in the Champions League, they play a three at the back, and I saw Decathlon playing as a left wing back. He's even playing as a number 10 or even as a striker. Then in their league, he plays as an attacking midfielder in a 4-2-3-1, or he plays as a striker or as a false nine. So he's actually something like very versatile, and that when you're looking at tactical solutions for Pioli, I think it's giving him a lot of options.
Hmm. That's a good point. Honestly, I did want to touch on the fact that from what I've been seeing on the internet, it seems like Leeds fans, for example, when they talk about this player, they see him as a center forward because they're looking for a backup striker. When Milan fans have been talking about him, it's been about the attacking midfield role. And that's just a good point because you don't really know how Pioli is going to use him, and I think that he can definitely provide that versatility because of his size and his technical ability. I think right now it's really early and we can't really predict how we're going to potentially set up a starting lineup, even though I know we're going to be rotating very, very often. So there may not be one starting lineup, but I think that we can get, bringing him in will give us that maybe youth center forward striker option that we've been wanting. So he can also be seen as that sort of solution.
He is that kind of guy who's like Thomas Muller or even like Kai Havertz. He's not a player where we can give him a fixed position. He is a modern player. He's something like you have to give him a role. For Thomas Muller, they've actually called him in German. They've called him a Raumdeuter. That's like somebody who actually plays in the spaces. He doesn't have a fixed position. You can't say he's a right winger or he's a this or he's a that. He's somebody who will play in the spaces. He'll make the space. He'll create the space, and he's very he actually is very quiet. Defenders actually do not kind of anticipate his runs. So that's the kind of player he is. So that's something very rare in Serie A. If we are signing somebody, and the best part about this guy is he has 2 seasons of Champions League experience, and he's also played against top teams like City, PSG, Leipzig. Even he's played against Lazio and Borussia Dortmund as well. So with
Hmm.
this 21 years of age, you're getting experience and you're getting somebody who's young. And maybe he'll take a bit of time to get used to our tactics, which is why I wish we could sign him up this week itself so that he can actually get a few games in the friendly games, a few matches, a few minutes, so that he can actually be ready when we are going to start our season within a month now.
Yeah.
So that would be a very good signing for us.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, definitely, like when multiple teams are calling him a top prospect, I think there's a reason for that. It looks like he definitely can still develop so much, and he has limitless potential right now. We don't know how good he can become, and because of that versatility, because of his physical attributes, I think that it's a no-brainer why why we're looking at him. Also, I guess the one thing that I guess that does bring some concern that we've spoken about before is why aren't many other top clubs looking at him? It's kind of interesting. We don't really have an answer to that, I guess. But do you have any like ideas?
Yeah, because let's take example of City. City is a very developed team right now. They're already going for the Champions League. I think Champions League is the only trophy that Pep Guardiola is missing. I personally feel that Pep Guardiola is underperforming a bit with that kind of resources that he's given and the kind of tactical genius he is. So obviously, there's the after what happened last season with Madrid, I think it's actually made him even more determined to win the Champions League, and for them, they get the cream of the top, and that's Haaland and Julian Alvarez. That's one thing. The second thing is this guy Decathlon. He's a very particular player. He's not some. I don't think he's gonna fit into many tactical stuff like the. He's not a proper winger. He's not really quick. He's not your basic players. He's somebody who's actually, like I said, he's more into the spaces. So very few teams play like that sort of a football. So which is why I think that he's perfect for us. He's perfect to play our number 10 role. He is somebody, even with Hakan Çalhanoğlu, we didn't have this sort of a player who can actually play deep into the enemy territory, into the opposition defense, and unlock it. And one of the best things he has is his height. He's 192 centimeters. He can actually help us aerially as well.
Yeah, well said, well said. Definitely, I mean, his height is something you notice right away when you watch him play. He can hold the ball up, and he does have that strength, which is something that's always helpful in that hold up play and in the like attacking, up the pitch, able to stabilize possession for us. So yeah, I like that a lot. Here actually I have this article pulled up, and it's just like something small, but there has been multiple pieces of different sources that have basically confirmed that the club, meaning Club Bruges, aren't necessarily like they don't need to sell him. They're not looking to sell him this summer, but they're open to the right offer. We saw with Noah Lang that I mean, at least from what I remember, there were links saying that he was a player they were more willing than to sell this summer, and that De Ketelaere would only be there if it was an opportunity for them. But it looks like the player, it's kind of down to him because we're upping our offers, and I think if we continue to do so in this negotiation, and De Ketelaere, says that he wants to go to us, then we'll be able to get the deal done. Because other than that, the club, Club Bruges, based on what these comments have said, based their coach and what the club's mindset about these players, about De Ketelaere is that they don't need to sell him and they want him to stay because they're trying to convince him that Club Bruges can give him that consistency and the Champions League, opportunities for him to make the Belgian squad for the World Cup. But Milan is in the Champions League as well and is a more viewed team. So I think that he's got plenty of opportunities. I think he's also really focusing on how much game time he will have at Milan. So that's part of the negotiation with the player and his entourage right now. If I did remember reading a news piece about that. Any comments on that?
Yeah, actually, this article or print media actually does not, portray the kind of tone that the person, I mean, the coach of Belgium, I mean, so the coach of Bruges actually took. It was like what I felt was it was actually a defeatist tone. It's like he's. I casually talked to him. I told him, why not you try to stay here? So you can see from the tone that he's actually already kind of given up on him staying. Obviously, there are so many factors which made this deal completely different from Botman. I see a lot of people saying it's going to be like Botman. No, Botman actually was different. Why? Because Lille actually finished 10th last year. So they finished 10th and they didn't have Champions League. So Botman had to move. That was from his side. From the club side, they were entangled in all sorts of financial problems. So they had to sell the player for the highest bidder. And that was Newcastle. And the second thing was we were having our own problems with this renewal thing and the budget thing. And there was a back and forth argument between Gazidis and Maldini about why should we spend 30 million on a defender on a position that we already have. Fine, I don't think, but here De Ketelaere is completely different. Club Brugge is the best club right now in Belgium. They're better than their rivals RSC Anderlecht and even Genk, which is also a top club, which has produced players like Kevin De Bruyne, Koulibaly.
Origi.
Yeah, Koulibaly, Sergei Milinkovic Savic is they all coming from the Belgium club Genk. Actually, there were many lineups on social media saying if Genk had not sold all of their players, they would have one of the best squads in Europe. So that's a kind of scouting power these Belgian clubs have. But coming back to Decathlon, Club Brugge actually are the best club. They have Champions League. They're directly qualified to the Champions League, and this is a World Cup year. And the coach of the national team, that's Roberto Martinez, told players do not move to other clubs. So obviously, for a player like Decathlon, why should he move to a club like Leeds? With all due respect, they scraped relegation last year, and this year the EPL is gonna be even more competitive. Manchester City just got Haaland and Julian Alvarez. They're gonna even get Guardiola, some defender once Nathan Ake go, and then you have Liverpool who's also strengthening. You have Chelsea who's also strengthening. You have Tottenham also who's strengthening. Arsenal has also strengthening. Manchester United doesn't look that great, but who knows? With Ten Hag, they can do something. And then you have Aston Villa, who's got in a few names. Then you have West Ham's already strong. So it's a very competitive league this year. And even to make the top six or top eight for Leeds, they're gonna need a humongous effort. So why should they declare give up on Champions League and come to Leeds United, where there is just the only factor is money? I don't think he's actually after money, at least maybe for this season, because there's World Cup here. Maybe if Milan do not make a, let's say Milan do not make a satisfactory offer to Bruges, then obviously I think he's just gonna stay there. He's not gonna move to Leeds or maybe to another club like what Dortmund did, and because Lille actually had to sell, and but Bruges actually do not have to sell. The fact is that they are actually very financially healthy, unlike Lille was. So they don't have to sell. They are not compelled to sell, and they also have and Decathlon also wants Champions League football, which they already have. So it's a completely different deal. It's a completely different angle in this compared to bottom. I hope
Yeah.
we can. I hope Elliot don't become cheap and do something on this deal. And one more thing, which I actually personally feel, I wish Roback and Jungdahl actually went to Bruges. They are a club who
Oh.
also they are a club who knows how to develop players. They can give a lot of playing time. They have a good track record of players who have developed there. So maybe just give them Roback and Jungdahl, and let them develop, and maybe in this initial deal we can put some sort of a buyback clause or
Yeah.
something. Just give them. They're not going to play for us. They're not going to get any minutes. We are wasting their career. Give that player to them. We get a good player in return, and then you have some sort of, let's say, within 3 years, if this guy becomes great, I'm going to pay you this much. We're giving
Right.
you at 5 million. I'll take it back from you. And actually, the Belgian league record for the highest transfer in terms of sales is 27 million. So even 30 million, that is the transfer, Decathlon transfer would become the highest transfer. So
Oh
if
wow.
you're going like that, if let's say I'm giving you a row back at 5 million, you give me back for 27 million, that'll be a fair deal for Club Brugge and for us. So that's something I actually wish that happens, because this would be all-round beneficial deal for Milan, for Decathlon, and for Club Brugge. It's a very
Yeah.
good deal.
Yeah, I agree with that deal, honestly. I think that Roebuck and Jungdahl need to develop, and right now it's worth making that trade. And inserting a buyback clause would be a really good idea. I think that's
One more point
honestly
which I left off
efficient.
is that one more sorry Antonio. One more
Hmm.
point I left
Go
out
ahead.
is, yeah, I don't think that Roback and Jungdahl staying in Primavera is going to help them. I really don't think, because I see our Primavera and our Primavera's methods is at least 10 years back. It's not good enough. We need a huge we need a huge overhaul. That's something that I think we'll do after a few years, because we still don't have a competitive first team. So I would actually probably loan these two players to Club Brugge or some team abroad, not to Serie B. I don't want any player in Primavera to go to Serie B if I was the director of the club. That's like a graveyard for talents.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that Bruges would be a good place. They can trust them to help develop those talents, like you said. Very good track record of youth and you know good players turning out of their system and their academies. Guys, I think before we start moving on to the next topic, I want to catch up on the chat a little bit, and also we have someone new joining the stream. We're going to introduce them very soon. Um, what's up, SSB? Thank you for tuning in. Reminder, guys, please like the stream if you guys are on, just to help us out, help us with the YouTube algorithm. Um, at Christian Pasmino, Joao Felix's release clause is a lot of money. Oh, I think Christian wants Joao Felix. Yeah, I don't think that that's ever going to happen. Uh, yeah, that's kind of that'd be interesting. Our first game is this Saturday, right? It is. I think it is. July 15th is the first game against Cologne. And to answer this question, when is our whole team going to be back? I think it's July 14th, the day before that game. I think we're supposed to have everyone back at Casa Milan. Sorry, at Milanello. And yeah, that should be when we see officially everyone who's on the team. I think he's joined. He was at Milanello this past at the end of the week doing some individual exercises. Giroud is back, some other players. So yeah, I think we're starting to get all of these players back. All right, guys, welcome Clint.
Yo,
Clint, how
what's
are
up?
you?
What's up, man? I'm good. I'm good. I just,
Thanks for coming on.
yeah, I didn't know what y'all you guys were talking about, but anything Milan related, man. I would just get hyped up. Hopped on the stream. I'm like, okay, let me look for the link. But I don't know what you guys were talking about, so I'm just gonna be quiet and try to listen
hmm
before I give an opinion.
Yeah, so we just discussed Charles de Ketelaere a little bit, just because it looks like he's one of the top players. We're pretty much the first, or I mean, probably right now the hottest player we're going after. Ziyech is arguably up there. We're gonna talk about Ziyech after, but I wanted to ask. I guess you can just tell me your general opinion on de Ketelaere, and then I can ask Roy because I know he's still in here. But if you want to start, what do you think about this player?
I mean, honestly, man, I didn't know who the guy was. Like, if we go back 8 months, 6 months ago, it just came on to people just saying, let's get him, and comments on forums I was going on. And I've seen his highlights at least. Seen the profile as height. I'm a height guy. I don't know why, man. When it comes out, players' physical attributes doesn't always equate to talent. Don't get me wrong, but for me, that's one of the things. Like, if I was a scout, I start looking at that first, to be honest.
Hmm.
And it's just, I just feel like, and for me, also speaking French, and I've been in these and I think that's the benefit for me. It's like some of you guys being Italian, you guys also can get the echoes from whatever people are speaking about in Italy, right? For us that
Yep.
speak, different languages, we end up in these forums that like, relate to the common language. So I'm around these forums like in Belgium, because Belgium, they do also speak French, and they speak really highly about this guy. So I'm like, shit, if in those countries they really rate the guy, I mean, we should get him before
Hmm.
anybody doesn't get it. And the reason why I think other teams hasn't really gone in for him is because I feel like the big teams already have a player in that position. You
Yeah, or
understand?
tactically they don't really work well. Yeah.
Tactically they don't need him, and I think that's like the perfect stuff for us. Because I'm seeing, like, I read an article where somebody suggested where like he should have stayed at least a year in Club Brugge, and I'm like, that can't happen, bro. He stays a year, he's never gonna be a Milan player because somebody's definitely gonna poach him,
Yeah.
right? So it's like we either get on him now. That doesn't mean he might not be successful or not, but I think him coming is gonna get people to up their game. Like, I think when you bring even better players in, and that's the reason why I want him to come in, not because he's gonna be the sole purpose. Because right now it's Leao, right? But when
Mm.
people like him come in, let's say a CDK, you got a Ziyech, and they're even taking the shine, then Leao wants to do more because players want the attention. I mean, some of us did play soccer where like you want to be the better player, and it just all around just levels up the overall performance of the team. I was
Quality
listening
as
to
well.
quality. So I was listening to even Adley's interview. I mean, the kid is really mature for his age at 22. I'm a French speaker, so I wasn't reading subtitles, just listening to his way of thinking, and even him struggling with Bordeaux coming in. I think that's even a plus. So I think it's like a healthy competition that Milan is really setting. Now, doesn't mean, but I think if we're able to get him or even Ziyech, I'm not even gonna get mad at our transfer market, because at the end of the day, we're still. Let's not forget, the state of our team. We're still a team. We're still in process, right? We're not a final decisive team where everybody's in their prime. We're still building. So if we don't get like the perfect forward this year, it's okay. We can get it in the next 2 3 years, but let's build up to this.
Yeah.
So that's why. But I feel he's one of the guys that we just can't let go, and I'm for it. And the way
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, it looks like he's gonna come.
Yeah. I think it's definitely optimistic. I didn't know you spoke French. That's awesome. I'm trying to
Yeah,
learn a bit of French too. So
yeah, I
that's
did. It's to my parents. I was born in the States, but I also grew up. I come from the Ivory Coast, so at
mm,
the age of 8, I went there, and that's how I really got introduced to. I started getting introduced to like football here in the States, like late '90s, really. But then when I went there, it's like a completely like football slash soccer country, man.
Yeah.
They go from that. And going back, I was telling people the reason why even Kessie, I put in the comment, the reason why Kessie went to Barcelona is that you got to be from the Ivory Coast to understand the importance of a player like Yaya Toure. And he's regarded as probably one of like the best players to come out of our country, right? Yeah, there's
Yeah.
Drogba, but a lot of people in terms of talent, Yaya Toure is really highly rated. And, people used to support Barcelona because of him. And when he was playing at Barcelona, people like Kessie, they were still in the Ivory Coast. They weren't even, in
Yeah.
Europe. So they looked up to these guys. So they take a lot of the advice coming from these people and from some of these forums. And I think that's the beauty of being bilingual, bicultural. You get to like navigate between forums, like the English forum, see what people are speaking about. I get to be over here to see what you guys think about and be in other spaces. And
Yeah.
one of the main things why he left is because of that. He get advice is like, yo, I want to go and play there, right? Because Barcelona still has the prestige, even though they're struggling, but the name is still there right now. So
Yeah.
that's one of the main reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I also read an article today, kind of really briefly. It's a little off topic, but Kessie, one of the reason why he joined Barcelona, in addition to that, is Xavi apparently also is speaking to him about tactics and like things like that, and so he
Right.
was
Right.
also, of
So
course, higher wages, but yeah.
Yeah, so if you know about some, let's. I'm not gonna be specified. So I'm gonna give you a little bit about how other countries what they really do. So like Ivory Coast, for example, the Ivory Coast is a country where like a lot of kids growing up there, they're more attracted to like tactical and like flair type football, right? Like the passing. So they're like teams like Barcelona and they're like the Brazilians. So anything that relates to that, that's what they try to emulate, right? So I'll give you a perfect example. So you remember the player called Gervinho, for example?
Yeah, of course.
So Gervinho, you know why he put his name Gervinho like that? His name in French is Gervais, but Gervinho is like them coming up at the camp at that time. They all adopted Brazilian names, so he added that to his name. So if you pay attention to a lot of Ivorian players, like they have that, they love that flair, the whole dribbling, tactical thing. So they look up to the people like the Xavi and all that. So La Liga is really, it's a popular league in the Ivory Coast. Of
Right.
course, with the Premier League because of Drogba, but I'm saying that to try to understand culturally where some of these players come, where they stand and why
Yeah.
they're try to go to a specific area, right?
Right.
Off
I
topic.
appreciate that a lot. Thank you for
Yeah.
like, giving us some of that insight.
Yeah, no,
It's
that's
here.
important, right? And I'm a big Milan guy. I just, I like defensive, the gritty stuff. But a lot of these players, they're technical. And I can go back and show you even Ivorian players like so Boga that plays with Atlanta, he's Ivorian. See how technical it is.
Yeah.
Ahmed Traore.
Hey, Clint. Also,
Yes.
it's worth noting that the Serie A has a lot of Ivorian players. I think
They
it's
do.
because I think like Atalanta, teams like that, they're known to kind of scout these players and develop
Yep, they
them.
do. And a lot of them will go through there because, they'll get through North Africa and be able to, get through Italy is one of the easy caveats to get through there. Ahmed Traore, Ahmed Diallo that went to, all they came from Atlanta, they're all Ivorian. Even that guy from Torino, what's his name? Sengo? Like that.
Singo, yeah, Wilfred Singo, yeah.
Wilfred Sengo, he's Ivorian. So, it's so many of them. And it's, like I said, Ivory Coast is a soccer country. They do produce a lot of talent. Me coming from there, I'm able to look at certain guys and, look at them and, see who's linked to maybe Milan or not. But, just to go to the basis is like, what I'm trying to say is that it's more some of these, because not all African countries are like that, right? Because, some African countries, when you see, like, let's say Cameroonians, for example, they're really physical. Flair is maybe not their best forte to say. It's not a lot of Cameroonians, they're technical, but they'll be more physical. But people from the Ivory Coast or North Africa, like, Morocco, Algeria, they're really more light. They're lightweighted, they're not as physical, so they're really technical. And, people like the Adli, it makes sense. Like, when you look at the Benzema and all that, like, a lot of Algerians, even Ben Nasser, for example, right? He's not your most physical guy, even though he's short, though. He is physical, but to a certain extent. But he's also, there's a lot of technicality, right?
Yeah.
But so when you watch a lot of, football from these Iron countries, you're able to start to understand
Yeah.
characteristics, or like you can get an overall picture about, okay, he comes from this place, he's able to do this and that. So yeah, man. So it's
That's awesome. Listen, we gotta have a stream one day where we talk about like sort of these different. We have to have people from all over the world come in and have these
indeed.
sort of discussions. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I think let's get back a little bit to CDK. I will say, we still have to hear from Roy, and we do have another guest here.
Okay.
My dad is
Oh.
actually on the stream.
Yeah, no, your dad last time, man. I respect it. I like old,
How are you guys?
old Milan fans, from when they got relegated to Serie B. These are the real Milan fans, so I respect that.
Yeah,
I enjoyed this stream.
Yeah, he'll be here. Dad, we have like 6 people on right now, so we're gonna try to keep this organized. And I guess I'll like ask you guys for your opinion, so we don't get overcrowded with everyone speaking.
Boss, hi to everyone.
Hi.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I guess before I ask Roy next about Charles de Ketelaere, I will say this, guys. For someone who we're going to be spending potentially 30 million plus on, including added player. I mean, in addition, we're going to have added players and whatever bonuses we add on. I mean, how many young players have we spent that much money for? I mean, Tomori was like 28 million, almost 30 million. I mean, it means that we're really invested and we see him as a top prospect if we're willing to spend that much money. And I think that, we need to trust the management a little bit and have faith in them to bring him in and to see how he, even with Pioli, adapts tactically to our formation.
It was similar to Leao. How much they spent on Leao? It was around 30 mil. He was 20.
Guys,
oh yeah, right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was really upset today watching the Ketelaere highlights. I want to cry.
Uh-oh.
I mean, the highlights were bad. I mean, I don't know if that guy's worth 40 million. I'm worth 100 million. I don't know, really. No, he cannot be worth that money. I'm sorry, but I think Maldini is better than him. I saw Adeli. Adeli is 10 times better than him. He has such a control organization of the game. Depends how you're going to use him. I don't know in Italy if he can play. I'm sorry, but I know Italian League. I watch mostly Italian League. Besides Champions League, everybody can play. Just put a player for 10 minutes, half an hour. I mean, that doesn't matter anything. That's important to win Champions League.
But I think but I think in terms of potential, because let's say this: let's go back a little bit for Leao, right? Leao is
a power.
No,
Leao is a talent.
No, but if you watch Leao, like Lid's highlight, they weren't really telling. You see some of the goals, like, okay, it wasn't something really special, right? Until you see him. I think there's other stuff that they probably look at, and they look at potential exponential growth. And that's where, like, okay, if he gets to that point, he's going to be something special. Because I'm pretty sure if I go back, let's say if I look at, they're saying he's the next Kevin De Bruyne. If we look at Kevin De Bruyne's like early highlights, I highly doubt it's similar to probably what he's doing now. And I'm okay, because I think the thing about stuff like the scouts, what I like about them is like they're able to see certain things. They're probably not perfect, but they know if we amplify it to the future, they just become better. And I'd rather us get these people like that than their finished product. They have like the best highlights, or they're already like amazing talent. Because amazing talent can give you like a Pato, for example, right? You look at Pato early years, amazing talent, but they don't last long. And then 2-3 years, they're down the drain. When you look at players like the Salah, all these players that are big now, their early years, they probably weren't that good. If we go look at Haaland, let's say when he was like his early years, was it that good? I read there's somebody that they're gonna better their craft and they have the attributes and the qualities to do so. And I think maybe, and I'm just speculating here, maybe that's what they're looking at, to be like, okay, we need to go in and get this kid. He can grow exponentially based on that.
Yeah, listen, Dad, I'll let my dad respond, and then I want to ask Rohit a question about the Ketelaere, but here, go ahead.
The only thing is, of course, I'm the one that always criticize highlights. I never watch a full game of this guy. I mean, he played only Belgium. How many teams are good in Belgium? I mean, at least Leao, he played in Portugal, France. I mean, Antonio was talking about Tomori, 28 million, but we had Tomori. We didn't buy right away. We had the chance to buy later. He showed that he was a phenomenal. Now it's worth 60, maybe 50. I don't know how much it's worth now. So
Well, because he's English, I'd say like 70
to
million.
spend, the last team in England, the worst team in England, they make three times the TV rights Milan make.
Yes.
They can throw money away from the window. Who cares? But for us, 40 million, it's a lot of money, especially with this company that owns us, the investment fund. I mean, they want to make money. They're not there to play games. So, but for me, if you spend 40 million, but it's worth 100 in 2 years, yeah. But I don't know. This guy, to me, it's a little. I'm not sure. So I think 15 million, I would spend no more than that.
15? Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
if we pay 10 for Adli is better than him. Watch this word and watch what's his name this year, Diaz. If Diaz play good this year, because he has talent, but as I say, you gotta learn not to run in front of the ball. You gotta learn not to twist to the ball. If you learn that, is the phenomenal.
All right, that's an interesting take. Rohit, I want to ask you, because I know you're also very high on Yassin Adli. Two questions. The first of which being, have you watched any full games of De Ketelaere, and like what can you tell us about things that maybe the highlights don't show if you have?
No,
And also, um, not you, Dad, I'm talking about Rohit. And then also, I know you're very high on Yassin Adli as well. Where do you think that, I know Yassin Adli can play attacking midfielder. Do you think that there's going to be sort of a competition in that position during this season?
Yeah, so I've been following Decathlon since last season, that is the 2021 season. We were briefly linked to him around January 2021. So since then, I've been following this guy, and I can tell you, never ever believe a highlights reel of a player. Because when I once saw Salamaker's highlights reel, there were it made him look so good. It made him look like this unreal dribbler. It made me feel that Salamakers is the one of the best or hot prospects in Europe. But when you watch a full match, you know that all he has is all of these deft touches and dribbles and a lot of work rate. But his productivity is bad. Same thing I can say for somebody like Alan Maximan of Newcastle. You actually look at his game, he's one of the best dribblers in Europe. He can actually take you from the defense to the attack. He can dribble there, but once he gets into those areas, he's actually lost. So when you're looking at somebody like Decathlon, he's actually somebody who has a knowledge of the spaces. So football these days is about how you manage these spaces, how you make a space, how you how you manipulate the space. So he actually knows how to play in these spaces. He's actually somebody who will facilitate play. So like if you look at his heat map, it's like he's not fixed into one position. He goes to the right, he goes to the left. So he actually allows for runs from midfield with runs from midfield. That's like Benasser can make a run, or maybe Adli can make a run, and defenders will have a hard time to pick him up. So when you're running from center forward to the right wing, a defender will have to follow him. So that when the defender follows him, it vacates the space. So there's a lot of space manipulation when you're having a player like him. And when in Italy something is different. It's like they all prefer to stay in their own half and they defend deep. So there you are having you need somebody who has good ball control, who has good close control, who has good touch as well. That's some even Declarer has that. He's not the most quick dribbler. He's not exciting, but he's simply effective. And Yasin Atli is somebody who's different. So if you're looking at Decathlon, he's more of a number 10 and a false 9. Yasin Adli is somebody who's a bit more of a number 8. That's a position currently we don't play in our system, which is why I was speculating a month back if with Renato Sanchez and Adli in the team, if you're gonna move to a 4-3-3 because it uses number 8. Adli is somebody who prefers to play a bit more deep, and he's some. I've even seen him play as a double pivot in a 3-3-4-3 system at Bordeaux. So he can actually take the ball from the deep, and he can actually he can actually bring the ball forward. So that's something that we don't have right now in our team. If you're looking at Milan, I think 90% of our play happens on the wings, even the build-up. We actually build up from the keeper. There are two ways of building up. From one is the keeper kicks the ball out, like Mignon did to Leao with Sampdoria, or we actually build up through the left back. We don't build up through field. Benasser and Tonali or Kessie actually do not have that sort of passing range to maybe beat 2-3 defenders and pass the ball. That's something Renato or Adli can do. So if you're asking me about DKR and Adley, they're two different players. For me they do not cross each other as much. Or even let's even take if for argument's sake, if we are saying that they're both the same players, I'm more than happy to have two good players in our team because this year it's gonna be chaotic because we're gonna play 21 games in 92 days in this year, that is in 2022, and in 2023 we're going to play a minimum of 24-25 games in the space of like 3 and 4 months. So it's going to be like how it's going to be like the same like how there is the COVID year where the team is playing 2 or 3 games in the space of 7 to 8 days. So there's going to be a lot of rotation. There's going to be a lot of injuries. So we need players to stay fit. We need good players. We cannot say we have Samu Castello as our right wing backup and expect him to play good. So we need quality backup. So that's why we actually need all of these players. And even to facilitate this, the FIGC actually even has brought in a new rule where you can have 15 players on the bench. So the choices that the manager can do. So Pioli has a choice of selecting from 15 players on who to substitute instead of 12. So they're actually helping with this. So we need a deep squad. So we're signing both Decathlon and we already have Adli Diaz. Then I think this is actually a very good. It's good for some. It's a headache. It's a headache for Pioli, but it's a good headache. If you are
Yeah.
having players who are thirsty to prove themselves, then that actually improves the team's performance.
Yeah, I think that because Pioli, right, we're seeing that he's definitely communicating with the players, with the players who are interested, like Adli for sure, and he's already spoken. At least this is what's been reported. He's already spoken to De Ketelaere. So it's like it seems like if Pioli is part of these decisions with the management, and he approves a certain decision, then it would make sense to me that he's looking to for some flexibility as well. And I think that he gets criticized a lot for sticking to his 4-2-3-1 ways. But if you watch him play this season, we saw some tactical changes during the games, and I think that he's trying to change. He doesn't want to be predictable, as any good manager I think should. Sometimes you have to adapt. So I think that this flexibility is very good, and like you said, for a congested schedule. So yeah, I would agree with what you just said for sure. Roy, guys, we just got a $2 super sticker from Christian and Roy. If you're back, do you want to shout this out?
Yo, what up? Hey, Christian, thank you for the super sticker. Really appreciate it, my man. Really appreciate it, Christian. Number one guy. Number one guy. Yep. What's up?
And Roy, also, I guess to ask you about De Ketelaere, and then before we move on, have you also? I mean, what's your opinion on the player based on his price tag, and also like what you've seen from him?
Yeah. Well, I too have never seen him play a full game, so I can only judge him by his highlights. I mean, from his highlights, I agree with your dad. I don't see him. I don't see anything special about him. I think there's a lot of players that are much better than him technically, and also have other attributes. So I'm thinking because Maldini and these guys are not stupid, they know what they're getting. I think this guy's real attribute is his personality, is his charisma, and it is probably how he interprets the game, how he allows the other players to interpret the game with him. So he's a probably very intelligent player, and maybe that's why they think he's very valuable. But I'm just guessing because I've never seen him play. But from the highlights, I agree with Guido. I didn't see anything crazy there. I'm not seeing like some crazy feat. I'm not seeing anything like that is makes me wanna, you know, uh,
Same, same. And I agree with you. And I agree with you, Roy. Same. And I feel like it's a good thing. Because I feel like when you see the crazy things, sometimes it's not good because then you expect that. And then when you don't see it, your expectations are down. Because I felt like if we go back and we look at a Tomori highlight or we look at a Theo Hernandez highlight, maybe the things we're seeing now, we're probably not seeing that. Because I don't remember
well,
seeing Theo
I
just dashing forward.
I don't remember. I never actually watched those guys' highlights, so I don't have the point of reference. Also, because back then when they joined, I wasn't doing this here with this channel, so I didn't even know that they were about to join. I wasn't like I didn't really have that kind of vested interest in knowing if analyzing them before they would come. So I can't really make that judgment, but I do understand what you're saying that these ripe players sometimes don't seem great, but then after they play for many years, they become great. Yeah, De Keller could be this guy for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, I trust Maldini. I'm sure these guys know what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good point, Clint. I think that he's a very practical, good player to have on the field. But I don't think he does anything crazy, like tech. I guess with his
Yeah, but
dribbling and things like that.
can I say something?
Yeah,
Okay, if he's a practical, whatever, we got 20 players like that. Why we got to spend 40 million?
we're not. Well, not
In
40.
fact,
It's like
Maldini,
it's around 30
Milan
million.
offered 20 million, not 40.
Yeah,
Milan offered 20 million.
and that's true. Milan offered 20 million. That's how they valued him.
There's even too much, I believe, because we
So
got to fight with the Leeds. Why there is no Manchester City or the other big
Well,
teams after it?
we just talked. We spoke a bit about that already.
I know. I think you did. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry about it.
but yeah. So I think that with the Leeds, well, first of all, with our 20
Who the heck
million
is
bid,
Leeds? Talk about C Milan and Leeds.
they have way
Guido,
more money
I
than
wanna
us,
ask Guido.
unfortunately.
I think that these guys have spoken to him and they have watched him play the games, and that he's probably like he's got a big presence in the field. He you know, because I agree. Like when I see him playing in the highlights, like the highlights make him look bad. He doesn't look good.
Listen, I really trust Maldini and Massara, especially Maldini was a defense of Massara. He was a very good player too. And he learned at Roma. If you know Roma a few years ago, right? They're the best players. They're all in Europe, the best teams. Salah, Coutinho, all those players. He was there working with Sabatini from so Massara and Maldini, they know what they're doing. I mean, that's why they offer 20. They didn't offer 40.
Well, I
So,
will say this: they did offer 20. It was rejected by Bruges, uh,
it's okay.
and they're planning on increasing to 30 plus the two players, like added on to that. And I don't think they're not going all the way up to 40 million. Like
But
that's
the
not gonna
only
happen.
but the only reason why these prices even go up is like they get so excited when the English prem comes with their
Yeah,
money. That's it. It's not even
Yeah,
because
they
the
can
play.
of
go.
course, of course.
That's
No,
true, but
because
at the same
because
time, though, I
because
will say this:
That's a problem.
because the
it is,
players are not
yeah.
because the players are not even value at that money. But once they
Yeah.
come and they play, that's what Arsenal does. That's all they do. Like what did they tell you? Like if you look at Rafinha right now, he wants to go to Barcelona, right?
Right. Yeah.
Chelsea had the money. They have the 60 million. They gave it. They he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go to Chelsea. He wants to go to Barcelona. So he's forcing them to Barcelona, the final formula to leave. I'm saying this to say is that the only reason why these players get value or whatever,
One
or we
hundred
play
percent.
bidding wars, is just the British. They just have that money. That's
Because
it.
the Super League is in England, and we have to deal with it.
Hey,
It is.
Roy,
Yeah.
Roy.
100%.
Guys, you know what I want to say? I would have spent all the money we have this year for Darwin units.
Ah, e
I wouldn't.
Because
vabbè.
I
last
wouldn't.
year,
Okay.
because I saw him many, I love the guy. I love the player.
Okay. But
No,
Darwin,
what I mean is we created 20, 25 chance of goals last year every game. Besides a couple of games we did bad. Or every game we missed 20, 25 goals. We would have Giroud, Nunez. Giroud is old. Uh, Origi, we could play him at two offenders. So our problem is scoring goals because we create situation. So
now,
that means somebody created the situation. So
yeah, look, Darwin Nunes, there's two players in Europe that are the best upcoming players in their positions, and they showed it by far. Darwin Núñez as a center forward, and Nkunku as an attacking midfielder. These two youngsters had incredible numbers.
That's what I mean.
Not
In
normal
Champions
numbers.
League too.
In Champions League and in their leagues.
Yeah.
Incredible numbers. These two players.
But hey, but you saw the way he plays. Do you see playing Darwin Núñez? It's not all about the goals. I love the way he plays. He fights every ball. He
I
plays
haven't
left,
seen any.
right, header. He can use every fit.
I haven't seen
Mm.
any of his games.
Oh yeah,
All I can
I
judge him
love it.
is the numbers. He's got more than 40 goal contribution this year, and that's just out of his.
Yeah.
I even think if we would have got Vlahovic, like the way we played, we set up,
Vlahovic, yeah.
it would have been crazy.
Yep.
It
Also
would have been
Vlahovic.
crazy.
Yeah. I don't think the problem with us is we're not in a position where we can ever spend that much on one player because that's just not how.
No, I say only
we
one.
are.
We don't need all the other player. We need one. We can use the player we already have.
Well, right, the way that we're working with this mercato is we're trying to increase our squad depth and to fill certain positions that we need, like an attacking midfielder and a right winger, in ways that are financially, viable for us. Even then, I mean, 80 to 100 million actually for Darwin Núñez with bonuses.
Yeah, all the money they
from
made
Liverpool.
with the Champions League, winning the league, selling the players, a percentage maybe Paquetá gets sold too. I mean, they
Yeah,
can
because
reach
don't
100
forget
million.
too, like Liverpool, like how did they really, they had a goal. Like we saw Liverpool was out of the Champions League for a good 6 years, almost 7. Like they were not predicament, but theirs was a bit earlier before Klopp came, and then they had the whole Suarez. We almost got Manchester City. They sold him. Then Coutinho came.
Yeah.
They had to sell Coutinho, so it was gradually built. And these people like City, Liverpool there wasn't big name guys when they were coming. Salah wasn't a big name when he got to Liverpool. Mane was a big name when he got to Liverpool either. They got big name based on whatever system they got put into, and that's how they got to wherever they were at.
Yeah.
Even Van Dijk, people saying Van Dijk, he wasn't. They spend a lot of money for him, right? But he got a big name. Van Dijk is at Liverpool that he made his name, and I think that's the path we're taking. Which I feel like it's just if you don't have the oil money, what's the other alternative? I think it's that, or maybe the Madrid alternative. But then
I wanna. Sorry,
Mhm.
go ahead, finish, and then I wanna ask you a question. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, boss. I'm done.
Oh, the issue with the names that you mentioned, Van Dijk,
Right.
Mane, Salah,
Uh-huh.
like these were players that were being sought out by many big teams, right? CDK is a player that is only being sought out by Milan and Leeds, as far as we know. Maybe there's other stuff that we don't know.
Leicester City too sought him out, but I
Right.
can make the case for CDK. But go ahead.
So, for me, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball in front of me, all right? I'm not saying I know what the future is. But from the information that we have right now, like CDK is not one of the top prospects in the world.
He is.
Well,
is.
it depends. He's not okay.
I hope I'm wrong.
Prospect.
obviously.
If you use the word prospect, I would say that no. I think he is one of the top.
He is a
prospects.
prospect.
You-
The
you-
reason
you
why?
think- I guess, yeah, you can say that. You can say
Because
that.
isn't
I'll take that back.
Hold on, I have a question. I have a
back,
question. Isn't Kunku a prospect anymore?
No,
I don't think
no,
so.
no,
So
no,
that's
no.
what I'm saying. If you obviously if you compare him to Nkunku, no, but with the term prospect, I think he's a top prospect for sure.
Yeah,
guys-
I'll take that back. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a
I
top-
do want to say this though. Back to the point about CDK and the reason why he cost this much money. Like, okay, I know, of course, with Leeds in the race, Leeds already offered like 32 million pounds, I think, or euros. I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong. I think it was euros.
35 million euro they off.
Maybe, yeah, even a little bit less, but yeah. So,
It's
and
30. It's 30 plus 7. 30 million fixed and 7 million bonuses.
okay.
And
Yeah.
it's that Calvin Phillips money.
So with that, my point is, not only is that a problem, but also it's that Bruges don't need to sell this player this summer, so they're willing to put a relatively high price tag on him. And if they don't get that much money, they don't need to sell him. So that's that they have the power in the situation. So it's a pretty unique situation. But I think that we can still bring him in, even though we'd have to spend 30 million.
I really,
And the
be-
reason why
I
I say
really,
that,
be-
right? And then also now let's look at the big teams that not looking for him. That why they don't need him. Let's look at Man City. Let's look at that position. The way CDK plays, they don't need him there. You look at Liverpool, they don't need him there. You look at Real Madrid, they don't really need him there based on how they play. Yeah, you can say like Martin and all that.
They already spent so much money
They
on
already spent money on
midfielders,
Tchouaméni. They don't need him there. So this is more for anybody that has him. Is more like a luxury buy, kind of how they had Donnarumma, and he's probably going to end up on the bench, which I feel like he's not going to want to go for that, right? And Milan, it's one of these things where like it's one of these best coincidences. Like it just happened. Like we just need to hop on because like like Antonio said, like his contract is like another 3 years on his contract. We don't really have to go for him now, but there's a reason why we're doing that because the big teams don't really need him right now. Now, they might need him in 2 years. Man City might try to go and grab him in the 2 years when De Bruyne gets old. But right now, De Bruyne is still performing. They play almost the same role. So those big teams in Europe, even PSG, they don't really need him right now when you look at these positions, how they set up. And I think it's good for us. And I think our scout, the way we scout, is not the same way Inter or Juve, the way they scout. So that's probably why nobody in Italy is really on him.
But also, let's put in mind that our scout is dependent on our budget, right? Every decision is made is based on budget, not necessarily on
which is true. But
that's true. At the same time, though, one more thing, if I could add on. At the same time, though, spending 30 million, like we're planning on spending for one player, means that I think that's a significant fee for us on one player, because I feel like the last time we did that under Elliott, we spent 28 million for Tomori, but correct me if I'm wrong. Was there a higher spend?
Leao was 30. Leao was 30.
Was that Elliott or was that?
No. Leao was 20. Leao was 28, I think. I don't think anybody got to 38 to 30 under it.
I don't understand. There is so many young Italian midfielder coming up like that I see in the little teams. Even that one is not young, but even Mandragora. I think with Fiorentina Mandragora, I love the way he plays. But besides, Aslani, Inter got the best.
Aslani is really good. Did you see?
Yeah.
Did you guys see
Albanian.
Aslani? Did you see his goal that he scored in the friendly?
That game
I know it's like it's whatever. They're playing.
And be honest with you, with the players we already have, I believe Adli is 10 times better than this guy. I'm sorry, but I saw the way he touched the ball, the way he moved the ball quick.
We'll see. See, my problem with the Italian team is that when other teams like Juve and Inter will come, the price will be cheaper. The moment Milan wants to come there, then you have the case of a Scamacca where they're gonna overprice these guys, and we just can't pay them.
Scamacca,
Dad, I have to disagree with you though.
No, I agree, Clint. I agree. They get overpriced, and it's impossible for our budget.
And that's why they don't stay. We would have bought them.
I have to be honest.
At the end of the story, we won the league this year, so they can buy whatever they want.
Yeah, so. That is true.
Yeah, but they don't. They're not going to do any cash injections. Like Juventus gets 400 million cash injection during the year, just to fix shit.
So I have a question.
Vlahovic went to Juventus, didn't do much. So he was so good at Fiorentina. So whatever.
Right.
So I have a question. So let's say the way like Chiesa, they decide Chiesa cost 60 million to Juve is on the installment plan. Would they have accepted the same thing for Milan? If Milan would have went to Fiorentina and be like, we want Chiesa or Vlahovic on the installment plan, would have been accepted to us like the same way they did?
I think so, yeah. I think that, why not? I don't think Fiorentina, like you're implying that there's like these alliances and these kind of...
No, I feel like that's what that is. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. But
for me, Chiesa, 60 million is overpriced too. He's good, but he's overpriced. 60 million, please.
We offered 40 million.
He played by himself. He's good when he played by himself. He don't play for the team. He played by himself. So how many goals he scored in a year? I don't think that much. But he was injured last year.
Actually, for a winger, his numbers are pretty good. They're pretty good.
Yeah, but I don't like he's very individual. It's like a Zaniolo. I don't like Zaniolo either.
Guys, a little bit back on topic to close CDK. I will say this. When you say that there's Italian players in the Serie A that are like better than him, I disagree. Like I think for a forward player, as a prospect, I think he's one of the best, like in his own sort of versatile position in Europe. And I think that if I trust the management in the sense that I think that he's going to be very useful with Pioli and that he can improve so much. So I'm optimistic about this player, and I hope that it comes true.
Can I say just one thing? I was thinking about. I think we have so many players in our team that can do that spot, cover that spot, that position on the field. But we don't. We didn't replace KC. I don't know. Bakayoko is going to stay. If we play, we keep playing with the 4-2-3-1, which I don't know why we don't change sometimes. But the two, it's only Tonali Benacer. Benacer has been injured so many times.
I think
So
Pobega can replace
yeah,
KT.
Pobega too. I like Pobega, but
Yeah,
it's
Pobega is
ultimate.
really, he's big, he's physical.
Yeah, but that position in front of the defense is a little different. It's a little tricky. That's why I would like we got Camara, whatever the Marseille. I love the guy. It was free.
I
So I
mean,
don't
he
know
went
why.
to, Aston Villa. But I think
Yeah, he could have come to us.
yeah, but I think for even for Kissy, believe it or not, playing in front of the defense, I think somebody like a Tonali can actually really do that too.
No,
Because he has
yeah, but we have played Champions League, Coppa Italia, and Italian League. We have only two. If somebody get injured, get red card. I mean, the other is not really. Maybe at the league can do that, but
Yeah, well, right now
Krunic-
we don't really
I
have.
wish Bakayoko would play a little better, but had more chance to play because we need somebody physical, some beast right there. We cannot play only with the, Pobega. Yeah, but
me,
it's not really in front of the defense. He plays more offense. Like
me, me, me
actually, all the
personally,
midfielders we have, they used to play at 3. We play 4-2-3-1, but all the midfielders we have on the team, they used to play at 3 when we bought it. Always, even Tonali. Krunic, Benacer, they used to play midfield at 3, every team they played. So I don't know why we insisting with that. I don't understand, but I will play, even if it's at 3 when Kier comes back.
Well, it's not looking like we're looking at any pivot defensive midfielder right now that we're linked
You play
with.
defense
So it
at
looks
3,
like
Kier, Kalulo, Tomori. You can
one
play without defense. You can stay midfield.
Yeah,
Nobody gonna play.
it looks like right now the players that we're actually looking at are not really direct Kessie replacements. There are some opportunities like in France to bring
Well,
in
I
some
mean,
of
we've
those
been
players.
trying. Sorry, Antonio, but we've been trying to get Sanchez for this whole.
Well, yeah, but I don't see him as a direct play style replacement to Kessie.
Sanchez is another one. How many games play a year? I hope if we get replaced.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sanchez later on because we can talk about the situation with Sanchez. But I will say, all right, yeah, this is a good place to close on De Ketelaere because we all kind of expressed our opinions. Guys, we had 24 viewers, almost 30 before. Please like the video, everyone. Thank you guys for tuning in to this late stream. And we can go through some of the chats that I missed. Christian says, is there a channel where I can watch their full training sessions? If you actually go to the AC Milan official YouTube and there's this tier 1 membership for 99 cents a month where you can get access to training videos that they upload, but they're edited. They're not their full training sessions, and they don't post every single training. They post a couple trainings maybe a week. But yeah, that's an option.
And sometimes on the website too. I mean, on the app if you have it on there.
Yep. Other than that, they're not going to show you all of the training sessions because they don't want other teams to see everything, I guess. But what's going on with Sanchez? We're going to talk about Sanchez later for sure.
Sanchez, I don't know what he's doing really.
Well, I think we have a good understanding of what's happening now, but we can talk about that after.
He's on vacation. That's what he is.
Antonio, do you think Milan need a young striker? I'm looking at these other clubs around Europe, and they're starting to get an out-and-out number 9, less false 9. That's a good point because with Manchester City, they brought in 2 strikers. Liverpool got Nunez as a clear center forward. So I think that a good out-and-out striker, in my favorite formation, for me, I love 4-3-3s, and I love having a good number 9. So I personally would I like an out-and-out number 9 for sure. I think you need goals, and you can play as good as you want, but if you can't score goals, then you're not going to win.
Don't hate me for this. Don't hate me for this, but me personally, I love Inter's formation. I don't know, man. That formation is whew.
But they have Lukaku and they have number 9.
No, but that 3-5-2 is it's crazy, man. The plays, the way they set up, they overwhelm you.
Yeah, that doesn't really disagree with me.
Can I just say something about Lukaku? I was I was doing some research today on players, and I was looking at all their numbers throughout their career, And, especially because I really want to figure out, I guess we're going to talk about this later, Origi. And Origi, like, if you look at throughout his whole career, from when he started playing professional football, every year, I look at every year, his goals are like 2, 4, 3, 0, 6, 7, 0, 4. It's like every single year. So I find it funny when people say that this guy's going to come and score 20 goals, and then they say that Lukaku is nothing, right? So I looked at Lukaku, and from year 1 till now, it's 18,
He scored in
22,
his post too.
23, 30, no, not 30, 24,
He scored in the
19.
final too.
Like, Lukaku is a real scorer. He's a real player, man. Lukaku is a real fucking
But I
player.
feel, but Roy, I feel like, to be honest with you, man, I feel like it's more having people like Origi. Like, I'm just speculating here, but I feel like they're not gonna come more and score. But I feel like they're gonna be more mobile on the field compared to
Yeah.
Giroud, and
Yeah.
allow people like the Leao or whoever we get on the right wing to
I agree
come
with
in
this.
and get those goals.
I agree.
That's what I'm
100%.
saying. I'm not expecting him to be like the top guy, but
We,
like
Yeah.
he can move around and create the space, and
Exactly.
that would make sense.
And he presses high because that's what he had to do with.
we should have a guest Suarez, man. 3 million a year is free.
That's what I feel, because I feel like people like Leao is just gonna get better with time, and we get people in the right wing. I'm satisfied with the squad, but I think we can all agree with like what we saw last year and then the year before, because we've been consistent. I've seen a lot of people saying it was a fluke. No, we've been consistent. The first year we finished sixth. The amount of games, the way we win, the way we played, nothing really changed over really the 3 years. And it was like the same, like in the attack, it was a bit slow in terms of there's nobody there, or there's nobody in the box, or somebody gets
I
there,
agree.
or
Origi,
fours are too slow. But
or,
we've
or
been,
yeah.
yeah,
No, Origi will bring mobility and he'll bring those forward runs. He'll bring a lot of fight because that's his game. But he's not a prolific scorer, so people just need to be
right,
ready for that.
yeah. So, and which I'll be okay if he's not the prolific scorer, because don't forget last year we had probably like what 16, 12 different scores. We had like a lot of
Yeah,
different scores
yeah,
throughout the
that's
league,
right.
which I feel like is good because it makes you unpredictable. Because when they see that's your only guy that scores, then they shut you down. And I think that's been the problem with teams like Inter over the past, where like if they know Lukaku was the guy, they hold him down. And then in Europe they don't succeed because you're not scoring no more.
Yeah,
And
when your team only relies on one scorer, then you become predictable for sure. You need a
right.
lot of your players to score goals. Yeah.
Right. I think my problem with Milan is that we don't shoot enough, and I hope I see that more this year in the game. We need to shoot because we have too much occasion where we can shoot, and they don't take chances,
But
and they want to pass.
But Clint, check this
Yeah.
out. But don't tell me that, like, even going to Guido's point earlier, it would be nice to have a lot of players that score goals, but then have one that scores like 25.
I agree.
I will say this, guys. As much
Like
as
Darwin Nunes.
we like having different goal scorers, but at the same time, the number of goals that we scored in Serie A was significantly less than like Inter, Napoli, and I want to say maybe even
Yeah, but
Juventus. I'm not sure. And on top of that, our expected goals were like the fourth in most in the league. So
but
we didn't perform attacking wise as good as the other top clubs.
yeah, that's what I was saying before. Last year we created, even the year before, there were a game we created 25. I want to say goal in front of the post, but situation that we could have finished. We never finished. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I
We
mean
need
our
somebody can
expected
finish,
goal,
but it's
even
not
though
only the number 9.
even
Everybody up the front, they gotta be more finishing. They gotta finish more. I mean,
that's why we're gonna look to bring in some of these players. But
we should have with the 3 million de Catler, we could have get Berardi, even Ziyech.
a lot of
Yo,
people
I do. Sorry,
are gonna
Antonio.
disagree with you guys.
Sorry, Antonio. Let me say something about De Candler, though. I gotta say, though.
We
all
need
right?
a scorer. We don't need midfield. We need a scorer.
But 1 second. I want to say this because I was doing this research on the players and I'm looking at all these strikers, prolific strikers, and people that are known for scoring a lot. De Candler because he's just starting. His numbers as a starter are really good, actually. Like this year, he finished with 14 goals and 9 assists, plus
Wow, that's a lot.
plus plus a little bit more other goals in other competitions. So he finished with, more than a 20 goal contribution. And the season before it was a little bit less, And this is just his second year, really, as a
But
starter.
those are really good numbers. Wow.
And also let me add this though. For me being from like the Francophone where I've been paying attention to like the Jupiler League, like the Belgian league a little bit, growing up younger. And from a Champions League standpoint, not the league in itself, but that used to also the Belgian league used to be a feeder league for like Ivorian players to go through. That's where the Yaya Toure, the Gervinho, all most Ivorian players like Kolo Toure, they all went to like Belgium. So by default, we used to kind of like pay attention to what was going on. Teams like Bruges, they weren't as good. Like Anderlecht, where like Lukaku comes from, used to be dominating that league for the longest. So I've been surprised like over the years that Bruges and before we never even really cared about teams like the Belgian league even playing in the Champions League. Like they were just always at the bottom. We never really knew about what player was coming from there or any of that. So I think what I'm trying to say is I think they really made some type of strides coming forward. Where like, okay, now we're paying attention to people like the Cali or the Lang or people at least there's eyeballs on them. That's what I'm trying to say. Like where before that was not the case. That was really, really irrelevant.
All right, guys. Look at this comment. Do you guys think that for the upcoming game on Saturday we're gonna play a 4-2-3-1? Also, is Balo Torres starting? I mean, is Balo
I
Torres
love Balotelli. I love it.
is Balo Torres training yet? I don't think he is. I haven't seen him in training.
And did
He
you know?
won,
Did you know?
he won the
Balo
Africa
Toure-
Cup. Did they win Africa Cup? I think
Yes,
so.
he
That was
did.
a while ago.
He
Yeah,
did.
yeah, yeah.
But did you know Balo Toure comes from like he played with Adli and Magnan? Like they
Yeah,
all
and the
come from
French
PSG.
youth. Yeah, PSG. Yeah, and
They
then
all
They
also
come
gotta
from
give him
PSG.
they gotta give him a chance. I think he has a physically is unbelievable. He gotta learn a little bit more. He's gonna be good. That's what people don't give any chance. He played one game, maybe.
I think
So
he's just scared. He's just scared, same as
yeah, when you play with the Milan, I mean everybody look at you. The stadium's
right,
full,
right. And I think him and Messias, I feel like Messias his first year since he was a lone player, he was playing really careful. That was the same as Tonali his first year. Like I feel like these players that come with option, like the loan option to buy, they play not try to be tactical. They try to be tactically right, and you kind of see sometimes in their game they don't take risks. They don't want to be too much of a dribble. They'll pass or like they'll do like pass back. And I feel like Balo Toure, I know even though he wasn't alone, but I feel like he was playing really, really careful, not taking risks, try to go for it or any of that. And with your dad said, I feel like if they give him a chance 2-3 years, it'll take time because let's not forget people like the layout and all these people. One of them sold. We didn't want them.
and we have many players can play left anyway, even they're not really left, but they can play. So.
All right, let's try to catch up with the chats a bit. I think the next topic should be Renato Sanchez, but then we can talk about that soon.
Where is he right now with the Lille?
Sanchez? Oh, is he at training?
He's on vacation.
I don't know if he was on vacation. Yeah.
I mean, 10 million is a good price, but that's what Paris Saint-Germain offer him.
Hey guys, can anyone
What's up,
hear me?
Simon? How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
So I just sent you guys like in the private chat the link to Twitter. This was from this guy. He was like he likes Adley so much. Roy, if you can put it on the screen, that'll be even better.
I'll put it on the screen.
Yeah. So this one, Rohit. Hi, Rohit. So actually, I stole it from Rohit Twitter. So look. This was like if you make the screen, what is it called, the image bigger. So this was the reason why I spoke yesterday or 2 days ago as to why we wanted Botman. So if you make the screen bigger, the circle image there bigger, yeah. So if you look at the aerial dual win area, what's it called, aerial win percentage. So Bremer, he's like what, 15%. If you go to the next screen, yeah, that one. Look, Botman is like at 94%. I know it's too late now, but the thing is that was the reason why. Go to the next screen. This was Tomori. Look at that. Tomori is like 9%. And Tomori is very similar to Kalulu. So that's why I thought why we were so Maldini
Simon,
wanted to get
let me just ask you a question. Were
Yeah.
you waiting for us to start streaming again so you could come in with this statistic to defend your point? Because it feels like we were having a long debate about this.
What was this
Yeah.
about? Botman?
Yeah, it's
I'm gonna go to sleep right after this.
it's a tall defender. It's a tall. We're talking
We
about.
could have stick up Romagnoli, same thing.
Oh no.
no, Romagnoli is not really good. Well,
And
he's
that's
actually
why
better than
it's
Kalulu.
gone.
I would say he's
That's why
better
it's
than
gone.
Tomori, but it's not about being physically tall. It's about winning percentage of winning aerial duel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, but we don't play area. We play midfield with the defense. Thanks to Kalulu and Tomori, so we don't need to stay back. They're super
No, it's about
fast.
defending the aerial, right? Sometimes you in the corner kick, you also have to win. Like the midfield, like even though you have, let's say, Giroud and
I understand, but you
Ibrahimovic,
can have
sometimes you have to.
yeah, but then if you have a player that's good with the header, you don't know if it's good in the rest. So we have very good players at both, but I know they're not too tall, but that's why they're quick.
what's his name is good in aerial duels. Kjaer definitely is.
Yeah,
Oh
Kjaer
yeah,
is really
oh
good.
yeah.
He's
Yeah,
good.
but
Kjaer
no,
is not really like the tallest, but he's really good, right?
yeah.
No, I
he's
agree.
fast.
Hey,
He's
trust me.
fast.
Hey, that was my argument here, but I got shitted on when I said I'm like, hey, we need a tall defender. I love Kalulu. But once you start getting these big guys like running past you or area duels, that's not the strongest point.
So
Yeah, but
I think let me emphasize that.
How much they pay for Botman? So if we buy Botman, we cannot buy any player no more because they don't want to spend money.
They spent
Hang on,
50
hang on,
million.
hang on a second.
50.
40.
Hang on a second. Let me clarify. We not only we need like a tall guy, but tall guy who knows how to win. You have a tall guy, but it doesn't mean that he can win every. He's really good in the air. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
So you gotta be both.
I agree.
Yeah,
But
of course.
anyway, it's already too late. The guy
It's
went to
alright.
Newcastle.
We're never gonna pay them money, so
I know. Just because this Saudi, this Piff bought Newcastle. If Piff didn't buy Newcastle, we would have gotten him.
Yeah, 100%.
he was very upset to go there.
I feel like that's where Dybala should go. They should buy him.
Yeah,
they
this
That's not a bad
this
idea. That's not a bad idea.
to be honest with you, this oil money is like pissing me off. You know what I mean? It's like they took our stars and then they messed up. They messed up our chances.
The story is they should do like United States. They should have a salary cap. Because if you play in England and you stay in England, it's okay. But if you play Champions League, then it's not fair for the other team. So
Yeah. No.
Well,
They have Super League right now in England. They have Super League in England. So everybody else is against football.
yeah. But still, the funny thing when I talk to people, the best player from 1 to 10, are they all in England? They're in Paris Saint-Germain, they're in Real Madrid. If you take the best players in the world, right? They're not all in England. Maybe one. No, it's Cristiano Ronaldo is old now.
Yeah, because the thing about
Nobody's in England. Is the
Salah.
best player.
Salah.
Kevin De
the
Bruyne,
Is
Salah.
Salah one of the best 10? I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
maybe. Yeah.
The problem is because over there, like tactically,
No, that's it.
tactically, there's not as efficient as like in Spain or in Italy. How in terms of like tactical, they have it down the road. That's why even like the best. I keep telling people one of the craziest that people tend to not even look at. The last time like a actual English manager won the Premier League, we can't even recount because you can't say Sir Alex Ferguson. That's
No, I don't think it has ever happened.
and that even shows you where they stand in terms of like from
So-
a tactical standpoint. They
So
don't-
I think, guys, go ahead. Finish your point.
no, that was it.
Yeah. I think it was like this a few years ago. I don't know if it's changed, but an English man has never won the Premier League. An English coach, sorry.
So my point was just, talking about defender again. In the past before Botman this season, we were high on Simakan and who else? Ayer, all those guys. They were pretty good in the air.
Kabak.
What is it?
Kabak.
Yeah, he's a loser though.
He is.
Yeah, with his feet, God bless.
Yeah. And you know what was interesting? Fofana is not that tall, but he's really good in the air. He's like Cannavaro. He's really good in the air.
Fofana from Lens, but he's a midfielder.
No, Wesley Fofana, who went to
No,
Leicester.
he's also Ivorian, but he decided to play for
But,
France.
but why we cannot talk about Tomori Kalulu? They're so good.
They are really good. They are.
Gabi is really good. I think Gabi is very
right
good.
now, well, Gabia is still learning, right? But sometimes he also had some relapse.
Last year he played at least the year before. Last year he played 7-8 games with Kiar or whatever. He played good when he played. When you play constantly,
I think he
it's
needs
different
continuity.
story,
He needs Gabia needs continuity.
Yeah, of course, like everyone.
Yeah, I think last time, like 2 seasons ago, he conceded a goal where we tie against I don't remember the team. It was like 2-2. It was his,
To be honest with you, I will keep even what's his name, Kaldar. He's training over there. Why we gotta go buy somebody we don't know? We need Italian players.
3.5 million. 3.5 million. That's how much.
I think that's because of his wages.
Is pretty
his
bad.
wage.
Nobody's gonna get him. So why don't we he can stay. He can play on a bench. Why not? I understand.
All right, guys. Let's talk about. Let's move on because we have a lot of other news. I think that and also to catch up on the
Tomori is
chat.
joining Manchester.
I hope not.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen, guys.
He said no. He don't want to go.
Ricky here says at Guido Meloni, we also want to win headers on offense too. Having good headers are good to have.
Giroud is actually really good in the heading.
Offensive. No, I think he means like on corner kicks on our corner kicks. So we need to have more of a.
Yeah, how many times Kalulu or Tomori they didn't score, but they reached the ball. They tried to score. I mean, jumping in the air, you cannot be 300 pounds too, so you gotta watch. I'm sure it is. You need tall play. It's not easy, but it's not easy to find
I think you know what. I hate to say this. Sorry. Finish your point. Sorry.
No, I mean, it's nice to find a tall player that better than Tomori Kalulu. I wouldn't change it all for now. There's no way I would change them. So who's gonna play? Who's gonna take their place?
So hang on a second. Regarding the corners, scoring from the corners, I really hate to say this because I don't like this guy. But ever since this guy left, when this guy was here, we score few goals from the corner. But after this guy's left, it was the delivery. I think it wasn't a matter of like having somebody in the box. It's the delivery.
Score from the corner, but we missed
Hakan
25.
Çalhanoğlu for Hakan.
That's the only thing that this guy was good at. I hate that guy. Because the thing is, every time
he's a winter champion for 2 years in a row. He's been winter champion for 2 years.
Like he simply has no clue. Like every time he has the ball, he'll just shoot directly, and then the shot will get blocked. But the thing is, I must admit, his corner was good.
Yeah, but I mean, come on, Tonali can kick a corner kick.
True, but the thing is, I think
I agree with Simon here. I have to say, because from what I've seen,
we created 20-25 chances a game. We don't need to score corner kick. We can score with putting the ball around on the post. Like with the left or right foot, nobody can score an easy goal.
Listen,
I mean, that's what
I will say this. I don't know where that statistic is coming from because we're still the 4th most expected goals in Italy, and that's. I know it's a different statistic, but I don't think we're averaging that many chances.
No, Antonio. Expected goal and goal creation.
Yeah, I know. Listen. I know they're different statistics, but if we're still the 4th most expected goals, that means that the chances that we're creating.
They don't calculate it. They don't calculate those situations. I'm talking about situation that we couldn't finish.
It's goal creation.
I understand the difference.
Goal creation,
but expected goals takes into account like real chances that are very good chances. I mean,
listen, if you played soccer, you know what I'm talking about.
No, listen. It's
Roy.
The reason why.
Roy, do you remember the game against Cagliari in Sardinia where we won 1-0?
Which one?
The
when Benacer scored.
Yeah. So there was also a chance which Calabria missed. It was a sitter. Calabria missed that chance. So when the XG was calculated, the XG from which we scored, that was 0.19. And the chance that Calabria missed, see, XG is calculated on a total of 1. The best chance is 1. So a penalty score is 1. So the Calabria's chance was 0.77, and the goal from which Benassa scored, that is 0.19. So, by the rule of XG, Benassa scored a very difficult chance. So we are actually scoring goals from very difficult chances. We are not scoring from easier chances. We are missing easier chances.
Yes,
But
that's
What
true.
it says about us, what it says about us is that we're actually taking chances, and we're taking the more difficult chances. The chances of us scoring those difficult chances is even less. I mean, how many times can you expect us to shoot from distance and it to be a goal? It's
yeah,
very less.
but
Yeah,
but
but
this is
if
what
you're
Guido is
gonna keep
saying.
if you're gonna keep missing chances from the one in the box, and the quality of chances, see, the XG is a simple measure of what is the
Yeah,
quality of chances you have created. So when you're looking at those quality, we are not even third in the league. We're fourth or we're fifth. I don't know what is
yeah,
last year's XG.
but
So we are not creating quality chances. We can create 100 chances, but if they're not quality chances for our strikers to score, that actually shows that we are having a problem. Even if you're looking at the goals we scored, we even have scored lesser goals than Lazio. So
listen,
we
Rohit, yes, but to Guido's point, you put a Darwin Nunes there, he's going to you're going to score more goals, even if the quality of the crosses are not perfect, but you're going to score more goals because you have someone that is a prolific striker. So the
Right.
numbers
How
are going
many
to.
chances did we
So,
create against a team
so
like
guys,
Bologna, a team against Bologna or Torino or an Udinese, where they are a bit more defensive minded? How many
And
chances
I
did
think
we
also,
create
and
for Giroud to
also, and
score?
also,
You guys,
sorry,
one,
excuse
one
me.
at a time,
And
guys.
also, when you do have players like Darwin Nunes or these players, they give you better options when passing, so the quality becomes better. Like it's a matter of quality. We don't have a prolific striker, and
Right.
that's why
We
all our
so
numbers
at
drop.
one
no,
at
no.
one
I
Giroud,
point
think
Giroud is not
Guys,
super
guys,
good
one at a time, one at a time.
with his feet.
yeah, at one point of time, I remember we had Higuain, right? Higuain was one of the best Serie A strikers, but he was literally in no man's land because Suso and Akan Çalhanoğlu could not provide him a single through ball. Darwin
I agree with
Nunes or
Rohit.
Haaland,
I agree with Rohit.
I don't know. Yes, it's true, but
Darwin, you can put a Darwin Nunes or Holland in a team like Udinese, and
no,
he's
I
not going to score
disagree.
you 20 or
I
30 goals.
disagree.
Listen,
No, it's not
I
true.
don't like
I agree with
Çalhanoğlu.
Rohit.
No,
I
You know,
agree with
because
Rohit.
Çalhanoğlu,
that's
we lost
Hi-
Paqueta.
Higuain.
That's one of the things that bothers me more.
Higuain did not want to play for
Paqueta,
Milan. For him,
Wait, Roy,
Higuain playing for Milan was a nightmare. He was pissed off with everybody. He's like he did not
Because
play.
he didn't get service.
Oh come on,
Yeah,
man!
Milan
Mama,
wasn't
Suso
playing
couldn't
good.
pass.
This is a team. You have to work together. He's not
so
getting
I
Hey,
don't
yeah,
know.
but
service.
Hey,
Suso
Roy, let
couldn't
me ask you a
pass.
question,
Come
guys,
on,
guys,
guys.
hold on.
Higuain had
Roy,
no business acting the way he did at
Roy,
Milan.
on the point that
okay,
Rohit just
okay.
made.
If let's not take Higuain. What about
All
Piontek?
right, fine.
Piontek was actually a
That's
player who was a
that's
red
yeah.
hot
But
form.
Piontek, Gianpaolo changed his position, and then everything changed for him
So
because
so
Listen,
I
guys,
Yeah,
guys,
but
as
We
a
simply don't have
under
the
the
company,
same
players.
Gianpaolo, but under the
listen.
same
My
Gianpaolo,
question to
you
you,
were
Rohit, my question is with this Milan, are we going to score more goals with a Darwin Nunes or a Lewandowski there, or are we going to score more goals with Giroud, or are we going to score the same amount of
He's not.
goals?
That's not what Rohit is saying.
No.
no,
With
Not
read,
too,
this
not
read,
Milan,
not too
read.
far off. Not too far off from where we have
no.
right now.
Excuse me. With this Milan, is Lewandowski going to score more goals than Giroud, or are they going to score the same amount of goals?
if you're gonna if you're gonna keep the same team, if you're gonna keep the
Yes,
same team
same
and
team.
only change, let's say Lewandowski, then I'm dead
Yeah.
sure we're not gonna score much more goals. Maybe 2 or 3 more
I
goals.
agree.
That's it.
Agree. Agree.
Okay.
What chances?
All right.
How many assists did Salamakers and Messias have?
Exactly. Agree.
How many
I
quality
agree.
chances did Salamakers
No,
bring
no,
in
no,
game?
no, 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 guys,
Roy,
listen,
Brilliant
listen
Games'
to me,
last assist.
Rohit, listen to me. Center forwards create the chances with the runs, where they position themselves in space. It makes it easy for the player that is the attacking midfielder that is going to cross or make the assist. The center forward puts himself in better positions where the passes are easier and he evades defenders better.
Yeah.
Roy,
You
They
talk
can I
with
say
create
Inzaghi
their
some?
about
own
Can I
that?
chance.
say some, Roy?
What?
Ibrahimovic played the 20 minutes all year. He scored 8 goals. That's the difference.
Right.
You put
Right.
Inzaghi there, you wouldn't score that many goals.
If Ibrahimovic
agree.
was younger, he
You
scored
guys
30
are
goals a year.
Our
I
camp
agree.
sucks. Brahim Diaz after COVID, he just plummeted. And Salamakers and Messias, he was like Messias could just go back to delivery.
Okay. So then we don't even need Giroud. Let's just get anybody in the middle of the street that knows how to play football.
Divock Origi.
Roy, I had a question, bro.
No, you're missing the whole point. You're missing the whole point. The whole
Let me
point
ask
is
you a
just you gotta have the servicer
The more
and the
quality
finisher.
you have, the more quality
Hey
you're gonna
guys,
get. It's
I will
nice.
keep Messias.
Yeah, but
He's
not
one of the
talent.
best scorers we have.
Hey, Roy, I had a question though. So let's say,
Yes.
do you think so? Last year, for example, right? Do you feel like if Piontek was there, like the way we play now and everything, you think Piontek would be able to get more goals and get over the line the chance we missed?
I honestly don't know because I've not seen him play in a long time.
Piontek, he was just lucky in a few situations.
Look,
Everywhere he
even
goes,
we
he
had
cannot score goals.
even we had Blahovic, the result would have been the
Blahovic
result would
is
have been
not better than
that far
Piontek.
off.
Me personally, I felt like the way we played, I felt like these players came when we didn't have a system. We had no head, just tails, and we were
Well,
all over
when
the place.
Piontek came, the team had a good idea. Gattuso was doing a
They
decent job.
they did, but it was still the beginning. It wasn't.
It was
we
still
weren't
the
like,
beginning, right? But Gattuso was starting to make something happen there.
because let's say if Piontek was there with like the way Theo make his runs and passing in the corner now like he did this year, you think it's a Piontek that's more mobile than Giroud? You think Piontek is not getting at least 20 goals? I feel like he would.
No, I don't know about that.
No.
I don't know, honestly. Honestly, Clint, maybe. Like, if you've seen him play, maybe. But I've not
Giroud is
seen him play,
better than
so
Piontek 10 times.
I can't make that distinction. I just
Okay.
And he's
don't
old.
know.
Hey, that's just my take. I was just asking just to see your opinion, but that's how I felt.
Maybe, let's have...
Piontek cannot win the ball. He don't know to receive the ball.
It's too much
but
expectation.
I find... So,
bought him
so
for
if,
30.
okay, let me ask you
you
this:
have
if we had Cavani there as the center forward, do you think Cavani would have only scored 11 goals in one season?
Probably 15.
15?
If he's not injured.
Okay. So if
Look, what do you think? You'll think we'll score 30?
Excuse me, listen to me,
But
Lewandowski.
Roy, Cavani is a little different player too. He's not really. He's an offender, but not really similar to Giroud. It's
No,
different.
but I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the prolific. Are you prolific or not? If you put Cristiano Ronaldo there, is he going to score only 11 goals?
With the
19.
chance to get this year,
Cristiano Ronaldo is a
maybe
completely
20,
different
30.
player. Cristiano Ronaldo is a completely different player.
If
He
you
is a
put
player
Lewandowski,
who
Lewandowski just scored 40
Right. Let him finish.
Yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo is a completely different player. He is a player who thrives on the entire system being set up to feed him. Even at Manchester United when he had Bruno Fernandes and Sancho and Rashford and Martial and whoever you want, who are much better players, they suffer. The team suffered because the team was set up to play for Cristiano Ronaldo. Obviously, he got 20 goals last season. And that's a personal achievement. But
Rohit.
as a team, they suffered.
Rohit, you're telling me that if Cristiano Ronaldo was in this Milan, he would have only scored 11 goals this season?
Not what
It
he said.
depends.
He said that it depends
No.
on how the team.
I'm not
Right,
talking
right.
about. Come on, let's just be objective.
I have very simple questions. If we have the best striker, you name it, anybody, how many goals would that striker would have scored last season?
The best striker?
Yeah, let's say Haaland,
55.
Lewandowski. How many goals would one of them would score?
More than 25.
More than 25. Will that tip exactly the balance that we have? That was like 14 goals extra. Will that make us even
more
prolific team in this area?
The problem.
I think Inter even
What?
score even more than that.
Hey guys, we're focusing too much on the number 9, but I think all the offense we have those score goals. Because Leao did good this year, but he could score 20 goals easily. That guy can go. He can go
Yeah, he
straight to the
missed
post.
but even Salamakers missed a lot of chances that he should have
But
Oh
scored.
yeah,
that's the problem.
that's what
That's the
bothered me
problem.
about Salamaker. He could be so
The
good
attack
if he
was
was
so
scoring goals.
unbalanced. The,
But
the,
a
the
lot of
attack was so
times,
unbalanced.
I saw Salamakers give good crosses, and Giroud just heads it out into nowhere, or a player gives a good assist, and then the Leao just misses it.
Roy, do you agree that the right wing sucks?
No, I don't.
No? Oh
No,
my
you
god.
cannot suck if you win the Serie A in nothing. You cannot
That's a
suck.
weakness. We've been playing with that 10
Man,
players.
come on, please.
Come on.
No, they're not. They're
Come
not
on.
sucks.
Why do you
need,
think we
Come
go
on.
after
but they could be
Ziyech right
better.
now?
Come on, talk about football, bro. Don't.
Why
talk
are
about
we talking why are we
Yes.
going after Ziyech right now? You think Maldini doesn't know anything about football?
Who?
Yeah.
Ziyech?
Yeah.
So at
Why?
this point, why don't we get? Okay, at this point, like, I kind of agree with you a little bit. Why don't we get Berardi or Ziyech? Why we gotta get De Ketelaere? We need the. I would love to have a right
we're
wing.
looking to get both
They score more
Ziyech
goals.
and De Ketelaere. That's what.
Huh?
You
We're
know what?
looking at getting both Ziyech and De Ketelaere right now.
Regarding the Ketelaere, I think you know what that Masara has been eyeing on him for a number of years now. Even last year, I read something about
Masara knows, so we'll
we
see.
are interested in him.
Everyone
there
in
was
the
no-
management likes him.
Yeah, he has been there for years, not just this season. You know what I mean?
Okay, guys, but to say that the right midfield sucked is just such a
Well,
disrespectful.
okay, well, I will
it's
say
such
this.
a diminishing. Like these guys worked their ass off, man. They made you.
I
Fucking
know, but there's no quality.
They made you fucking celebrate after 11 years of
There's no
bullshit.
quality.
And
Roy,
you,
Roy.
should,
Quality.
you should say thank you to these guys for fucking sweating their ass for you instead of saying that they suck, man.
Roy,
Thank you,
Let me rephrase
Messias.
that.
Please go to Monza.
let me rephrase this.
Listen,
think-
Messi is not bad.
I
He's
don't,
30
I don't
years
think
old.
Messias is bad. I mean,
He scored
Messias, thank you,
6-7
but you're
goals.
not at Milan level. Go to Monza now, please. Go back. Go to Monza.
I
Yeah,
don't
but
like-
who's
I will say this.
gonna be score so many goals that we can buy? They don't want to spend money, so
We're
I
gonna
would
get Ziyech.
Berardi. Why don't we get Berardi? Berardi was the player, even
Okay,
though
anybody other than Messias, please. Okay.
yeah, but
any
you need
upgrade
more
other
than
than
one
Messias.
player. Messias cost nothing. He scored after Ibrahimovic is
I
the
don't
one that scored more goals.
Listen, I'll say my
I mean-
opinion on this, guys. We all know that I don't really rate Berardi too highly. I think he's
Yeah,
good.
but who can you buy?
But-
How much money can you spend?
But listen. My point is this: I don't think that Messias is
Berardi
that
is
bad either.
40 million.
So it's too much.
Yeah, exactly. But my point is, I think that I don't think Messias is that bad. I don't think the right wing was terrible, but at the same time, Roy, realistically, in terms of contributions to the attack, the right wing was non-comparable to the left wing with Leao and Hernandez when we
Because
had
that's how the team was set up.
right.
Because of
But
the players that
look,
we had.
yeah, look at the players.
So what?
My-
Yeah, but
I
Anto,
want more of an attacking right
we
winger.
It's
still-
predictable. That's a
we
problem.
still
Not
created
predictable.
chances. They
It becomes
created chances.
predictable.
Because the
But we needed to create easy, more
no,
clear
no.
cut chances.
Antonio,
that were-
I disagree. I think our biggest fraud last year was the number 10 role, though. That's what all the problems.
Yeah.
I'm not
yes,
saying that's wrong
yes.
either.
I
I'm not.
agree, I
That's
agree.
yeah.
That was
They're
the
both.
only issue that we had.
Both roles. Both.
So we should get
No, it
Dybala.
was not
Why don't we get Dybala?
Man, you guys are.
He costs
I'm not,
money.
Listen, of course we
Hey,
need to.
Dybala
That's
is
why we're
free.
getting De Ketelaere. Like
yeah,
that's the whole point.
at this point, I'd bring Dybala. At this point, I'd bring Dybala.
No.
Okay.
You guys don't understand. Here's the problem, right? The management will not spend that much money to bring in that Dybala because the thing is, it disrupts the wage structure.
I know.
Dybala, 5 million a year, 6 million. He's free.
He won
You don't
8
have to
million.
buy him.
Dybala
Well,
won 8 million.
you don't know if he wants 6 million.
I think
Yeah.
you know what? I think Clint guessed it. I think he's going to go to Newcastle because that's the only team that would pay what he is asking for. There's no other team would pay what.
Yeah,
He won
good.
it
Dybala
Good,
would
give
be
it to
good.
the
but nobody
Oil.
has his money.
Dybala can alternate with the what's his name, Diaz. So Diaz can learn something from him because Dybala is always injured. So hopefully not. But he could learn a lot from him,
For
he
me,
can score. Dybala when he's good,
Guys,
he
I'm
can
sorry,
score.
but what's the problem with De Ketelaere, Yasin Adli, and some other players in the attack?
No,
because they're not
no.
known. Because they're not known. Simple. Because they're not known.
No.
The same way-
I believe.
the same way
I
that
believe he's gonna be
Juventus
good this
banned-
year.
The
Why?
same way
But
that
listen, why don't you have any faith in De Ketelaere?
Because we
Because they're
already
not.
have those kind of players. That's what I say. I need the right wing more than the Cutler
Yeah, well, no. We're not talking about the right one. We're talking about the number
at
10
the number
now.
10.
Yeah, so the Kettler can be the number 10, and
No, I
Ziyech
don't
can be
think
the right
so.
winger. That's well, you didn't say that earlier. Why not? I'm curious.
I don't know, listen, I trust Maldini Massara. If they offer 20 million because it's not worth more. So
No. They're gonna improve to 30. That's how negotiations
yeah, that's what
work.
the news say. Yeah, don't listen. The news don't know.
Well,
People
don't worry,
guess.
guys.
Why
It could
can't
be
the
another
Kettler?
classic, right?
Why can't the
People just
Kettler?
guess. People guess. All the we're guessing. We don't know anything what they're talking about. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Guys,
because
why can't?
because CDK could become another Vlasic this year.
That's true.
But you know what's good though? You know what's good in all this that I like? We have good problems, right? Because we want a Scudetto. Because we're so much in the Benta area. I would never thought to a point now we get to look at certain players, even though we might not have the money, but we're so much on the better side of things compared to like, I don't know. Because when I'm looking at transfer from other teams like the Lazio and all that, I don't envy them. Like as much as I complain about Milan, we're debating spending 20. I'm looking at
Milan is
other
the best.
and it's like, no, bro, that's no way.
Sorry, guys.
They
It's too
already.
late for me. I gotta go. Good night.
Thanks for coming on, son.
Okay.
Have a good one, bro.
Hey, good night.
Guys,
Hey,
Ari's on.
do you remember what Pioli say? Pioli say on the 4th of July when the interview. He said, "Oh, somebody told him, oh, they put Milan on
Yo,
third
Ari,
place.
what's up?
They
Join
put
us,
no,
Ari.
hey Roy, they say they put Milan on third place after Juventus and Inter. He say, oh, thank God. Before they put us fifth, the year before we won. So he says that's good luck.
Who said that?
No,
Who said that?
Pioli.
Pioli on
I
Ah,
interview.
Pioli, Pioli.
but
That's good.
I rather them keep putting us underdog because it takes off less pressure. Because even us coming this year, even though they might say we won, we're still not going in there as technically champions in the ears of them. They're still gonna rate Inter or whatever above us because that's what's being said, and it's fine. I rather like that because our players maybe, which is of course, are not probably better than these other teams, and it's fine. But I rather that. I rather that it's just a better way to go compared. You expected to win. I did I was doing stuff on behavioral economics, and we're doing it on soccer fans, right? Soccer fans in terms of like to try to see the level of like content or how they're happy. They get more upset over a loss than compared to a win. So when you look at percentage points, they're more even upset when there's a loss. So if a team is even used to winning, the loss affects them more than like, okay, we're expecting the team to win. So win doesn't really have like I think I'm just completely fine with us going in there being underdog again, not having the players and Inter brought Lukaku is fine. Because then that gasses them up. We'll
Listen,
see what happened
it-
next June.
it's
We'll
still
see.
11 versus 11. If Lukaku's playing, means that Jaco's not playing, and I think Jaco's a very good player anyway. But
Yeah, I think
so
Dzeko, yeah, and I don't like the Dzeko slander. I'm like, y'all have not known Dzeko since when he was at Wolfsburg and when he was at
and
City. Like,
Jaco used to be a Milan fan. He should be with us.
that's not no like whatever striker. He used to be one of my favorite strikers. That dude, he just got older, and he's still good.
Yeah.
But
Hey
you know,
guys,
we'll see.
you guys want to talk about Sanchez now? It's a good
Yeah,
topic.
sure.
I think it's an interesting topic that kind of has been
He's on vacation. He don't care.
basically in the past few weeks we've seen different reports from France, Portugal, all over saying like one week it's PSG or one day it's PSG are winning, the next day PSG don't really have any real interest. Um, Lille's president actually spoke and said that Milan is basically the only team that's actually placed a bid. And
Yeah, but they say that he wants to go to PSG.
well, Alex, I was going to explain that. So PSG apparently have agreed to personal terms with him, and I think it's around 4.5 million euros a season. And Milan, I think, have offered 3.2 million or some figure like that. And so what people are saying is that Sanchez isn't a high priority for PSG because they also signed someone else from Porto.
Vitinha.
Vitinha, they signed
Vitinha.
Vitinha.
Right. So because they signed him, PSG aren't actually like really crazy about Sanchez, and they haven't bid anything yet. We've bid around I think 10 to 15 million. I don't know the exact number. And because of that, we're technically still winning the race, but we have to find a way to agree to personal terms now again with Sanchez because he's increased the his demands, and people are saying that all the PSG news sources or links are little things that Mendes is trying to do to increase the wage offer from Milan. So it's kind of like a really weird situation. And at
But
this point, do you guys want Sanchez anymore? Like, what do you guys think?
I do. So Antonio, let me add something. Something that I mentioned like 2 streams ago. What really the really game changer of all of this is like Lucas Ocampos was also at the Lille director, became now he's part of PSG,
Yeah, yeah.
the PSG director now.
And the coach is
So
now the Lille winning
and
title
he's
winning
now Lille.
coach.
So they reversed the price. So
They
now they're
got a
trying to
good
lowball.
coach
They're like,
now.
he's part of the PSG. He's like, we're not paying that. Like they're not gonna pay that. And so it's almost like a conflict of interest damn near. Cause it's like if he was on the Lille side, he would have been like, sell him for whatever much money. But now he's on the other side of the team, on the other side of the aisle. They're not gonna spend, whatever 20 million or outbid Milan on anything. They know the player very well. They're like, no, this is the price and the whatever they're going with. And now it's two different entities. Now you have the Lille side, because that's what they're actually speaking about in the French media. Now you have like the Lille side, meaning like, the owners and, whoever's at the top, they want a particular price. The player maybe wants to go there, but they're like, no, we want this price because I think they're also struggling with finances damn near. So they need the money. And I think at the end of the day, we get them, we don't get them. Me personally, I don't really care. I do want a Kessie replacement. I want a Kessie replacement in terms of more for the penalties, if you were to ask me personally, because I'm gonna miss who's gonna kick our penalties, man. That's why I'm scared on. But other than that, man, if Sanchez he doesn't come, I mean, it is what it is, man. It's not gonna be the end of the world, bro. It's not the first player linked to us and other things. I think there's a lot of players out there, and for the greater good of the team, I think we can fill in a player over there. I don't know. That's just my.
I'll just quickly say my opinion. I think that yes, it's not the end of the world, but I love Sanchez, and I hope that we can still close this deal because I feel so much better if we replace Castillo with someone with a lot of quality like
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sanchez.
Sanchez is a great player. I discovered him when he was 17. I said, who the heck is this guy? I loved him. He won with the Portugal. He was 18, maybe 19, the European Cup.
Mhm.
But now lately, all this story, all this plus the stat, he scored a goal and 2 assists last year. So I mean, he's not a phenomenal like I thought he was. But I'm sure maybe what's worrying me more is the injuries.
Yep.
Which in Milan we had so many injuries last year, so we don't need more.
Yeah. It's
Well,
just the injuries and how you replace somebody like Kessie that barely gets injured. I think that's what it really hurts. And I remember when Roy said that's what hurts me more. Is just like, is a player, yeah, he's not the most technical, but like he's really useful. And just the penalties, man. Like remember, like the year before when we went to Champions League, because he scored 12 goals, 10 of them were penalties. Who you gonna have to step up when it's crucial moment? Yeah, I understand everybody keeps playing, but he was really accurate, man. Those are things you can't really like. I look at these things and like he was just so useful.
Tonali is gonna score the
Listen,
penalty.
listen. For me, Kessie is a top player. My heart is crying that he's not a senior player anymore.
But I just don't. We'll see. But if Sanchez doesn't come, I think if Milan can manage, we can get in the gun until the World Cup comes in. We can poach somebody from that World Cup. I think
We
it's a
can keep Brescianini, the young player. He's good.
yeah, but these young players, I think the thing, Rashani, he's good, but it's just the mentality. Once they play for I think it's just,
Yeah, but I mean, if you don't develop those players, you never know. So
I'm
but
sorry, but we're not going to the Champions League with these players, guys. Like, let's be realistic here. If
how
you
do
want to
you
go,
know what
you want to pass.
Tonali?
Do you guys want
Yeah,
to pass the
Tonali,
group
Tonali.
stage?
Everybody last year, Tonali. Everybody want to get rid of him, right? Who was defending Tonali? I
Tonali.
was.
Listen, people who were saying
Yeah.
get rid of Tonali after one not like average season, are just. I'm gonna be honest with you, they're pretty much idiots. Like, there's no like Tonali. His potential was always there, and no one's questioning him because we all knew how like good he could be. But other young players that you don't really know from the Primavera, you want to take gambles on them in their first season in the UCL? No, we need to replace Kessie with someone who has that experience. If you want to pass the group stage, in my opinion, you have to be ready. You have to make that step, and you have to replace quality with quality.
And I think the only way Primavera players can get ready for that, especially for Milan, at least in Italy, my observation
Is Bakayoko gonna stay or not?
Is them getting loaned out to another team in Serie A, not Serie B, but at least where they play the youth, they get comfortable and get back to the first team. Because I think it's just a mentally issue. I think the talent is there, just mentally they get there and they're lost. It's the same as like when you look at somebody like a Daniele Maldini, he has talent, right? But I think sometimes it's just like they don't want to make no errors, and you just see that in their play. They don't take risk. They want to play careful. They don't want to make.
That's the problem. Maldini scored even a goal, important goal. What game it was? I forgot.
Spezia.
Yeah, with the header. So why Maldini didn't have any chance? Diaz had so many chances to play, Maldini never. I don't understand why.
Yeah, I think like I said, it's mentality.
Maldini is a beast. He's tall. He can do everything. He has skill.
He's going to Verona most likely.
It's better for him, but they're not going to have what's his name? He went to Marseille.
He is the same age as the Cutler. So why we got to get rid of him? I don't understand.
The Cutler, well, I mean,
Maldini needs to play because Maldini is.
If you let him play,
I don't know. Yeah.
Hold on. Technically, he's really good. He's very good technically.
Why Diaz had all those chances and Maldini didn't? I don't understand.
The problem with Maldini is Maldini lacks intensity. Like he really
Diaz sucked for 10 games.
Right. I mean, yeah, but Maldini is, I don't know, he just doesn't have that intensity. He doesn't, his work rate is very poor. He needs to play like at Verona the whole season. He needs to sweat. He needs to fight. He needs to go to war. Unless he's going to just die on the bench.
Like
Roy, you have Maldini, right? So you got to buy De Catalaire for 40 million and Maldini goes away. I mean, it's the same thing. De Catalaire is going to play?
No. So, all right, can I please comment on this? Why are we, especially you, why are we always like acting like De Catalaire isn't a top prospect? Catalaire, if we sign him, he's going to play a lot.
I agree with
yeah, but that's the problem. On this stream,
are you sure that De Catalaire is better than Maldini? Are you sure?
He's better than Maldini.
Are you sure?
Come on, man. Come on.
Well,
he's already played in the UCL. He's pretty much like the best player with Noah Lang.
De Catalaire has played in the national team too.
Yeah.
The thing is that Maldini needs to play in order for him to show.
You cannot compare people.
Dad.
Okay, so it's like compare. It's like comparing Maradona and Messi. Messi scored million goals. Maradona never won the golden ball. So Maradona is worse than Messi, right? That's what you guys. That's the way you talk.
Modern era, right here.
I don't care if you play with the national team with the Belgium. They never won anything. What did they win, Belgium? Please.
See, this is the problem. You haven't seen De Catalaire even play a whole
Who the heck
game
is
yet.
Belgium?
You haven't even seen him play.
They got a foreign coach.
No,
they don't even have a coach over there.
Okay, but let's also like.
The coach where is from, man? Venezuela. Where is the coach from?
Okay, but Maldini is not even playing for Under 21s, from Under 19s. Like he needs to play.
He's Maldini. He has in his blood.
Okay, but Pioli needs to play him. Pioli needs to play him.
Yo.
If Pioli doesn't play him, it doesn't learn.
Roy, if you do the proportion, the minutes Maldini played, the goal he scored, I think he's the highest of everybody. He scored one goal.
But for me,
he played 5 minutes.
For me, he should have played more.
Listen,
yeah, because
why
Diaz played so many games, he was suck. I don't understand. Maldini could have done better. I'm telling you, Maldini can score.
Can I finish my point about the Catalaire? My point is that when you compare someone who is a top prospect, 14 goals, 9 assists last season, UCL experience, national team experience.
I'm just saying, it's all right. But 40 million.
I know. Listen, first of all, it's not 40. It's lower than that. But the price tag,
they want a 40.
Yes, there's a problem, but you can't say that Daniel Maldini's as good as him. It's not right now. No.
Right now, you can't.
Right now, no. Like, I'm sorry, guys. Like that's
but Maldini, I want to see Maldini go play with the Bruges as the same chance to play like De Catalaire, and I want to see what he does.
I don't think he's going to be that good, but yeah.
I disagree with you, Antonio. Maybe he is.
You can say maybe. I don't have a
You
problem
cannot
with you
judge a
saying
player if
maybe.
he never play.
I don't have a
Maybe,
problem with that.
maybe
But
yeah,
let's take the
Maldini should
catalyst.
have gone away before. Now it's 21 going to 22.
Yes, he should have done the loan earlier.
I think you know
They're
one thing.
mismanaging him.
You know one thing I should suggest, because I was listening to one of the podcasts, and they said a lot of things is like young Italians don't like leaving, like their home, and which is true, because I feel if a lot of Italians went to Germany, it would have helped them. How come like the British players are doing now, like the
I'll
Sancho
tell
or
you.
the Jude Bellingham? Like I feel like if a Maldini even goes to like a Borussia Mönchengladbach, or like one of these like mid-table teams just in Germany for a little bit, it will do them good
For loans.
for
Hey
loans.
Roy, I wish we had Cutrone. Cutrone, he scored 18 goals, we sold.
But Cotrone became a flop. He started struggling.
Yeah,
He's
but
not
with
even
Milan,
starting
he's a
with
Milan. Yeah, because he loved Milan. He was a Milan fan, a Milan youth.
The problem with
Yeah,
it's
he
like
played
an
with
old
heart.
mentality with you sometimes. That I gotta
He
be honest.
scored 18 goals and we sold them. Who scored 18 goals in the last 10 years?
That was Gattuso. Gattuso was not liking Cutrone.
Because he has the same mentality.
Because Cutrone was in the locker room, he was like, faceva le facce, faceva le smorfie. And
Hey Roy, Cutrone scored more goals than Origi all career. But Origi is a Milan. Yeah, didn't he score 18 goals the year we sold him?
No, I think he scored less than 18 goals his whole career.
Are you sure? I think he scored many goals.
I don't know. I don't
Why
know.
are we-
But listen, Cutrone, okay, he's good. He's good. But he's not Darwin Nunes good.
Listen, if you go by the numbers, I keep the numbers though.
man.
I find it funny when people say that they think Origi's going to score 20 goals. Like, he could, but it'd be
You never know.
It's such a rare
If Daniel Maldini is as good as the Kettler, maybe.
Wait.
In this universe.
Hey, Roy, how long is Origi contract? Maybe he scored 20 goals all contract.
4 years. He's making 4 million.
Yeah, 5 a year.
4 million a year. 4 million. No, but listen. I said Origi.
Man.
He is not going to be a prolific scorer. It's not going to happen. But he's going to bring something to the team that we really need. Mobility. We need different.
need mobility.
Yeah, we need goals, Roy.
The goals, though, you have to pay 100 million.
Okay, Salamaker bring mobility. Origi bring mobility. They better get a Ferrari, a car, and drive around the field.
What are you going to do?
Hey, what's his was the good player? Lazitic? Like I've seen him with the little seniors. He has good.
Yeah, 1 minute. Lazarus played 1 minute.
Lazitic,
He's still
He don't even play with the youth team. He's not even play with the youth team.
No, I'm talking about when he was playing with Serbia. Like at least like during the Euro.
Oh, I saw him doing well actually.
yeah, he was doing well.
He was good.
Okay, so why we didn't give him a chance if we don't score goals?
I don't think this guy would have scored any goals.
He just out there. I just hope. I think we. I don't know. It's
Vlahovic, his age was suck. So
Guys, if you want goals, you get Darwin Nunes, you get Lewandowski, you get these players.
I'm gonna be honest
no,
with you
no,
guys.
taking Nunez.
I
Forget
know my
Blando,
dad,
Nunez.
and if we had signed Darwin Nunes already this summer, he would still be finding pessimism to like bring out during these lives. Like, it doesn't matter.
What do
who
you mean
bring out.
pessimism? I'm not pessimist.
But it's true.
I love Milan.
I know you do. I'm just saying, like,
I stay like this. I don't need to buy 40 million players that they're not good. I want to buy 100 million players, only one. That's it. I don't need 300 players. You can put Salamaker, Messi. They're all good.
Daniel Maldini.
Get Dybala. Play 10 games. He scored. Dybala didn't play this year. He scored 10 goals. How many assists? He never played.
what about if we bought Orsolini?
Orsolini.
Yeah.
Oh, I like him, but I don't know why. Never. No, he's good. I mean, the Bologna player.
Yep. But then they'll try to overprice him.
Yeah, that's the problem. In Italy,
If
they
they
want
ask
too
for
much.
20 million for Orsolini, oh my
like-
god.
No.
Orsolini, there is many in my town. There's many Orsolini last name. so we can bring one from my hometown.
But I feel bad. I feel bad they let what's his name go. What's his name? Hickey, that Scottish guy from was it?
Oh, that guy was
Brentford. He
good.
went to Brentford.
Yeah, he could have. Man, he might could have picked him up. I hate when Serie A players just
I
leave.
agree.
What about the Bologna defender? They say Milan won. What's his name? That with the curly long hair. Tate.
Teat.
Teat.
Oh, was Milan linked with it?
Yeah, a little bit. He's a left-footed center
That guy's
back.
good.
He's
He's a
left-footed.
left foot.
Yeah.
He's a fighter. He definitely is a fighter.
Yeah, but we need some Italian because on the list we got to put eight Italian players on the list. So
Look, the Italians that are really worth the investment, you know, Raspadori,
You know what, guys?
Scamacca,
Guys.
Berardi, it's not many that are.
Guys, you know what?
we got
Instead,
Caldara
I have a
and
good
Gabbia.
I have a good topic. Instead of like finishing up with the news, because honestly, it's kind of just going to get sidetracked anyways, and there haven't been any major links yet. Why don't we talk about Italy compared to the rest of Europe with my dad on the stream? I know this is going to get very interesting. Because my dad is one of those people who believes in the Serie A, like, and I'm interested in like.
Serie A is the most difficult league.
So tell me talk about Italians and why maybe. Do you guys think that there are like
Italian coaches are the best. The coach are the best.
Let's talk about players first. What do you think there's a lack of Italian?
Look, there is so many foreign players. How many foreign players there are in Italy? They're not Italian. They're all foreign.
But yeah, so that's my question is.
That's why the national team is not that good anymore.
Is there a lack of young Italian prospects?
No, the issue is the taxes. The way the taxes are set up. That it is you spend less if you buy non-Italian players because of the decreto crescita rule. So that is one of the big issues.
No, but the decreto crescita is not all about you got to check the age. I think too. It's not only. I'm not sure the way it works, but it's not even about the age of the. Actually, I'm not sure the way it works, but.
It's not even okay.
The more you go forward with the crescita, you pay less taxes. With Italian players, it's not like that. You pay a set amount, the maximum set amount of taxes that you have to pay.
Yeah, it's double money.
So that is one of the, sorry, Clint, and then go ahead. But that is one of the problems. There is these stupid bureaucratical laws that make no sense. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but then put that even aside, right? Even let's look at the Primavera perspective, you know, even the pipeline and all that, right? I always ask this one question: how many even clubs from outside or even coming to shop in Italy? Like how many, you know, German, like, because you know they send scouts everywhere, right? And I'm just asking a question: how many of them in Italy try to scout young Italian players to be like, you know what, we need to bring this guy to France, or we need to bring such and such? How many people are even there? Like from other leagues, like you know, Britain, all across.
Yeah. Do you guys think there's a problem with development?
No. There, I think it's more a cultural thing, and that Italians like to stay.
There's no more children in Italy. Remember that. People don't have kids no more.
He's saying,
you guys laughing? That's the truth.
It's true, but the thing about Italians, they like to stay in their country with their families because.
Hey, Roy, when we go back, we go to the beach in Italy. My son is the best player on the beach. I used to be me, my friends. Foreign player will never be the best player on the beach. My son kicks better than the kids at the beach over there. They don't even care about.
That's his way of like judging all of Italy. By the way, listen.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad, look at this comment. I think Guido's just drunk talking shit. That's what.
It's okay. Tell them that I don't drink at all. So I don't drink. So.
The reason I asked that question though is because.
Maybe the American water about it.
Sorry, Clint. And sorry, Clint. Let me just finish that, and then go ahead. The other thing is that for Italian kids that are wanting to become professional, for them their dream is the Serie A. They don't give a shit about the Premier League. They don't care about La Liga or Bundesliga. They want to become Serie A legends.
Right.
You know, Italy is not one of the smallest.
Yeah, if you give the money, I don't know about that.
But it's one of the biggest leagues, right? It's one of the biggest leagues in the world. So a lot of these guys, with the fact that they want to stay in the country where they can speak Italian, they feel comfortable, they're close to their families, and they want to be Serie A players.
Listen,
Right.
so Roy, you
So-
don't think there's a problem with development of Italian
So
players?
development
No, I don't think so at all.
and that's no my question. I feel like the development part. The reason why I asked that is because
But Roy, things have changed though. It's not like it used to be.
I looked at two countries that failed in the past, which means France and Germany, and what they did. And I listened to like forums, conventions, whatever strategy they implemented in their academies to get back. So I can give you an example. And France and Germany, they did the same thing in terms of like they issued more UEFA licenses to some of these even coaches that were like, meaning when I say they issued, they allowed them in like, smaller little municipalities, like in smaller towns, to even get more licenses to develop these guys. So they took it really serious and they incorporate that within like their government policies or whatever. They really incorporated it, brought it to the forefront to make sure that like this is kind of like a cultural thing that we need to preserve.
Exactly.
So I'm asking the question, I'm not
Italy hasn't done that.
I'm asking
Italy hasn't done it. They need to do that. Germany did it and it worked out great for them.
Right.
France did it worked out great for them. Spain has been doing it for a long time and it great work for them. Italy is not doing that.
Because even Spain, right? I was listening to like this little the smallest team in Spain with the smallest budget, Eibar, out of Spain. They're even that smaller town is what like there was like a conference. It was in English, and if I can find the link, I'll send it to y'all. So the president was even talking like how they create even these type of events or conventions, like they market themselves out where they bring people even from the outside, from India, from Japan to come, work with their team, see what it is, and it's kind of more of a networking thing where all that develops. And I feel like when you're a team, even though we can talk about language barrier, right? But put that aside, in the modern of globalization, doesn't mean you bring other players in, but seeking outside stuff. That's why I'm happy, kind of like the Americans are coming to Italy, not to destroy Italian culture, destroy Serie A, keep that essence, but you need what's working in the outside in. Because if you're just working from the inside, you're just not going to get where you want to get at if it hasn't been working for the past few years. And that's what other teams are allowed.
Look, the Italian school of football is always going to create competitive players.
Indeed,
always.
I agree.
But they just haven't done something like where it's a political thing, organization, and it's a whole. There's no planning, right? They can't do that in Italy because Italy, the bureaucracy is impossible.
Indeed, right.
And this
In Italy, we're lazy, Roy. In Italy, we're lazy, we're relaxed. Even though, imagine we won the European Cup. Imagine we do like the other national team. We will kill.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
Let me
absolutely.
I kind of disagree though. I think that currently there's only like a handful of like good Italian youth like
How do you know though? How do you know?
from what no, I mean like proven from what I've seen like in Serie A. Like, I don't think there's too many of them compared to like let's say like France or
The problem, what I'd say again, if we kick Maldini out, we get Di Ketelaere. Di Ketelaere is not a national team. So if we all the number 9, 10, and 11 in Italy, they're all foreign. If we keep putting foreign people, we're never gonna find those players because we don't give a chance to people.
Well, that's because they're not. Well, my argument is that that's because we haven't developed enough top class players in those positions.
Okay, but the problem, Guido, is this. Okay, that Milan. 1 second. Milan is going for a free player, Origi. They don't want to spend 40 million for Scamacca, and that's the issue.
Yeah, but listen, Scamacca is not worth 50 million, please.
Okay, but Sassuolo won't ask you
Roy,
for less.
Roy, that's my argument.
I know, Roy, you would buy
Scamacca
for 50 million?
He's not even that good.
Scamacca was playing close to my town, in Ascoli was playing. Come on.
But that's the issue. Like getting the Italian
Scamacca is worth 50 million. So if Scamacca is worth 50 million.
But that's why Origi is playing there, not Scamacca.
That's why Berardi is still at Sassuolo. They want 40 million.
The issue that I see with Italian talents is that the Italian league, compared to the other top 3 leagues, have been completely isolated in terms of development. When you look at the defense, I mean, Italians are very famous for their defense. You have Maldini, you have Cannavaro, you have Chiellini, you have Scheria, you have so many players. How many players of that level do Italians have today? So when I was reading about one Italy once, the old Italian teams, that is the 1930s, the Italians were not technically that great, but their strength was their athletic capacity. But right now, the Germans, the French, even the English have grown so much that the Italians have not been able to keep up with that sort of growth. And I think that's why there's a difference, huge difference, a gulf in quality between the Italians and so many other countries. Even the clubs,
Agreed.
even on the club level, there's something called as the Youth Champions League. So we actually participated in that, and we didn't even win a single game. There were 2 draws and 4 losses. Even the so-called great Nasty Kirkesh. I think Nasty was injured. Kirkesh, they were not even able to keep up, and our Primavera actually was like we escaped relegation on the second last day of the league. So I mean,
Camar this time. Camar.
I'm not even gonna take. I'm not gonna even take Milan. Let's take the example of Roma or even in. I think right now the only exception to my example is Juventus, who's actually done well, and Miretti and Sule are said to be some good players. So I'm hoping that Allegri can actually integrate them in, or they can actually get a loan and go somewhere else. But if you're actually comparing, okay, let's even take the example of Colombo. Colombo is one of the premium players of our promo. Colombo is not even good at Serie B level. He just scored 6 goals, and he went on a 6 month goalless streak. That's the kind of that's the kind of development we have, and I think that development in our Primavera is completely dead. The Germans, the Italians, I'm sorry, not the Italians, the Germans, the French, even Austria, Salzburg, they use so much of modern techniques. Something that I've read about Salzburg using a method for preventing injuries that is used in NASA. It's called an astronaut's moonwalk. They make these players do these kind of things. They stay so fit that actually nothing like that. I mean, in Italy, it is still done through the old scouting techniques. No data is infused. No modern techniques. No modern equipment. No proper care is given to these players. Like I mean, it's still they're still using techniques that's done in 1990s and 1980s. That technique does not work anymore when you're comparing it to the level of the French or the Germans. So that kind of thing, it does not work anymore. And the problem is there is no acceptance of this. There is no accepting. Yeah, we're not good enough. Let's try something different. Let's do something different. Let's try to copy the French or the Germans, and infuse something
Let me
new.
stop you
Wait,
there.
wait, can I say one thing? I agree
No, no, no,
100%.
no,
I
no.
agree
Let me just
100%.
talk with Rohit. Rohit, it's not a matter of acceptance. It's much more complicated than that. Making like a national plan, like the French did, like the Germans did, in Italy is almost impossible. It's almost impossible. So it's more of a geopolitical issue than a footballing issue. Like they'll
Right.
never agree.
I agree to this. I agree. I completely agree. Yes, you cannot obviously 100% copy technique by technique, but I'm sure along the way. I mean, forget that. I'll open with this. The biggest uh, the first way of solving a problem is to accept there is a problem. Accept the fact that yes, we are not good enough. We are not doing this. That has not been done. Not just at the youth level. I was reading an article yesterday. Milan and Inter Milan, announced the stadium project in bloody 2019. It is 2022, and not a brick has been put together on this. This is the problem. It's not. There is a huge lack of revenue. I'm not saying Italian clubs are not trying. There is a huge lack of revenue. They can't even pay their first 11 players properly. Then how the hell are they going to infuse money into the youth? There has to be something that changes. Nothing is changing. It's the second consecutive time they're missing out on the World Cup. What is what's the sort of thing. This is not a direct comparison, but when in cricket in 2007, when India missed out on the 2007 World Cup, there was a huge, there was a huge uproar. There were so many changes, and then in 2011 we won the World Cup. I cannot compare this, but then there was something like this. What have Italy done? 2018 they missed out. They blamed it all on Tavecchio and that coach, the Torino coach. They blamed it all on him, and then they brought in Mancini. They had some moderate success with the Euros, and again they are going back to the same thing. So what has been done? It's not on the coach. The coach is just selecting the players that has been given to him, because in international football, you don't have the options of transfers. You have to select from the pool that is there. The pool is completely poor. I even said this about Romagnoli. Romagnoli and Rugani were the players that were supposed to take us forward in terms of defense. That has not happened. Who's going to be the next defender? Mancini is going to be the next defender. Mancini itself is
Bastoni is there at least.
Bastoni is there.
Guys,
Bastoni and Mancini.
but don't be surprised if someone just pops up out of nowhere this year, or maybe 2 or 3 more pop out every year.
I would be
you
really
talk.
happy.
Can I ask
Yeah,
you a
but
question?
that's
guys?
how. But excuse me, but this is how it's always been since I remember.
Can I
Every year, a few more come out. Every year, a few more come out, and they come out. Unfortunately, right
Yeah,
now,
but
before it used to be 12 because it was just more like now it's 4, it's 5.
Roy, let me ask you a question. So on Rohit's point about accepting the problem, I haven't heard you accept the problem yet. So what are your thoughts? Do you accept
No,
that
I
there's a
said
problem?
for me, the problem with club football is mentality. It's not a football issue. But to Rohit's point, to why I not that I don't disagree, but I listen to a lot of Italian football programs where you have a lot of people speaking to the whole of Italy, not just to YouTube. And there's nobody in Italy that says that what is going on with the football is good. Like nobody said, everybody knows in Italy that right now Italy is not at its highest level.
That's fun.
You don't hear anybody say that Italy is doing great. Italy is doing no. They all say there's a problem with youth. Not enough of them are coming up. We couldn't make the
actually,
World Cup.
to support Roy's point, I think he's correct. But the problem is the people who matter, they're not agreeing to this. So I remember that when the Newcastle's owner, the co-owner of Newcastle, Amanda Staveley, said that Serie A is not worth investing. The structure of the league is not worth investing. There's no money in there. You know what Gabriele Gravina said? He said that Italian league is like a Ferrari, and all the other leagues are like ruthless race cars. That statement made me want. I almost banged my head on the wall. Italian league, the winner of the Scudetto gets less than the team that is relegating in EPL, and you're comparing the league to a Ferrari
Right.
car.
Hey,
The
Roy.
amount of delusion, the
Hey,
amount
Roy.
of delusion that is.
And Roy, just to add to your point, remember, I don't know if you find out about this. So in India, what just happened, right? Like with Serie A, they legit just fumble a whole bag on this TV deal about Serie A distribution over there, and people took uproar for it, meaning like they were about to get a lot of more revenue, but like people from like the Italian Federation League didn't really care enough to put in the effort where you have like a market of 1.3 billion people that actually want to watch the league, but you don't make the effort to try to make sure they get distribution out there like properly. Because
Yep.
I think they're only showing 6 games from just a couple of teams where people want to watch. And those are the things they're not doing that the EPL and these other teams like the Bundesliga and Spain, they're doing out the way. And that's where they need to start looking. And that's how you modernize, right? Because let's even put talent aside.
Wasn't there someone that was about to buy it? What happened? Why didn't they make that deal? Do you guys remember?
I think B in sport. It was something that had to do with being in sport. I can find an article, but it's something that had to do with I think being in sport had it before. And they're getting the big deal, but I think there was too much hoops in terms of like
There's
contract
actually
issues.
there's actually something that happened. I read it from a journalist in Australia. So last season, Serie A did not have any rights sold in the MENA region, that is the Middle East and the North Africa region. So they were showing games free on YouTube. Imagine in
Yep.
2022 you're showing games free on bloody YouTube when EPL is earning like 6 billion a year or whatever. So they ran a tender. The Italian league ran a tender. They called for broadcasting rights. So BN quoted 120 million for 3 years, and some other company quoted 80 million for 3 years. Guess who got it? Guess who got it? It's the group that bid 80 million. So they bloody gave up 40 million for what? I don't know. BN is like one of the largest companies in the Middle East. It's owned by the chairman of BSG, Al Khalafi. He has some shares in BN. That's the kind of stupidity that this league has. They just gave up 40 million for some or no reason, and it's completely. I mean, even in Australia, they actually announced the TV rights just 5 hours before the first game of last season. That's how poor it is. Meanwhile, English Premier League, they hype up their calendar 1 month before the league starts. Here you have no marketing, no athlete, nothing. It's not just to the Primavera, or it's not just limited to the game. It's complete. It's like a disease that has spread faster than COVID. And to get rid of this disease, people have to accept that yes, this is a problem. And it's not just people like you, me, or Roy. It's like it has to come from the people that matter the most. That's not happening. Unless that happens, nothing is going to change.
And
Yeah.
I think my problem is more with the Italian Federation, not even with the clubs, because the Italian Federation should really take. They're responsible for promoting, for marketing Serie A what it is. We have love for Milan from the early 2000 years. There's so much we can do. It's good we on the stream from an even English speaking standpoint. We can try to get it wherever it gets at, but they have the tools to be able to get there, and they can do it. Because in this whole thing, since we've been talking, we're not saying Italy is never going to catch up. There's none of that. We have hope. It's going to happen, but it's like when they're
It's gonna
going to
take a
come to the
revolution, but yeah.
right. It's
And
not more of a
Clinton,
revolution, but I think
to
too is
add to your
good.
point, you actually brought up a great point, and it reminded me. In Italy, there is a huge democratic system, which is like the crux of every issue. All of these bloody presidents have to vote, and you have people like Calazio,
Exactly, exactly.
bloody
This is
it's
very
like
issue.
Cairo and Lotito and one more guy I don't know. Setti, that is the president of Verona. There was a proposal from Amazon to broadcast the Serie A on Amazon. These guys actually went against it. Amazon was actually bidding very huge amounts. Well, I don't know why. It's like their club is going to get more money, and they're like, no, we don't want money. This is bloody 2022. I don't know what this is the crux of every problem. If I
Yep.
think if there are even three people who vote against something, then the Lega have to go against something. So you have these kind of old people who don't want to change their ways.
It's not only old people. It's not only because of their age. It's for other reasons too. But it's exaggerated. The layers things have to do in order for something to happen. I mean, there's a reason why that country is moving at snail pace. It's this exaggerated
So Roy,
bureaucracy on
I have a
steroids.
question. Roy, I have a question. So I don't know. I've never been to Italy. So how much? What's the accessibility through football fields in Italy for the youth, in terms of like in the neighborhood? Like how accessible is it?
I mean,
Dad, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm listening because if we start talking about Italy, oh my gosh, Italy is the most beautiful country in the world.
No,
So
it is.
we,
I'm going to Italy next year, but
I
I'm
know,
I'm just asking
but
like
we
the
have some
accessibility.
bureaucracy problem because politicians they steal everything over there. So, like many other countries, like South America, I don't know, but they don't do. That's too much bureaucracy. When you gotta
The
set up, you gotta make a decision. There too many party involved, too many people involved. That it's too slow to make a decision.
The reason why I ask, because of a field accessibility, that's one thing that I think countries like France are winning in, because they mandate in every little neighborhood there's at least a football field where players just develop, and they go pick them. That just become like some sort of like, subconscious, like, recruiting station, and that's
Well,
been intentional.
depends where you live in Italy. For sure, north of Italy, like everywhere in the world, is more developed than the south.
And that's been the problem,
So
because I was listening to a forum where they said, how can you create a pipeline to connect to the south where people don't always have to go to the north all the time? Like Milan,
no.
the Torino for, how do you create something
Yeah, but the
like in the
funny thing,
south?
most of the Italian talents, they all come from the south anyway.
Right.
So
So how do you create something in place over there where you can recruit better? Because it's not everybody in the south, I assume, that's able to make it up north and
listen,
get accepted to a big
I
team.
have a theory as well. I
the
think
pro-
that. Go ahead.
no, the problem is not the big teams, the people, big team they have money. The little team, local teams. I remember my town at the beach town when I was born was one of the best youth club in Italy. They were play with the Milan. Because in Italy, you teams doesn't matter if you play Serie A or not. You still goes by the way you deserve as a youth team. In
Mm-hmm.
Milan went Serie B like it was 2 years ago, the
Mm-hmm.
Primavera team. So
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't matter if you play Serie A or Serie B, Serie C, doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
So my area, the best youth team, one of the best in Italy. They went bankruptcy. They were there to rebuild the team again. I don't even know what's going on right now. Gianpaolo's brother grew up there. I have many friends that went Serie A, Pescara, whatever, Torino, many teams.
Hmm.
So Gianpaolo's brother was really good. He was a year older than me. He went Juventus youth team, then he played Serie A all life. Pescara, I forgot what team he played. But what I mean,
Jump out.
they were really
Gianpaolo,
good.
the coach that we had.
The coach, Gianpaolo's family, they're all soccer players. His cousin was
Giampaolo del
coaching me.
Maestro.
Yeah,
Giampaolo
but
del
he
Maestro.
was a good player, Gianpaolo. He was a Serie C player, Serie B player, I think, bro.
According to Paqueta, he said he's a maestro. Giampaolo is a maestro.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but now we Milan.
Actually, when you watch
Paquetá
the
really
South
missed them.
American League, yeah, actually, when you watch the South American League, they play a very different style compared to Europe. There is absolutely no pressing the person on the ball, and they don't defend very deep. They actually play a very high line. So when a person from South America actually comes to Europe, it actually takes them a lot of time to get used to this kind of football. Even if you look at Vinicius Junior, he took actually 3 to 4 seasons to actually get used to the style of play here. So Paqueta also he actually I mean for him France is actually a bit more suited to his style because there they play very attacking football. Here it's like all that we have to take. I mean a team like Milan have to take the honors to attack and score the goals because the opposition will always park the bus against us. I
Yeah,
think that
because South America, they play a free flowing football. They're not really tactical, and that's why they struggle. Like now, because before free flowing football, if you go to the '90s, early before, it used to work and they used to be dominant. But now, what's happening is that in Europe, they're becoming technical and they're using the free flowing. So now South
actually
American teams are just
in
struggling.
Europe, what has changed is the fitness levels of the players have increased exponentially. So if you're actually looking at teams like Liverpool, they have a lot of stamina. They cover a lot of ground. So they play the gegen pressing obviously. So when a player has the ball, you have 2 or 3 people coming to take that ball away from him. That's not the kind of system they have in South America. So what happens is there is much more space, and like I said before in the stream, space is the most important thing in European football. So they have much more space there. So that way, for them it is difficult. So if even look at Caio Jorge, he's not adapted to the Serie A as much. I actually took a survey. I tried to find out who all coming from South America, not just Brazil, coming from South America, who all actually have made an impact in their first season. So some names I got was Falcao, then Falcao, James Rodriguez was medium. It was medium. He was not a great impact, neither he was a bad impact. Falcao. Then there was a player, Jackson Martinez, Marquinhos. Only like few people. Some people you can actually count on your hand. Only those number of people have actually come in their first season and had a very good impact. So it actually takes time for these Brazilians and the South Americans to come to Italy or any other leagues to and come and make an impact. For them, it's more easier to go to Brazil, to go to Portugal or Spain because of their cultural similarities. In Spain and Portugal, the culture is the same, the style of living, the language, even the weather is also very similar. So that's why you have Benfica, Porto, and all of these clubs actually attracting a lot of South American people. So,
But going back,
yeah.
but going back to Italy though, I feel that if in the Serie A we able to, which I know is gonna happen within the next 5 years, and it's good. That's why I'm happy that Milan won this year because the Milano teams become good. Juve becomes competitive. The league raises above, even though we have a lot of foreigners. I think through that, we should be able to get a crop of another youth of pool of talent, the talents going through those ranks because teams now are performing at a higher level and teams want to look up to something. Because my biggest fear was that us being bad for so long, like if you're bad for a good 15, 16 years, an 8-year-old kid doesn't want to go to Milan. He's just going to be like, I don't remember them winning anything. They're trash. Why would I want to go there? And that's why a lot of people want to go to Man City and all these teams because it just creates a generation for, your team to kind of like, fall off. But us winning and still having that name, and I
Very
think
true.
Italian teams
Very
becoming
true.
big, people can be like, you know what, I actually want to go play in Italy. Some people, if you ask them, even when you eat the Origi and all them, they remember Milan probably winning in 2007. I mean, they were still there. They weren't really babies. They remember. So you need to have a clear imagery. If somebody comes and tell me Torino, like, oh, they used to be the big team in the early years, and say, I don't remember that. My dad wasn't even born then. But I know they won the league then, but they're not good. So if you're going bad for 2, 3 generations, that's a problem. So speaking of our
Yeah,
league,
very
we have
true.
to get back to levels real quick. Or if we're just that bad for the next 20 years, we're gonna be like the Dutch Premier League and nobody's gonna care.
Yep.
So
Colin,
So,
I guess since
100%.
I'm sure most of you are familiar with the US, I'm sure you guys must be knowing what is. Or you might have seen the movie Moneyball. So, have you seen the movie Moneyball?
I have.
Moneyball, I know about it. Yeah.
Yeah, Moneyball
No, I've
is
not seen it.
it's a wonderful concept. So it's actually based on baseball. So I don't know much about baseball, but I understood the concept. So Brad Pitt is the hero of the movie, and he's the manager of a club called Oakland Athletics. So
Yep.
he and his scouts are sitting down because they're losing their three main players. So let's imagine AC Milan and Paolo Maldini is sitting with the scouts. So they're going to lose their three best players, right? They're going to lose three best players. So there's a huge discussion. Okay, we're going to let this guy go. This X player is the perfect one to kind of replace him. So that's when Brad Pitt actually says you're not recognizing the problem. The problem is that there are teams like New York Yankees. So New York Yankees is a giant. So let's compare New York Yankees to something like Real Madrid. They're like a Real Madrid, and they're a very rich club. They can even if they have a very bad season, they can actually go and make a big purchase like how they got Xiaomani, or they had years and years of bad times, and then they got Kaká and Cristiano Ronaldo in one season. So there's Real Madrid, then there are maybe two other teams, then there's 50 feet of crap, and then there's us. The problem is there is very less money in Oakland Athletics. So what are you gonna do? So they hired somebody called Banks. So in 2004. This is actually a very rare concept. They were using numbers. They were analyzing players with numbers, and then they used it, and then they bought players who were never heard of or never seen of, or these players were like, man, they're not gonna make it anymore. Just throw this guy out. He's too old, or his style is not appealing to us. They got those sort of players. They created a system and they won the league. Something like that. I don't know much about baseball, baseball. So what we are doing right now is very similar to Moneyball. We got Kier. Kier was a reject at Atalanta and Sevilla. We got Tamori. He was also not appreciated in Chelsea. We got so many players. What we are doing is Moneyball. We are using data. Obviously, if baseball and
Right.
football is
And that's what
completely different. Yeah, I'm coming to it. Football and baseball is completely different. You can compare baseball to a bit more statistics, but football is a very subjective sport. So what they do, you have somebody like Moncada, the scout who found Mbappe. So we are using something like data, and we are using proper old school scouting. So we are having something of a modern approach. We are using a combination. We are actually analyzing. We actually, if suppose next game is against Juventus, we're going to analyze UA's last 6 games. We're going to find out the holes in the game, and we're going to exploit it. We've been doing this. We even have an app built for players and age information that our analyst feed out. It's fed through that app. So we're actually having a lot of these kind of things. Something that is very unique in Italy, but it is very common in the Premier League and in Germany. The best part of this is that actually this system does not need a lot of like 50 million purchases. Maybe for us because we are a big club now, but if you're looking at the level of Sassuolo or maybe Spezia or maybe Genoa, that these kind of clubs can actually use this Moneyball approach, and they can actually build a good system and a good academy. Why they don't do this is the problem that I have with Italian clubs alone.
That's a great point. Wait, what about? Do you think Atalanta was somewhat effective?
Atalanta, yes. Atalanta, yes.
they are.
Atalanta.
What? Here's a team that also use it. Brentford did use it. You know,
Yeah,
teams use it across Europe, right?
yeah,
But the
I
problem
actually,
is
I
what makes it.
actually, I
Go
actually
ahead.
researched about Brentford. Brentford's model is very amazing and it's very unconventional. So what Brentford did was that they used this Moneyball approach, and they since they Brentford is actually based in West London, so they actually got players from all of these academy fallouts from Arsenal, Chelsea, and all of
Ivan
these big
Toney
clubs.
was on Newcastle, I think, and
Yeah,
Arsenal.
they
Yeah.
got these players. They actually even and they created a mathematical model. This is one of the most amazing things I've heard. They created a mathematical model, and they created a table. What if all the leagues, all like French league, Italian league, English Premier League, what if all of these leagues actually was one league? Where would Brentford like? Right? Where would Brentford like? How many
which
teams are
which which
similar?
which which happens, right? But the problem is this though. Football
Yeah,
is
so
so
they
cultural.
they actually
Look,
got they actually yeah
the,
let me finish.
okay.
So they actually got into that table, and they found out teams which were similar to them, and they actually found out players who they can afford. That's how they bought. And in terms of training, they even brought in like very things which are not heard of. They actually hired a sleep analyst. What do you do with sleep in a football club? It's like a sleep analyst would give the players techniques like how to maximize their sleep, maximize rest, so that they can better their performances. They even hired the set piece coach of Italy. They even hired a throw in coach. What it did was it actually improved their performances without spending big money. Their
Right.
revenue until they got into the Premier League was only 13 million.
Okay,
Now
so
they're
my
earning a lot of money. Yeah, go on, go on.
so my so my thing now is this. What you're saying, this is all standardized. Like from a standardized a baseline, getting an efficient team is good, right? When we start talking about winning, you really think because winning meaning you need outlier players, right? Players that are outside the grid, your anomalies, like your Messi. You really think you can filter these type of guys to that type of system? And the reason why I ask that is like football is a really cultural sport, man. It's not you can't really a dude like Messi. Do you really put him through that test? And
Didn't Monaco
base
do that with Mbappe though? It's
that's
possible.
and that's my question though. Do you see that right away and be like, oh, his ratio, whatever, we know what kid to get. You don't know unless some of these guys, depending on the good day, they can start dribbling people whatsoever. Like that. That's why I feel like football is so different from other sports because you don't even know when somebody decides to wear a shirt. Like somebody wanted to play it to Milan their whole life and maybe they were trash and then one day they decide to play with us, and then boy, they're just top tier god level, right? Because players like the Zidane and all that, they weren't prodigy kids. Some of these players weren't even prodigies at the lower level. If you look at them, they're like, okay, they're like the other crop. But some
Key
people
is
were work
yeah. The key
like somebody.
is
But
sorry, go ahead.
okay, so I give you an example. Somebody like Drogba, until when he was 22, Drogba is considered what they call late bloomer strikers. 22 years old, he was still playing in D2 in France, like D2 meaning like the second division in France. He was still there until Gangun picked him up. He didn't make his big move to Chelsea until he was 26, going on to 27, and he went on to become this big Chelsea legend. So what I'm trying to say is, if you want the winning, you're winning guys. Like people, if winning players, those are good. The money ball, which I feel like all of them are doing, but I feel like football is too cultural, and I think the players, your Holland and all that they're gonna bring it to the other step. I don't think they get filtered out to that system. I think when they go to that system, they actually have really low numbers, or they maybe not even that good. They
Yeah.
just maybe
Yeah,
personality wise.
Colin, actually, that's not how it works. I'll tell you how it works. So it's physically impossible to watch like 15, 20 leagues together. I mean, you need to have like 100,000 scouts to
Right.
watch all of these leagues. So what they do is, obviously we are not educated in this. We are not educated in sports science and data science. I just know a little bit of it, but if you need to study all of this, it's like education, right? So there are people
I'm
who
sort
know
of
this.
I did projects on it, by the way. I'm a data I have like a master in applied economics, so I did do a lot of data science, and I applied a little bit to some website where they scrap like data, and I messed with a lot of soccer data a little bit. I'm not as an expert, but I have like,
Yeah,
a bit
actually,
of a
data
fair idea.
analysis and soccer data analysis is a bit different. So,
Hmm.
there are people who are data analysts. They don't know anything about football. Like, I know people in my country who are expert at mathematics and statistics, but they don't know
Hmm.
anything about football, right? So,
Hmm.
what they do is they scrape data from all of these websites. They pay
Hmm.
these websites, and then they're going to
Hmm.
crunch the numbers, right? They're gonna crunch.
Hmm.
So let's say the scouts, we need a center forward, right? Whenever we need a center forward, so they'll
Hmm.
have metrics like this much of XG, this much of this much of that. They're gonna have these
Hmm.
metrics. So let's say they take 100 numbers from this scraped data, they're gonna make it down to 50, right? The data helps them to bring down the number to 50. Then these so the scout takes these 50 numbers, he passes it on to somebody higher to it. Then
Hmm.
again, they're gonna use data, and they're gonna crunch the numbers to, let's say, 20. Then these
Hmm.
20 numbers are then passed on to Moncada, who is our chief scout.
Hmm.
Moncada will obviously use data, plus he will go and watch these players personally. He's gonna
Hmm.
watch these players personally. They're gonna like let's say they're gonna see him for 2 3. We actually scouted Botman for 6 months, which is why it was heartbreaking for me to lose him. So we actually scout somebody. We scout him. So from that 15 to 20 numbers that Moncada got, he's going to bring down the list to maybe five numbers. That five numbers goes to Masara. Masara, in consultation with Maldini and obviously the financial side, we're gonna negotiate with these five people. Whoever we get on our terms, we're gonna sign that one. So what it does is, we get performance with data, and like you said, the cultural aspect, we get that with our, we actually go and see him, we speak to him, so we actually get that. So that's how you do that in football.
Right, right, and which I use some of these seconds because last year I did on I took the top three leagues. So we go on this website Kaggle, top three leagues. It was originally five, but I cleared it down to only three, and I use penalty as a predictor. And how can penalty, like anybody, like a conversion, right? Either scoring or you're missing a penalty. How does that dictate? What are the how does that dictate the outcome of a game? Just to try to see, the factor that penalty, understand the influence of a penalty and just in a regular seasonal game. And it's pretty interesting. So it's different, data analysis tactics that will show you and be like, okay, this is like the higher pin. There's different techniques, which I'm not going to go into details of it, but it's interesting where, stuff we watch the game just for the love of it, but from the stats thing, they do work. But going back, when I mean it doesn't work all the time, let's say a dude like Seaman Khan, for example, right? If they're looking at the stats, he probably had higher stats than Tomori, because that's what we're looking at first. Tomori was the second option, but now I don't
No,
even
so
hear about dude.
the thing is, this data is for teams that actually do not have the financial power. So let's maybe like compare ourselves to Real Madrid. Real Madrid is able to spend 100 million on a player so easily, but can we do that? We can't even spend 30 million here. So we will have to crunch the data. We will have to get players unconventionally. And if you're looking at on a big scale, I think Liverpool is the best example of how Moneyball can work. I mean, for them it is not Moneyball since they actually spend the world record on on Van Dijk
I
and so
think I
many
think
other players.
I think the Germans are good at that though, because Leipzig. Did you know like Leipzig they have like a technology where like they can predict like players and injuries. I didn't
Yeah,
even know that.
actually, that's what Milan Lab did. Milan Lab did all that before Leipzig did it. We had a kind of contract with Microsoft where we used to predict injuries. So there was
Mm,
even there was a very special story about Sedov. So Sedov actually had a huge problem when he was injured. He had a very big thigh problem. So we
mm,
brought him, and there was a guy called Mirsim, and he was the chief doctor at Milan Lab. So
mm,
he actually found out that Sedov had some problem with his teeth. So once he removed that teeth, Sedov was injury free, and and then we know what all happened. We know what happened with Sedov. He went on to be one of the best players of our club. So we actually had this Milan Lab thing until 2010, where Berlusconi decided no more spending because it was very lucrative. It was very expensive. So Milan
mm,
Lab was one of the first we were actually pioneers of modern medicine in football. We
mm,
actually used data. We had every day, every 15 days, we had our players come in. They had to jump, run, kick, do all those kind of things. That was we actually
Yeah.
pioneered that. But what Leipzig did was they actually went one above us. I mean, something like experience cannot be built. It cannot be found. But they actually found a way to reduce the gap for them as well. They had a contract with a company called Umbrella Corporation, and they brought in a machine called SoccerBot, which is something like a PlayStation. It's like you have to stand inside a huge structure. They're gonna replay you games of like, let's say the last game Leipzig played was against Bayern Munich. They're gonna play you games of Bayern Munich, and they're gonna find your mistakes. They're gonna actually help you solve it. So what it does is the next time the player finds himself in a situation that way, he's gonna actually remember, oh yeah, this is what I did. So it actually helps him to grow in that experience. So they even have a soccer bot which actually makes them to be better. So that, I mean, the Germans have. I mean, obviously Leipzig started it, and then it was copied by Dortmund. They have a machine called the Football Knot. It's there on YouTube. You can actually see it. It's a wonderful system. They've actually done that. So they're actually finding modern techniques. Whereas in Italy there is no modern technique, there is no data, there is no money ball, there is nothing. What are they? They're still using old age-old systems. The tactics does not. One important thing.
but I think teams like Sassuolo or like Sassuolo and Atlanta, because they have good youth, so I think therefore they have really good scouts, and they are in that type of wave also, for sure.
The success rate of the success rate is very low. The success rate in Italy is very low. I'm not saying it's completely devoid
Because
of.
Atlanta made, I think, is it 300 million in sales in terms of people they sold?
Atalanta actually are the outlier of the Italian league. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
they are the only one who actually do. I think even Empoli have a good youth system. I don't know if they're using data, but Empoli also have a good youth system. They have Aslani, they have that one more Albanian player, but Bayrami. They have Bayrami, Aslani. They have Matteo Vitti. They had Zelensky, they had Benasser, they had Krunic. So there are so many players. They're actually having a good system. Other than that,
Uh,
I can't even. Yeah,
I just want to jump in.
I'm
It's been
sorry.
a little while. Yeah, no, I just wanted to ask all this talk with this data and the Moneyball approach. Like, I am totally for this. I want to ask you though, let's look at Milan's trajectory. With this approach, do you think that it's realistic to eventually win the Champions League? And let me ask you this: if we aim for that, with still with this approach, do you think that the Serie A, by just us being a successful individual team, will improve? And can we be optimistic, like that we can kind of lift the whole league in some aspects?
I think the answer to that is Liverpool. You can see how Liverpool have worked out. I mean, Liverpool obviously are being supported by a huge budget. I mean, they're earning around 500, 600 million a year, whereas we have just hit the 300 million mark for the first time in our history. So we are severely, crippled by our budget and our finances. We can actually
I'll
win the league if we spend.
I'll say no. I'll say yes, we can. The Champions League, yes, we can. Cause I'll say it like this: you use that model just not for even for the youth. Let's say even from outlier players, right? Players that probably don't get enough playing time. Which, don't get it wrong, Milan really kind of did it in the past though. When we look at our team that won in '07, put aside like the star players, right? When we look at the people like the Yankulovsky or Massimo Odo, they weren't coming from big. We didn't splash cash on these guys, right? We saw them, hey, let's take this guy. So you get a couple of good players around that you develop and you kind of bring. I feel like our best model going forward will be kind of like a Bayern. You understand? We don't splash on players. We'll be able to get the good ones, and they just kind of like come throughout, our Milan philosophy or system. If we can't compete with the Premier League, because Bayern obviously can compete with the Premier League, right? Yes, they have a good budget, but to what extent? Bayern is not out there buying 500 million or throwing a tantrum because we didn't win this year. Let's go spend 80 million on on such and such player. No, right? As gradually they have a strict policy, but they also develop good players. But I think what Milan is doing, we definitely can be able to win a championship with this method, right? Not spending meaning, and the only reason the reason we'll be able to do that, meaning the players that we have just become better with time. That would be my argument with that.
Actually, I don't think we are Champions League quality anywhere yet. Bayern,
No,
we
I didn't
cannot
say
compare
yet, but I
ourselves.
said in the future.
I can't see us competing. I mean, I can't say we are Bayern at all because Bayern have a real monopoly in the league. I mean, every and any talent in their country actually wants to play for Bayern. But in Italy, I think that's a bit more diluted because we have Juventus and we have Inter Milan along with ourselves. So, and obviously Massimo, I've actually done a tactical analysis on our 2007 team and the way we played against Manchester United in the 3-0 win. The thing is that that team actually is very underrated by our fans because we didn't have big names, but that team was actually playing something like something
Tiki
very
Taka. Yeah, that team was
that
playing
that that
incredible possession football.
that was la partita perfecta, as Roy would say. But
Yes,
that
yeah.
Ambrosini and Gattuso are so goddamn underrated. I mean, we if we speak about Gattuso, we actually speak about how he was this grinta merchant. But actually, I've seen Gattuso play more line-breaking passes than anybody in our current midfield. And then you have Ambrosini, who is so quiet and efficient. He actually covered more ground than anybody in that match. So we don't have, and then you have somebody like Seedorf. I haven't seen a player like Seedorf in the current generation in any team. Like somebody who can, who is technically elegant like Pirlo, and somebody who is so physically dominating. I mean, there is no player like him. Somebody who can come close is Ryan.
So I'll give you an example though. Like in '03, I remember 2003 very well. Milan didn't have like the best team per se on paper compared to Madrid, even Inter, even Juventus. Milan really didn't. Like the way we even got up there, but it's that's when the cultural aspect kicks in, and then you have the. I always tell people like that Nedved yellow card like saved us so much. I feel because I feel like Nedved was playing that final. I don't know, man, and I'm a Milanista, but I just don't know if we even win that if Nedved doesn't get that yellow card against Madrid. And Madrid, the Galacticos were reunited. That crazy thing when the way they beat Man U, because Man U was loaded, and then Madrid was loaded because Ronaldo had just moved there. So I'm saying all this is like we can, as much as you might say, oh, I think Milan can win the next 5 6 years, or at least we can go really deep in that Champions League. Especially if this year we're able at least to get out the group stage, right? Even try to like flirt a little bit with quarterfinals if we can. And there's a consistency like in the league hours before. There's no reason. The names, like I always say, football is a cycle. Remember when Liverpool was down, they were out of champion for so long. We remember Liverpool was just they were like you can't even mention them. But look where they are now. We talk about Liverpool again. So teams that have history, I'm a firm believer that they always come back regardless. The same as Madrid. Madrid, I think they run on a 4 year run or 5 years run, not even qualifying for the quarterfinals. When they had they should be kicked out. After '03, after 2003, it took until 2009 for Madrid to even find themselves back into the semifinals. Almost 6 years. So that's when Cristiano and they made those big name moves because it wasn't working no more with the Robinho. They were getting eliminated each time they get out the group stage. So I feel like it's just a cycle. Our time was like we're out of the Champions League for 7 years. We're coming back. I think we're in the vision. We're not playing. We're not pressing the panic button. We're not moving on the emotions, right? We're moving really carefully, and it might sound frustrating, but I think the way we're operating, I think it's just in the right path. And I think the Scudetto alone just justify it. I don't care if people say it's a fluke. Us winning that alone just gonna reinforce the policies or whatever, adventure we on.
Yeah, I agree that we're going in a good direction. I mean, it's just going to take time, and that's the issue. It's going to take time because this team is not going to spend any real money until their balance accounts are in the greens.
Roy, a bit off topic, but did you read about Elon Musk and Twitter, the entire case?
I know that he's not buying Twitter anymore.
Yeah, so Redbird is in that sort of a situation with Elliot. I mean, it's not about buying or not buying. They're not the owners. They just have an agreement with Elliot to buy the club. So until and unless the entire
Yeah, I know.
transfer of ownership has changed, and Redbird cannot actually use their own money to buy players. But
I know.
meanwhile,
Yeah.
their club Toulouse is actually buying a lot of players. They're actually building their
Really?
club, and yesterday they beat a
How
team
much
called
money have they spent so
Troyes
far?
6-0.
How many? How much have they spent so far?
I think they've already brought in 2 to 3 players.
Do you know how much they spent?
Not much, not much. They're also using a money ball approach, but they're actually having a real quality team. I'm sure they're gonna finish in the top 10 this year. Maybe I'm not sure, but I think so.
Yeah. Look, I'm honestly, I'll be super honest. Like after winning the Scudetto, I was really hoping that they would use I guess the enthusiasm, but also just the extra money, etc., to do a really important mercato.
Hey, breaking news! Breaking news! Di
Okay,
Cattiere is getting closer and closer to a transfer to Milan. This is from
really.
Belgium source. This
Wait,
is
who
from
is
a
this? Which
Belgium
player?
source.
Which player?
Di Cattiere, Di Cattiere.
Oh yeah, I think I just saw this tweet. Yeah.
I let me ask someone if it's reliable, so I don't know. Okay.
I want to ask you guys, because I'm looking at what Juventus is doing this summer,
Mm-hmm.
and they're putting together a freaking team and a half. Where do you see
Roy,
Milan?
about Juventus, their last game that was against Fiorentina. I have never seen I have never seen a stat like this. They didn't have even one shot on target in that game. What sort of a place like that? They not even one shot. They didn't even have one shot. Not even on
Yeah, but
target.
that was also
What
also
sort
with
of
Milan,
football
as
were
you
they
said.
trying to play? Like what sort of football were they trying to play there? Like they didn't even have one shot. I mean, why are you playing a football match if you don't want to take a shot?
Um, yeah, I know they played terrible last season, but this season, it's going to be Allegri's second season, so there's that continuity. There's a huge injection of players that bring a lot of enthusiasm, and also playing the football that Allegri plays. If he can have Chiesa healthy, Di Maria, and Vlahovic doing a full summer training and a good preparation, and he's going to be more amalgamated in the system. And that's a team that is going to kill you in the counterattack. They're going to
But
kill you in the counterattack.
Roy, I have a question though. What you're forgetting is Delay is on his way out because the reports are still true about him going to Bayern. Chiellini left. There's still no replacement for that.
Well, they're looking to get Bremer and they're looking to get Koulibaly. These are
Uh
the
oh.
names. These are the names they're flirting with. Like they're not.
Ooh.
They're serious. Very
For
serious.
me, for me, for me, I don't care who they get until and unless Allegri decides to change the system. I think they're not going to be a big team. In the last few years, they had it easy because Inter Milan and AC Milan were not great teams. But now, I think the strongest team so far looks like Inter Milan on paper. On paper, Inter Milan look the strongest team.
Yeah, Inter Milan looks really strong too. Yeah, but I would say out of the three, I can't put Milan first. There's no way I can put Milan first. I mean, no objective person would. Only like if you're a die-hard Milan fan and you're like, fuck it, blah, blah, blah. But if you look at it on paper, maybe you can put Juve first or Inter first, but Milan is not the first one. That's just being real on paper. But of course, the field is a different story. What happens on the field is a whole different story.
What the thing is, until and unless they change that system, they're not going to get much far. There are some things I mean, you could see Vlahovic's face when he got substituted one day. It was like he actually regretted coming to Juventus. He was like, "What the fuck have I got myself into?"
Yeah, but after a whole summer of them preparing and this new squad, and Pogba is quality. Pogba brings quality, and he's gonna bring in enthusiasm. Bonucci is still there. They want to get Molina.
Who's gonna
You know
work though?
what's that?
Who is gonna work?
What do you mean who's gonna work?
I don't see a work rate.
Well, the work rate, you have McKennie, you have Locatelli, you have Cuadrado, you have Chiesa's super work rate, like incredible work rate. Di Maria, as far as I know, has pretty good work rate. Vlahovic is also someone that has really good work rate. I mean, I think everybody in Juventus has
I think we're
good
gonna
work
kick
rate.
their ass.
I mean, I'm not saying we're not. I'm not saying we're not. But if you think that we're just going to walk all over them and it's going to be so easy, I think that you're mistaken. I think it's not going to be like that nor with Inter nor with nobody this season. Nobody. Last season, every single team we were competing against had the coach for the first year, all of them. This year, it's going to be the second year of all these coaches, plus an injection of the players that the coaches want. So it could fail for sure. Their second year could definitely fail, but generally, after your second year, you tend to build your machine better. You tend to fix what's wrong. You have more time in the summer market. So it's going to be difficult. And for me, I'll be completely honest. I know people don't want to hear this, but for me, getting youngsters, when these guys are getting players that are already made, it's difficult to be super confident and go, yay, we're going to destroy. That's
but
that's.
wait, they're not just youngsters, okay? De Ketelaere is not just some youngster. That's ridiculous to think that.
But it's also ridiculous to think that Di Maria and Pogba are not just any players. It's also ridiculous to think that Lukaku is
Di
just.
Maria can't. He's gonna be 35, man. That is
So
no
what?
future.
So what? Oh no, okay, but listen. One thing is we have to talk about projection project. That's a different argument. That's a different story. Both Juve and Inter, with the operations they're doing right now, it's short-term operations. I totally understand that. But this year, the competition is this year. It's going to be a difficult year. It's not going to be so easy as you guys think. It's going to be
So
very
you think
difficult.
Di Maria is just gonna adapt to Serie A perfectly? He's just
Who,
gonna kill it.
who
He's gonna
Di
fuck
Maria for
everybody
sure,
up.
for
Bruh,
sure,
Di Maria has played all over
for
the
sure.
world.
Nah,
Di Maria
Yeah, for
is
sure.
an international, is a
Come on,
world-class
bro.
international
The,
player.
Di Maria, those are your talented. He on PSG. For me, he's the most talented guy. Like the guy is a baller, bro. If you've been, I've been following Di Maria since he was a U20. Cause I watched the World Cup U20 back in '07, and I knew this kid was special. They
we'll see
play
what
with these
happens.
people in Champions League. Those are not your newcomers. You know, they played in Portugal. Well, tactically, he not gonna understand. He know exactly why he accepted the project. He's not even gonna struggle at all. He's gonna be a problem. He's gonna be a problem for sure. At 35, he's still gonna be a problem. I'm a firm believer. Demarais is gonna be a problem for certain teams. If he's healthy and he's in his groove, he's going to be a problem. He's a really clever player.
I think that's a big if he can keep that going all season.
Because even with PSG,
That's a huge if.
when Demarais not playing, they feel it. Cause he's a hustler. Like he'll dribble pass. He's a threat. The Maria is definitely an attacking threat for sure. You know, but then because 35, I know we throw these ages around, but 35 is not 35 like 10 years ago. You know, I think now players play a little bit longer. Because before in your early 30s, you're out the game. But now I think players are more conscious about their body and they play a bit longer. You know, and I think we're reaching new heights. Because Ibrahimovic scoring, I know he's an outlier, but Ibrahimovic scoring like 8 goals for a 40 something plus. That's just.
What do you guys think? What are the numbers Di Maria is gonna do? How many
I don't
goals?
think
How many
he's going
assists?
there for more score, but more services.
How many assists?
Assists for Di Maria,
Yeah, for the season in Serie A.
depending how they're going to play him. I don't know what position they're going to put him in, but at least I'll speculate. I'll say at least 8.
Yeah.
At least
Yeah.
8 assists. I'll try to be fair. I'm not going to tell you 20 and then, but at least 8. I think they're going to try to feed off, Vlahovic. He's going to be the main guy. So,
Yeah, they're gonna just dump it into.
player is off topic, but player I feel like people are not even looking. They're not getting him. Is what's his name? Danny Almo. That kid is so pure, man. I don't know
I
why
wish
nobody
we would
wants
have
him.
gotten him.
Damn, Danny Almo, bro. He's scary, man. That
Yeah,
kid
we
is.
missed out with Olmo and Szoboszlai. Big time.
Yeah, Soboslai is a good. That's another one, but I think he's not going to stay at Leipzig that long. I think Bayern. He's another Bayern player in the making.
There are so many kids that are at Salzburg right now that we should be thinking about, in my opinion.
But that's how Red Bull constructed their empire. All of them that come from overseas. So there's an Ivorian player that just left the Ivory Coast. Like he was a top scorer at the Ivorian League. Konate, he's a striker. He just signed for Salzburg. So they go to Salzburg, they perform good, then they make their way to Germany, and then from Germany, that's when they sell them.
I know.
That's what they
Football
do.
factory.
Salzburg was smart enough to be able to find, Holland, because who else looked for him?
We let him go. We thought he wasn't good enough.
Yep. So we were using metric and all that, and
Shows how much we know.
yeah. So so I those activities. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start getting into the Red Bull empire a little bit on the footballing side of it. I just have superficial knowledge of it, but I'll be really intrigued to see how they operate on
That's
the
who I
market.
like to watch, honestly. Like throughout the season.
But
Red
one
Bull.
thing I think where we can get cheaper players, at least based on our budget, I think we should be shopping. If if you don't want to just stick in Italy, I think Croatia, Sweden, Norway, those markets, you can get you some gems in there, but it can be hit or miss.
Hey,
Cause
guys, quick question.
yes,
People in the chat are asking to share like our screen. Were you guys talking about a specific thing like on Twitter or something that
It's
I
in the
should pull up?
private chat. It's in the private chat.
Ah, okay.
What is
Sorry,
this?
guys. I was just temporarily away, and I will now share this.
yeah, yeah, but I think Croatia, they definitely got talent to come up. Those even Eastern Europe, because
I mean,
Croatia is not too much of Eastern
I
Europe, but they.
Hey, guys, quick question. Hans must be super excited.
yeah, I've been telling you guys this. Is that before we even fucking leak this,
Hans
I've
is
been
going
telling you this is who
crazy,
you should
man.
go for. No, I'm not even surprised. I don't think you guys should be like doubting our system.
What about City Cave becomes the next Ballon d'Or? I'll revisit this chat.
Hey man,
Then Hans should just become the president of the world at that point. Like, so is this a reliable
I'll take
source?
just a small scouting position at Milan.
Rohit, have you
I
gotten
don't
this
want all that
checked by
power.
anyone?
Yeah, but even if he does come and he becomes a Ballon d'Or player, it is very rare that. I mean, honestly, it's very rare that he becomes a Ballon d'Or player. But even if he does come, you can't expect him to be a badass right away. Like, it's just not.
No.
Like, there's nothing that
But
indicates
like I
he's
said,
going to be.
I think in 3 years' time, he's going to put up double digits in goals and double
Like,
digits in assists.
I think maybe before than 3 years. But
Then how can you not be for this player?
who said I'm
How
not
can you
for
not?
him? Who said I'm not for him?
You're not excited.
Yeah, why would I be excited?
Well, the thing is
But,
this: his
but you'd
definition
be
of
excited to get Di
exciting
Maria.
is
Hold on,
like
hold on, hold
world
on.
class.
No, this is a good
You
question.
would
This
be
is a good
excited to get Di Maria though, who we're
Of
already
course. Are you
saying
kidding me?
is probably going to get maybe 8 assists. Probably.
Yeah, Roy, that doesn't make sense.
Well,
Are you fucking kidding me?
first of all, Clint said 8 assists.
Okay, how many do you think?
I think he's going to score somewhere between assists and goals, maybe in one season. He can get close to 20, probably. Close, yeah.
Listen, Roy, but how does that excite you? Like, what is that? Like, your definition, I thought was a
Because,
super high bar. Like,
isn't Di Maria super high bar?
no, not anymore. He's not that
What
good
are you
anymore. Come on
talking
now.
about?
He's not as
No. Oh my god.
Di Maria is not a
No
world class
future.
player.
He's not a world. Di Maria is not a world class player.
What's
Not
that
in my opinion.
definition? What's that definition of a world class player?
One of the
I don't
best
know.
in their position.
I'm not
Yes,
saying Di
but
Maria.
Yeah,
MLS is the
I'm
best.
Oh
saying
wait, hold on. Did you guys know that Di Maria is the third player right now in history with the most assists after Ronaldo and Messi?
yeah.
Well,
Like,
what
I'm
about
not
that?
saying
Oh,
he's not a baller.
oh,
Wait,
I'm
wait.
just
So
saying
let's
there's
name
no
what
future
position is
in
he
Di
in your
Maria.
book? So let's just
He's a
make a
right
comparison.
winger. He's
Okay,
right wing.
right winger, right. All right. So right now, I can
I don't
name
want him taking away
like at
game time from
least
our
I would
players.
say. The more I think about it, the more I can give you a longer list. But I can
no,
say
you can't. No,
at
you can't.
least
You can't tell
3.
me. You can't even tell me 5 players that are better than him right now in that position as a right winger than Di
Okay, let
Maria.
me. What's it called? Give me some time.
Okay.
Let me just make sure I name all the best possible players I can. But you guys keep talking.
This the dude like Di Maria single handedly. It was if it wasn't because of him, Madrid was not winning that little Decima trophy they won in 2014. Like, come on,
Okay,
bro.
but that's like 8 years ago. But
No, but even with PSG, he was still proven.
I'm not
At
saying he's a bad
35,
player. I'm just
at
saying I don't
35.
course
want
he
him taking
was,
game. I
man.
don't want him taking minutes away
Yo,
from our
this
young players.
guy's played in Manchester United, in Real Madrid, in like how many? Where
Well,
else?
when I say world class, I mean like currently. Like right now, he's not world class.
He's not
Guys,
just right
guys,
now.
there are
He
so
was
many
world
players
class
that are at that
yesterday, but
level. I'm
today
saying
It
no.
means that he's older now. He's just not as good
we just
anymore.
He's
need the right
older.
Just the
teams.
way it
He's older.
works.
Yeah.
I mean, from what I saw with PSG.
So tell me, so even as far as right now, give me 5 players above
Okay.
him.
All right. First one, Salah. Number 2, Riyad
Mhm.
Mahrez.
No.
What the? Okay,
Mahrez is
Antonio,
above
that's a big
Maria.
cap right there.
Come on.
Wait,
Antonio.
why
This
you
is-
guys don't rate Riyad Mahrez at all?
No,
Are you serious?
Salah was with you. I was with you with Salah, but now you're capping. Yes, you're capping.
Dude, Riyad Mahrez is class, guys. You guys, I can't believe you guys
Class.
don't rate him at all on this stream.
Come on, my man. Nobody's not rating
he's
him, but,
Berardi. It's Berardi.
but you
Also,
cannot. You
Messi
cannot.
plays right wing as well. Just saying.
Well, Messi's a different category altogether. Though.
No.
I mean, I would rather get Berardi than Mahrez.
See, but I just that's insanity right there. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what it is.
But
with
you
guys
cannot
and-
compare the guy with the third most assists in the fucking Champions League with anybody. Who can you compare him with? He's up there with Messi and Ronaldo.
Mahrez is amazing. Like, how do you guys not see that Mahrez? Why do you guys not rate Mahrez on this channel? People who say that Mahrez is worse than Berardi.
Nobody is. I rate him highly, but Di Maria has had a much better career. Come on.
Yeah. I'm not saying that, but I mean right now. I'm talking about. When I say my definition
he
of
has
world class is
distinct
different from
styles, though.
yours because when I say world class, I mean like currently in the world, who is the like based on how they're
Yeah, but-
performing.
So let's keep going. Okay,
This
keep
is-
put
this is-
Mahrez at top. Who else?
No, man.
Who
I
else?
say I named Messi, Salah, and Mahrez.
No,
so
put
far.
Messi. Put Messi out. You can't put them. That's not. He an outlier.
See, I'm gonna
You
name
want-
some players here, but because they haven't had the best careers compared
but
to him,
name
you're
them,
gonna say
'cause-
you guys are gonna like think I'm crazy. But I'm basing it off of this past season.
Name him.
Bukayo Saka.
All right, bro. Okay, we're done. No.
But I'm not. But you guys are going too much on history. Is what I'm saying. I'm talking
Oh
about
my
just
God.
this
He's
season.
saying we're not talking about Di Maria is a footballer today. Yeah, he's not. He wasn't a footballer in the '60s. He's a footballer today. Like he's
Because
still.
what makes
I
a
don't know,
player
man.
world
These
class?
conversations are so dumb.
Chiesa, but he didn't have the best. He was injured this season.
No,
but I think
Chiesa
Chiesa would give more of an impact.
has a lot to learn before he can get to Di Maria level.
Currently, you think Di Maria is that good currently?
Yes.
All right, we'll see. I'm interested because you guys are like hyping him up like he's gonna be amazing.
No, it's not about the hype. I'm gonna be honest, man. Di Maria is a really good player, man. Like PSG, they're gonna even regret it. Him leaving. If you see Di Maria save PSG so many times from Champions League level, even in the league, because I think the reason nowadays we're caught up in an era where like it's so much stat padding and people look at goals or if he didn't go, if he didn't do this dribble, it's not. Dude, a guy like Di Maria's work rate is really good.
It's
And
insane.
the reason why PSG has been so good for so years is because Di Maria has been good on that team. If you one of the most consistent players on PSG, Di Maria is one of them. He's definitely not the flop.
All
Like,
right.
he's been-
Well, listen, I'll take your word for it, guys. Looks like I will say this though. Listen, I will say that if you guys have this much confidence in Di Maria, I'll
I
believe
mean, I'm not
you
a
guys. I'll believe you guys.
Juventini. I can
But I
get
will say
that.
this: I still think that saying Mahrez is better than or is worse than Berardi is insanity. But I'll give you guys like it looks like I apparently underestimated Di Maria. I mean, I don't think he's that good personally, but we'll see.
Have you been living under a rock, man? Like, how can you say? these
Right,
guys
I don't know.
don't
So I
like
feel like
that?
some players like you think are like it's weird. You're kind of random. Sometimes you'll say like this player is amazing, and then I'll name you like a really good player, and you don't think that they're
But
good.
Di Maria is like his career says he's amazing. I mean, not me. I'm not saying he's amazing.
I know his career has been very good, but I mean like currently.
He ain't done. What makes you think he's done?
You know what? You know what's one of Di Maria's craziest goal in Benfica is when he did that little sombrero to score. Like
I'm gonna say this: if we get Hakim Ziyech, I think he'll have a better season than Di Maria.
Okay, I was today, as I said earlier, was doing research on players, and Hakim Ziyech has great numbers. So I kind of changed my mind a little bit about Hakim Ziyech because his numbers are really important. He just had 2 seasons in England where he had shitty numbers.
then he's not gonna come now. Since you say he's great, watch him not come.
Actually, Thomas Tuchel does not like him because he does not fit his idea. Actually, Ziyech is a player that was signed by Lampard, so he will leave. Maybe not to Milan, but he may leave.
Yeah, his numbers in Ajax were really impressive. Really impressive.
The thing is, yes, Serginho actually made a clear comment. He said that a player like Hakim Ziyech, he can actually help to open these, defenses like Udinese and those kind of teams. So that's actually going to be a really advantage thing.
Yeah, and then somebody even added a great point in the chat I just read. Like, Di Maria is still a starter in Argentina, and Argentina has a shitload of talent, and that dude is still a key part of it, because Argentina is loaded with players and all. Dybala doesn't start over him.
Guys, every year I'm just about this. Since we're about Di Maria and Juventus, every year I feel like I'm scared of Juventus because of like the past 10 years of my life where they've been like winning the league every season. I don't know. I feel like this season my fear is kind of starting to go away. And I know that they're gonna be good, but like I don't see them. I think they're overhyped.
It's because of the coach. You don't feel like that, and they don't.
Antonio, this is
Yeah.
just my opinion. Okay, the difference between Inter, Juventus from Milan is the fact that Milan actually have a different system where we actually do not rely on one individual player. We are actually a collection of individual players. So if you actually look, last year we had the best keeper in Europe in terms of Milan. We had a great defense in front of him in terms of Theo, Kalulu, Tomori, and Calabria, and we actually had a great attack in terms of Leao. So even when Leao was not there, we still had somebody to score the goals. We had Messias, or we had Giroud, or even when Diaz was not working, we had somebody like Krunic come and fill the space. So our game is more based on a system. In Inter Milan, their game is based on a few individuals. One is Barella and one is Brozovic, and one is now it's going to be Lukaku as well. So they're actually based on with more on individuals because their system is set up like that. And Juventus is like 80% defense and 20% pass to Vlahovic. So they are like even their system. I mean, now with Pogba and Di Maria, they're gonna have more quality individuals. So again, it's an individual system. But
Okay, hey, Ray,
if
not to cut
even
y'all off. Hey, not to cut y'all off, bro. I'm out. I'm gonna listen to y'all through the YouTube thing. But nice talking to y'all, man.
Thanks
I
for
gotta go
coming
to now.
on.
Yes, sir.
Later,
No
man.
problem.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. Yeah.
yeah,
Keep going. Yeah.
yeah. So the thing is, if we can get the players we want, obviously a Decathlon is not gonna be a star signing like what Di Maria has done, or Di Maria or a Pogba. But Decathlon, if he gets into his groove, he can actually be a very a functional player to our system, just like Ziyech will. Even
Did you
Origi can
just
be.
say that Botman is more of a star player than Decathlon?
I said Di Maria is a more star player, not Botman.
Oh, I thought you said Botman.
Okay.
You gotta be careful what you say about the Cutler with Hans, right? You gotta be careful what you say about the Cutler with Hans.
No, I'm a big
Yes
fan
and
of
Adley is
Decathlon.
better, guys.
I'm a big fan of. I've been following Decathlon since since 2 years
I'm
back.
teasing.
So yeah, so I was saying that Decathlon, if we can get these functional players in our team over individuals, then I think we have a very good chance of winning our 20th.
Hmm. Guys, I kind of have a random question that I want to
And
ask.
he 100% is, because that's his whole fucking game. He's being good with the team, working hard.
That's why I think he's valued highly. That's why I think he's valued
Roy,
highly.
guys, can I ask you a kind of a random question?
100% it is.
Interesting kind of scenario question, and I don't want anyone to react to each other until everyone has
Here we
answered.
go. Here we go.
No. This is like an interesting question. Okay, if AC Milan for this upcoming season was just dropped into the Premier League, what position do you think would be like realistic for them to end the season?
First,
Wait. End the season, and I will say no. Like I'll ask Roy goes first, and then once everyone has answered, then you react. Then you don't react while people are talking, and just give me like a reason why. So Roy, you want to go first?
yeah, Milan would win in the Premier League easily easily because Milan would just out tactic everybody in the Premier League, and they would just figure everyone out. The Premier League, the tactics in the Premier League are basic. It's very basic football. It's all about direct football and very physical football, but it's all very direct. Like Milan, like Italian teams know how to play against direct teams easily. So they would adapt to the physicality, they would adapt to the speed, and then they would just kill him.
Not all the teams play like that, though.
Okay, wait, Hans, you go now. Where do you think we would fit?
Probably fifth.
Fifth?
Yeah,
So just outside of top 4.
we'd probably just miss it.
Okay. And Rahi, what about you? Rahi, are you here?
He's maybe on a call because I think.
Okay. But I'll give you my answer. I would say that we'd be 5th place as well, guaranteed. And I think that because the thing is, top 3 in my opinion.
Guaranteed.
I think top 3 in my opinion.
Anthony, I'm sorry, I got a call. Can you repeat from the beginning? Really sorry, really sorry.
I will. But let me just. I guess I'll repeat the question first. The question was, if Milan was dropped into the Premier League for this upcoming season, I know it's early because of the Mercato, but let's just say based on us last season, where do you think would be a realistic place for us to end the season on? Like what position in the table? Roy just said 1st place, and I'm going to quote him because we would out-tactic everyone. Hans said 5th place, and I was giving my answer right now. And I guess I would say 5th place as well, because I'm thinking the top 3 teams, I don't think we're going to be able to beat Liverpool, City, and Chelsea. And I think Tottenham with Conte is only going to improve. So I think they're the top 4 most likely. And then I would say that Arsenal, they're going to give us, they're difficult. So I'd say 5th is a good spot like for us to hope for. And I want to ask you now.
There's actually a nuance to this, right? But if we were a PL team and we had the budget that PL teams have, are we gonna have Messi as our right winger? So
that's true. I guess I would say that with our current squad, like.
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah.
If we were a PL team, I don't think we're gonna have like issues like how do you say this? Like we're gonna haggle for every 1 million or 50,000 we have to pay because we if
yeah, but the question is just with our squad, Rohit.
With our squad, I think maybe 7th or 8th. 7th or 8th.
And do you have what's your reason? I guess so. I know that let's just assume that the top 3 that I said and Tottenham are just better overall with Conte. In your opinion, so you think Arsenal, West Ham, who else? What other team do you think is better than us?
The thing is, when we are playing a league, we're not going to play against these teams alone. We're going to play against even lower league teams. But if you're looking at
I forgot about Manchester United. Oh my gosh, sorry about that.
Yeah. If you're looking at the quality of the lower league teams. Even Southampton actually plays like an Atalanta because their coach is Hasenhüttl, who is direct.
Every game is going to be like Atalanta.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard.
Hasenhüttl is actually a student of Rangnick, and he plays a very high gegenpressing style. But the thing is that he does not have the players for the Premier League quality to play those sort of a player. But if Southampton came to something like a Serie A, he would actually become very rampant and maybe give us a very good challenge. So you have something like Southampton, Aston Villa is also a good team. You also have Leeds United under Bielsa as a good team. You have even Crystal Palace actually was a good team under Patrick Vieira. You have so many good teams in that league because of the money that is being poured into the league. They are able to buy better players. So I think 7th or 8th would be fair.
Yeah. So
That
basically,
might even be true.
yeah, I
I
think
might have
that's.
overshot it.
Roy's obviously shaking his head
You
right
guys
now.
are fucking like so into the
Well,
EPL
Roy, you said
propaganda.
yourself
Like,
you
oh
don't
my
even watch
god.
anything, so you don't
Bro,
know
you don't even
anything.
watch the league.
You
Though,
don't even
so.
watch it. You don't
I
know
saw
anything.
how these guys play
You
in
know
Europe.
nothing. You
I
know
saw how they
nothing.
play in Europe. You
You know
guys are
nothing.
fucking going into their propaganda. I saw how England played against Italy. They couldn't even
See,
hold the
okay,
fucking ball,
This
dude.
is
You guys are
why.
crazy.
This is why. This is why I
Inter
call Roy a
outplayed
denier.
Liverpool. Inter outplayed Liverpool. Like Inter fucking
is-
outplayed Liverpool.
this is
Liverpool's
why-
supposed. Liverpool's supposed.
Roy, if Inter outplayed Liverpool, why didn't Inter go through Liverpool?
Because they're stupid. Inter's just a bunch of idiots. That's it. They're just a bunch of
Roy,
fucking morons.
you debate like a 5-year-old.
No.
sometimes.
Okay, guys, you guys are kissing these guys' feet, man. Fucking,
Roy,
you're
Roy.
embarrassing. Embarrassing.
watched the
Actually,
Premier League.
Roy, it's not that we
I
can't
just-
beat them.
You're
I-
fucking
I just-
kissing these guys' feet,
I
man.
just feel that I don't like the Premier League. I'll be straight and honest. I don't like the Premier League, but I kind of I get inspired by some of their models. One of the main models is their marketing and the way they have this business sense of this. That's something that Serie A and FIGC should so much have. They think about marketing, they think about money in every step of the way, and that has actually paid dividends. And that's something that Italy should have. That's something they don't have. I don't like the Premier League.
Okay,
I
but
don't
that's
like
a
the kind
different.
of
That's a.
arrogance they show.
I,
Yeah, I
that's
mean
a,
that's
yeah.
all for me.
That's a
I'm not
different
saying.
argument.
I mean, for me, why can't the question is why can't even the Indian Premier League? I mean, it's not a football league; it's a cricket league. Even the Indian Premier League has earns more money in one season than the Italian Serie A does. How the hell is that happening? In the cricket league, we only have 74 games. In the Serie A, they play over like 400 games in a season. How is that? I mean, it shows the poor
Okay,
aspect
this is a whole
of the
different
market.
argument, though, Roy. Right? This is a
Well,
whole
wait,
different
wait,
argument.
bro. I think Rohita's gonna link that to like
No.
our performance.
What
but-
I'm saying is, if Milan were in the EPL, they would adapt how to fucking play against those teams, and they'd crush him. Because it's nothing. Football there is not as special as you guys make it out. They would adapt. They would adapt.
I actually agree on that. I think if
No,
AC
they're
Milan
not
had
physically
the,
capable.
I think
Oh
if
my
AC
God.
Milan, I think if my point is if AC Milan had the revenues that those teams are getting, then obviously we would get better players and we would be a better team. But if
Yeah, but what
we
Roy is
actually
disagreeing
with this team, if we go to the play, we're gonna get better.
Calabria would get fucked right up. I'm sorry.
So that's
He would be
Roy
isolated
is
and he would
confident
get
in our
fucked
team.
up.
Sure,
Yes, he would,
sure.
Roy. Yes,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
would. Yes,
Yeah.
he would.
Guys,
Yes, he
Calabria,
would.
you guys are acting as if the difference between EPL and Serie A is like Serie A to Serie C.
Theo would be out of position and he would get. We would have wingers fucking us
You
up all
guys are
day.
just crazy. This
Same
is
Maximin
an
would just-
inferiority complex. You know, inferiority complex. That's what it is.
Roy, we were destroyed by Liverpool's third team. Okay.
Bruh. Liverpool has been playing in that competition. They're all players that are
We
experienced
lost
players.
to your Roy. We lost to your boy Divock Origi.
Liverpool has been playing. Liverpool has been playing in that competition forever. Milan just started. What the fuck do you expect? In a few years, Milan will be destroying. You guys saw Inter outplay Liverpool. You think our players, when they get older, they're gonna fucking destroy Liverpool? What the fuck are you guys talking about, man? What the fuck are you guys talking
Roy,
about?
Liverpool right now, they just signed Darwin Nunes. Like, are you kidding me? We're
So
not, we're
I
nowhere
don't
near
give a shit.
competing.
I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. I saw how they play. Man, what are you talking about?
How they play, how they swarm us and press us so bad. That we
Us,
have to go
because
back
we
into our
have
own
because
box.
we're little babies still. We're a little team of babies still.
Not just that, like it's
Inter.
tactics.
Physicality doesn't matter if you don't fucking touch you. Inter outplayed those fuckers. Didn't you guys see that? Inter
Yeah,
won.
but Inter didn't go through. Inter didn't go through.
I know
the
because
legs.
they're idiots. Because that stupid Sanchez. Because that stupid Sanchez got a red card. They could have. Maybe they could have gone through. But I
They lost
remind you
2-0
that
in the first game.
yes, but they won the next game.
They
Right?
lost 2-0
In
in the
Anfield.
San Siro. They lost.
Yep,
2-0
but they
in
lost.
the San Siro.
But they won at the Anfield, and then that idiot got a red card.
Mathematically, 2 is greater than 1.
Yeah, okay, but Inter played
Roy,
better than Liverpool.
Roy,
Rohit, if you don't say that
Roy,
Inter
one
played
minute,
better than Liverpool, no, let me say this. If you don't say that Inter played better than Liverpool, you're lying. You are lying. You're not being objective.
yeah, but
You're
at,
lying.
but at the end of the day, it is not a who played better competition. It's scoreboard that matters. You can play a thousand pass
Yeah,
football, and you
yeah,
can still
yeah.
you can
And
have 80% possession. You can have 80% possession, like how once Barcelona had against Celtic. They'll still lost 2-1. It doesn't
yeah,
matter
but
how you
but
play.
but
It's a scoreboard that matters.
Milan in Milan they won't be idiots like Inter. They'll bring it home when our players are ready, guys.
We haven't brought
Well,
it
you
so
guys
far.
are,
We haven't done anything in Europe so far.
yeah, we just had one season in Champions League, guy. We only had one season in Champions League. Wait for these players to grow, man. Wait for these players to grow.
You look at Inter Milan under Conte. They lost in the group stages. They didn't get. They took 4 seasons to get past the group stages, and the last to last
Because
season they had
Inter are a bunch of idiots. That club is a bunch of idiots. They don't know how to play in Europe, man. They're stupid. They need us to show them.
You're
We
actually
just showed them.
You
contradicting
were
yourself
just
now.
you were just saying that they beat Liverpool. They're playing better than
No,
Liverpool.
but if Inter had a little bit more intelligence, they should have brought that home. That stupid idiot Sanchez got a red card as soon as they score. He destroyed their momentum. And also, even at the San Siro, Inter played better, but
Inter. If you're looking at Liverpool, look at how they played against us, because we're talking about AC Milan here.
us it doesn't count. It just doesn't count.
Doesn't count the fact that they destroyed us twice.
Because we just have no experience in that competition.
We had some players, like especially in the second game against Liverpool's
what
third
players
team.
did we have?
Against Liverpool's third.
No, that's bullshit. Liverpool for 13. We can go through the team, and there's a lot of. Salah is Salah.
Yeah, they subbed him out though.
Is Salah the fuck Mane, Firmino? Have these guys? Roberts.
They didn't play the whole game, and most of their defense and their midfield
because
were
they have a
bunch
big
of subs.
team. They have a big team.
Roy,
So what?
this is a separate question. Which player in Serie A, in terms of attacking wise, which player in Serie A other than Leao can you say is a world beater? Young player,
Young player,
under 23.
Under 23.
Yeah, which attacking player under 23 other than Leao?
Oh, attacking player.
From Serie A, can you say is a world beater who is?
I think Raspadori could be.
Raspadori, seriously? Really? What has Raspadori done?
Well, you have to fucking put him in the competition to see. But if he's a Sassuolo, nobody's ever going to find out.
The problem is with Roy is that he's going to rate certain players like Berardi and Raspadori very highly.
Raspadori is 22.
I just wanted to say something. I gave a whole lecture about Moneyball, blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's something that even these the English teams use. Not a single team so far has picked up on Raspadori. Or even, let's say Raspadori is an underseen talent. What about Berardi? He's 28 and he's...
I have another... Okay, wait, Rohit, before Roy interrupts you, I know what he's going to say. And he's going to say that Berardi has the Italian mentality and that he never left Sassuolo because he doesn't want to leave and he's too
I'm not going to say that. That's not true.
That's his excuse for the reason why no team has...
But it is true. It is true, though. Hold on. Excuse me.
Forget PL. How many teams have actually given an offer for Berardi this season? This window.
Arsenal wanted... Arsenal this season, I don't know. I don't know, but
Arsenal never wanted Berardi.
Berardi had a chance. Listen, please.
Okay.
Berardi had a chance to go to Napoli. Napoli was ready when Napoli was the second most competitive team in Italy when Juventus was dominating, and he didn't want to go. He said he didn't want to go and compete for the spot. He was comfortable at Sassuolo. Yeah, this is a problem with him. But the numbers don't lie. I was checking his numbers today. This guy every season scores 18 goals, 7 assists, 15 goals, 12 assists, 14 goals, 10 assists, 9 goals, 15 assists. These numbers don't lie.
Again, if we can see that quality in him, why isn't other teams seeing that quality in him?
Well, Sassuolo.
I mean, obviously, we are just fans. We are just
his attitude, his ability to adapt.
Who would pay 40 million for Berardi, guys?
Pardon?
No one.
Thank you.
Pardon? I
That's
didn't
it.
hear.
Who would pay 40 million for Berardi?
If Salah went for 40 million from Roma to Liverpool, why can't
Yeah,
the best player in
but
Serie A go for 40 million?
Berardi will never go to Liverpool. He'll never go. You'll never go
Why?
and be the You'll never go and be the second on
Which
for the
top
Roy,
team
because
has?
Roy's argument is that Berardi's it's his mentality. That's the thing, and Roy's just gonna make that claim without and he's gonna
It's a
act like that.
fact.
He's gonna
It's a
act like that
fact.
claim
So
single-handedly.
basically Roy is saying that Berardi is actually not very comfortable going out of his comfort zone, which is the
Yes, yes.
mid-table, being a mid-table player.
Yep, yep. That's right.
So he's a mid-table player. So you agree he's not good enough?
No, I think that if he went to a bigger team, like right now, like if he goes to Milan, I'm pretty sure he's going to be playing over Messias and Salamakers. So he's going to get those in. But I don't know, man. The guy wants to be a big fish in a small pond. That's a problem. That's a problem. I've always
Yeah,
said that's a problem.
just like how Romagnoli a few years back was a big fish in a small pond, but once the pond became big, he became a small fish in a big pond.
Okay, but Berardi's. Listen, do you want to know something, Rohit?
You know,
No,
Roy-
Rohit, listen to me. No, listen to me. Do you know what the team that Berardi has scored the most against in Italy? Guess what team it is.
because it's AC
Guess
Milan or
what?
something.
Yeah, it is AC Milan.
Because he
So
scored
yes,
4 goals against.
4 goals.
No,
He scored more than 4 goals.
you actually a few minutes back said that AC Milan were a bad team for 7 years, and then you're comparing his goal tally against AC Milan when we were bad.
Well, he scored against us when we were good too, right? Did you forget
Roy's
that?
problem is that he only
Yeah,
rates players that score against Milan, like Dybala,
yeah. The thing
Berardi.
is,
No, guys, I'm not gonna let you do this. Berardi scored 15 goals. He didn't all score them against Milan. 15
the
goals,
thing
14
is,
assists. Berardi had a total of 35 goal contribution this season. 35. So I don't want to
the
hear
thing is,
bullshit. This is bullshit.
yeah. The
It's
guy
called set
who allowed
plays.
him to score.
It's called set
The
plays.
thing, the thing is, the guy who allowed him to score is the same guy that Roy was rating as the best defender, the best Italian defender in the league, and that's Romagnoli. And when Milan let him go for free, only two clubs actually wanted it.
Actually, he scored against us when with Tomori on the field and Kjaer and all these other guys too. So
Yeah,
so.
but guess
But
who
what?
he took
But
out?
what?
But guess who he took out?
Rohit. If
Okay,
you have
I'm
a
listening.
player,
I'm listening.
Rohit, if you have a player that has 35 goal contribution and you say that this player is shit, then I really don't know how you fucking see football then.
Roy, I'm gonna share something with
Yeah, I
Antonio.
don't care about. Okay,
I'm gonna
sure.
share something with
Sure.
Antonio. I'm
Yeah.
gonna share something with
Convince.
Antonio.
This is going to be fun, guys. Convince me how someone that has a 35 goal contribution this season, and then if you go back almost every
Wait,
season.
Rohit, I know it. I think I already know. I already have what you're gonna send me.
Yeah,
But
I
I know the stupid picture of the open goal. I get it. Whatever. It's
No,
funny.
it's not that. It's
No,
not
no,
that.
no,
It's
no,
not
no,
that.
no,
It's not that.
no,
It's
no,
not
hold
that.
Come on. Okay, show me.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah.
Come on. Try and convince. Guys,
Wait, did you
try
remove this? I don't see it in the clips
try
anymore.
and convince me how someone
Show
that's.
this.
Send it again, please, and I'll get it in
This
here.
is good. This is really good. This is really good. Come on. Try and convince me. Every season, almost 30 goal contribution. 25, 30, 26, 24. Every season. Every single season. Against Juve, against Inter, against
Oh
Milan.
my god.
This guy played in a final in the Euro in England at Wembley against England and scored a penalty, and then he even won the trophy. And this guy's supposed to be a shit player. What the fuck? What are you guys talking about, man?
And
What are you talking about?
who was a right winger who started in the game against Macedonia?
Well, do you think he was the only player
Who
that
missed the
fucked up in
open
that
goal?
game?
Who missed the open goal?
Okay, but he scored in a penalty
Where is
in the final.
Antonio? Show the video. Come on.
Okay. Oh wait, I forgot. Show it directly from Twitter, but I had this video clipped
Oh my
what's it
god, this is
called?
so Listen, Rohit, you love to judge players based on these little moments, and then you forget about everything else.
Roy, wasn't it? Roy, I have the
It
receipts.
doesn't convince
I
me.
have the
Doesn't-
receipts.
you
Me
have-
and Antonio.
what receipt
Me and
you have?
Antonio have the receipts from
No,
the
don't show this
RossonARI
video.
debate.
We
Yeah,
got.
see
no,
this, see this,
don't
see
show
this,
this.
see this.
Don't show this video. No, stop.
Do it, show it, please. Once more,
Wait,
once
he
more.
blocked. Roy took it off. Roy took it off.
Look, if Berardi can't get past a good defender like Tomori, what the hell is he gonna do in the Champions League?
Hold on, guys. So,
I mean, he was doing the salsa against with Tomori, practicing for his dance.
Hold on.
What is his video?
No, hold on.
Roy doesn't want me to put it.
So this was your counter argument? Really? This was your fucking meme video? I'm supposed to take that seriously? Is this a comedy? Is this a comedy skit, or are we talking about real football here?
It's a comedy skit when somebody actually
sure.
when actually gives an evidence and person actually
evidence.
That's how I accept it.
Evidence. That's evidence. That 6-second video of him with the stupid song in the back. That's evidence.
Yeah, really. How many times did
35? Listen, Rohit, how you're thinking. You're telling me this guy's shit because of this video, and I'm telling you this guy's good because he had a 35 goal contribution this season. How the hell do you consider what you're saying a counter argument?
Yeah, how many good defenders like Tomori do we have in Serie A? How many good defenders like Tomori do we? Sorry?
There's many good defenders in Serie A.
Yeah, can you list them, please?
Wait, Roy, why couldn't I play that video, by the way?
Delete, Bonucci, Chiellini, Skriniar,
Bro, why couldn't I play
Tomori,
that video?
Kalulu, Kjaer.
For real?
Then the guys in Lazio, the guys in Atalanta, Toloi, Demiral.
Acerbi is as great as Tomori. Acerbi is as great as Tomori. My God.
No, they're all good defenders.
I'm talking about defenders who are as good as Tomori.
Maybe Koulibaly.
Yeah, and how many goals did he score against Koulibaly? How many goals in assists?
Berardi?
Yeah, Berardi, yeah.
I don't know. He probably has.
Guys, there's only one way to get around this.
You want me
I'm
to
gonna
check?
pull up every goal he scored and how he scored it. And
Oh my.
Wait, I'll get that up.
I'm pretty sure he scored against Koulibaly many times. He scored against Chiellini many times. He scored against Tomori. He scored against all the defenders in Italy. And I don't know what this conversation is just so crazy, man. It's such a crazy conversation. This is Hans's fault. It's all Hans's fault.
No, actually, I still only have that question. If he's so great, why doesn't anybody want him? Why doesn't Juventus want him? Why did Napoli? Why did Napoli go to Kuchak?
This is your fault, Roy. For thinking Berardi is better than De Ketelaere and being such a fossil belly director.
Berardi is better than De Ketelaere. What are you talking about? How is he not better than De Ketelaere?
Okay, we're gonna see.
At 27, De Ketelaere has to continue to do the numbers he's doing. But De Ketelaere only had one season. Berardi now is at
27. Oh my God. Oh my God.
What you have one? So Hans, listen. What? Sorry. Let me just say this to Hans. Hans, listen to what you're thinking. You're thinking just because one guy had one season, you think he's better than a guy that had 7 or 8 great seasons. No, you have to prove
De Ketelaere has been on an upward trajectory for a long time.
No, not for a long time.
It's his personality, boy. It's his personality.
Stop overrating a washed right winger, dude.
Oh my God, you guys are fools. You guys are really fools.
No, you're a fool for thinking Berardi is a better transfer than De Ketelaere. I'm sorry.
Okay, do you want to bet something? And I wish I had the. I bet
Even
if Milan.
if
I
Berardi
bet if
puts
Milan
up more
had
numbers, I don't give a shit.
Listen,
he's not the better player because of that.
Rohit, Hans. If Milan had the money, they'd fucking get Berardi. All right, they wouldn't get CDK.
Quick question: If
You
we're
have
willing
to
to,
put
if
that
we're
in
willing
your
to
head.
bid 30 million plus for
Then
CDK,
thank
why
fuck
haven't
we
we
don't have money, I
tried at
guess.
all to get Berardi
Yeah.
this window? No one is going for
Because
Berardi at the moment.
because you cannot buy a 27-year-old for 30 or 40 million because you're not going to sell him. Because if you have to sell him, then his price is not going to go higher. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why.
So why is no one at
Because
least
this
trying to even
club,
negotiate for Berardi?
who the fuck says nobody's trying to do that?
What big
Because
club
they
is trying
know
to
that they can
How
get
negotiate?
the
Berardi
fuck
for
do you know?
free, or Berardi's going to be a son of a
Right.
bitch and just renew and just stay at Sassuolo forever because that's what he
That's
wants.
probably what they're going to do. They're going to wait till
And that's the right
he goes for
decision
free.
because there's no fucking way I'm paying 30 million cash for Berardi.
Okay, but if you had lots of money to spend, you would, and it'd be a smart thing. But since we don't have the money to
No,
spend,
that's why the EPL doesn't do it.
The EPL doesn't do what? What are you talking about? The
Why they
EPL
don't buy Berardi.
But oh my God, you guys need to fucking put it in your head. Berardi will never go to the EPL. He'll never go. He doesn't give a shit about the EPL. He doesn't. He will never go. You have to put that in your head. But you guys
Then
will never put that in your
he's
head.
a little deluded.
Well, I don't care if you think he's deluded, but that's just the way it is. He doesn't give a fuck about the EPL, about La Liga, about none of it.
Because he wants to do his numbers with Sassuolo. He wants to be
He wants to
remembered
stay
there
in
forever.
Italy. He wants to stay in Italy.
He
And
wants to be
that's-
remembered at Sassuolo forever. That's his
if he
ambition.
Hey, Antonio.
Well, I didn't put the music.
Okay, fine. That's fine. But you see, this is your counter argument. This tells me that
No,
I'm
no,
dealing
it's not.
with- no.
This is not my
This
counter
tells me
argument.
I
This
don't
is
want
just
to
a-
You
offend.
want to know
I
the
don't
problem
want.
with Berardi
I don't
is?
want to
He's
offend
very
anybody.
one-footed. He's not very agile. He's not very
What the
fast.
fuck are you talking about?
Look at this. This is
bro?
peak agility, Hans. What do you mean?
What, guys? The fact that this is your counter argument tells me that I'm talking to fucking cavemen. I mean, what the fuck? Seriously, are we talking about football, or you want to fucking talk
No,
about
this
memes?
it's not even just this video. He's like a Hauge. He reminds me
Guys,
of Hauge.
guys, in this video, Tomori, guys,
Berardi
look
is like
guys,
a
guys,
Hauge.
guys, look how
Thir-
confused
thir-
Tomori looks.
35
And I know
goals.
Nathan is gonna love
Look at
that
this,
because
look
he
at
loves
this.
Hauge.
35
I know
goal.
Nathan's really gonna love that.
Guys, 35 goal contribution, and you guys even have the audacity.
Yes, Hauge was getting a lot of goal contributions too. And the amount of minutes that he was playing, he got a fuckload of those.
Listen, Hans, I know you don't believe it because whatever. If Milan have the money and were a rich club, Berardi
No, I'm
would be
saying
based
thank
in
fuck
Milan.
we don't have the money then.
Yeah, you say that, but because maybe you're not the brightest right now when you're saying that.
No,
Yes.
it's because I get the whole package with the Cutler. I get the
Yeah,
left
yeah.
foot. I get the crosses. I get a guy that can head the ball. I get a guy that can play striker. I get a guy that can play cam. I get a guy that can
Guys,
play
this
left
boy would
winger.
take a
I get a
bullet
guy
for
that can play
Berardi.
central
No,
midfielder
no.
because you know what? He was
Listen.
playing in the fucking Champions League when he was
I'll
18
take-
years old. He was a central midfielder.
Wow,
Okay?
Wow. So impressive.
What do you mean wow?
Li-
What do you
listen,
mean fucking wow? Because he can play fucking
so
anywhere.
what?
So he's
even
worth more.
even the
And he has
guys that
experience in fucking
even the guys
Champions
that
League for
Sharif
3 seasons.
even the
3
guys
seasons
that
he's
fucking
champion.
listen to
3
me,
fucking
Hans. Listen to me, Hans. Even the fucking guys at Sharif have Champions League experience. Yeah. Even the guys at fucking Celtic and Rangers have fucking
Right.
experience as in the Champions League. Yeah, right. And I saw De Kettler play against Italy. What did he do? He barely fucking. He could.
He
what-
nutmegged Donnarumma. That's
yeah,
what fucking
and that's it.
He
And that's it.
scored,
But he lost. He didn't dominate the midfield. They barely touched the ball in the midfield, and they fucking lost. So that's the.
I'm sorry,
That's the.
20-year-old De Kettler didn't fuck
Ah,
up Italy
now
entirely. He just nutmegged
now he's a
Donnarumma. I know that.
now
That's
he's
a-
a 20-year-old.
That's what Berardi
Now
did,
he's a
right? He just had that
20-year-old.
offensive
Now he's a
contribution.
20-year-old.
Hey,
Now he's a
buddy,
20-year-old.
buddy, step away from the
Oh, for
microphone
fuck's
for a
sake.
second.
Now he's a
You're too
20-year-old.
close.
Now he's a 20-year-old. Now he's a 20-year-old. Okay, now he's a 20-year-old.
Guys,
Mamma
Guys,
mia, ragazzi.
guys,
Why do I waste my time on this shit?
Because Berardi doesn't do shit other than his offensive contributions. He doesn't do shit.
Really?
Really.
I'm willing to bet that he probably has a better heat map than De Kettler defensively.
I don't even know what the heat
let's
map
say
is for a sofa score. That's complete bullshit.
it's
doesn't mean
bullshit. Of
anything.
course, it's bullshit for you if it doesn't go.
I
your
want
way,
to see
yeah.
how the distance run. I want to see the distance. I want to see how many sprints he does. That's what I want to fucking see.
yo,
That's the statistic I want to see. I don't give a shit about a heat map.
Listen. If this was
Heat map means
Berlusconi,
fuck all.
Berlusconi Milan, De
Listen,
Kettler
Roy, you can't.
would have
Roy, I know
bought
you
as
love
the little
Berardi.
kid. No, listen to me. If this was
But Hans
Berlusconi,
loves his
listen to
CDK,
me.
man.
Listen to me. If this was Berlusconi's Milan, they would have gotten Berardi to play, and they would have gotten CDK to sit on the bench and wait for his turn, like the little boy that he is. Okay, that's a real team. Now we have to just play with little boys, and because we have no money, so that's why we're getting CDK. All right.
Those little boys won you the fucking Scudetto.
But
Yeah, they
is a
did.
trash.
They did. That's true.
Sorry guys, I
So
got a call.
respectful.
Can you get me up to speed?
Yeah, basically Hans is making the claim, and I agree with Hans, that CDK is like, I don't know exactly what the claim is, but he's basically overall just a better signing, better player than
For
Berardi.
30 million, Rohit, would you sign De Ketelaere or would you sign Berardi?
And Roy
I
is like
wouldn't sign a
defending Berardi.
I wouldn't sign a single player from Serie A, attacking player from Serie A until and unless
There you go.
Even bloody Saniolo has less numbers than Messi, so I don't know why Italian players are so hyped up. Bloody
Well,
Berardi has
Zaniolo
numbers. That's not the
has
problem.
really good numbers in Europe. Zaniolo.
In the Conference League.
Yeah,
That's not
Fuck off,
Champions
man.
League.
Go fuck
Come
it.
on.
Oh my god, fuck off.
Conference
man.
League is not Champions League.
I'm not even
one more
listening.
thing. One more thing.
You know what? I'm not gonna listen to this.
One more thing. One more thing. This is actually a very interesting point. So you guys remember in 2020-21 season we played against Cagliari the second last match of the season, and we drew 0-0. Everybody remembers
Yeah,
that? Right?
that game was terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. So what Cagliari was managed by Semplici, the coach. He played a very defensive line against us. He basically the whole team, 11 players in the back, right? So that was against us in the San Siro. Then goes away to Genoa, right? He goes away against Genoa. You know, his last line of defense was standing near the halfway line. That's how high they defended. So every team have in Italy, every team has different approaches against different teams. So when you're playing against a top team like AC Milan, your idea, especially at the San Siro, your idea is to even get a point. Even a point against AC Milan in San Siro is a bonus. So all these teams play very defensively against us. But when you're playing against a team that is of your own quality, you're gonna play a game to win. Even if you look at this season's stats, you can actually see that Bologna actually played a very defensive game against us. But against Sassuolo, they played a very high line. They played their last line. They were almost parked in Sassuolo's half. So what it does is for people like Berardi, who is is a player who is good at counterattacks, it actually gives him a lot of space. But when you're playing against AC Milan, just look at this, and what's happening on the screen. He's absolutely not able to beat
Rohit. If you use this as an example to describe Berardi, you're not talking about football. You're talking about bullshit, my man.
Yeah, okay, so
this is not an example.
No. Continuing my bullshit, Tomori is actually the best 1v1 defenders in the league. So when you're having more players like this in a Champions League, when you have somebody like Van Dijk, what are you going to do? What is this guy going to do against
my god! I would literally. I'm imagining that right now.
I mean, he would go from doing the salsa, doing some sort of soiree against that guy.
I saw how great Van Dijk was. Yeah, how he destroyed Italy in the Euros. How he destroyed Berardi. I saw how great he was. Yeah, Van Dijk.
Yeah, I mean, Berardi was destroying. Berardi was destroying from the bench. I mean, he was actually benched for Chiesa.
He actually played in that game. He actually played in.
Guys, or Pete here is saying that Berardi is apparently people are saying that the player is asked to leave Sassuolo in the remaining time of this mercato. So we'll see what happens with him.
Incoming to Roma.
I feel like Juventus. Well, now they're going to sign Zaniolo, so they're not getting him. But yeah, I don't see any Serie A clubs. Yeah, what's up, Alan? How are you?
How are you doing? Nice doing.
Guys, I'm mesmerized by these moves. What's up?
Come on, my man. This is not real. Please have a conversation. Have a real fucking debate.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Can I have I think if I will have to choose between CDK and Berardi. I think I'll still go with Berardi because stats don't lie. Like, like,
My God. No.
like, think this way, guys. Like, I care more about winning the second star before Inter than actually thinking about the project of future, where we might or might not win the Champions League. We are only thinking about Champions League, but we should right now think about we getting that second star before Inter. So I think Berardi will at least be a great addition right now. Like he will, if he comes tomorrow, he will actually provide better stats or assists than like CDK or someone, because CDK is a future player, not a already made player right now.
I don't know the name of
No,
this person,
CDK is
but
good right now. It's just he's gonna get
CDK
even
has
fucking
actually
better
played
in the
more.
Like
future.
I
CDK
I
has
want,
played more. CDK has played more Champions League matches than Berardi has.
yeah, like right now
Uh,
I just
Rohit,
said that
Rohit, he's
we
played
are
more
only talking
Champions League
about
than anybody on our team, probably,
like
other than the like
I don't care about
Giroud,
Champions League right
Zlatan.
now. I only care about second star. Right?
Oh, okay, okay,
But so you're convinced that Berardi would just
yeah,
on our team?
apparently.
Yeah,
I have a question.
for this
If
season
it
only.
came, if it came down to 2 years back, if it came down to signing somebody like, okay, I don't even have a name. Somebody like Tomori or Acerbi, who would you sign? Tomori or Acerbi?
SRB is, I don't even consider him as a player.
Tomori,
Yeah,
of course.
Tomori, of course. Why?
SRB is not a
Tomori
player.
was sorry.
What are you comparing with? Give me a better
So
player than SRB.
there is no bet. Okay, I'll give you Mancini or Tomori.
Tomori.
Tomori, why?
Yeah, Tomori.
Why?
Why
You
not?
wanted.
Why
Yeah,
are you
Tomori.
comparing
Wait,
with?
by your logic, Tomori was actually unproven player who is a future, and he's not Serie A proven like Mancini is. Correct?
No, it's
Okay.
Tomori, but Tomori has already shown he's a proven player right now.
Now, but you haven't even given
Oh my
CDK
god.
the chance.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I
If CDK comes,
understand,
okay,
but oh my
You
god,
guys are unbelievable.
guys. If
Unfucking
CDK,
believable.
Guys,
if CDK,
Rohit was just using Tomori to make a point about a player who, first of all, Tomori, guys, when we first were even interested in him, all the fans, no one even was speaking that highly of him. No one really knew anything about him. He played in the
I knew,
second tier of
I
England.
knew about him because
Yeah,
I've
but
always,
but his potential skyrocketed. Like
I
no one
didn't know
knows.
about him.
because-
I
okay,
didn't know
Right.
about him.
if guys, if CDK comes in a loan with option to buy, I will get him right now. But we are paying cash 30 million, so I want result right now. Can you give 10 assists and goal next season?
10 assists and 10 goals, both.
Yeah,
I mean,
Are
this is
you
he had
out of your
14
fucking
goals
mind?
and 9 assists.
yeah, Berardi can.
But
I
who's
do
gonna
believe
take
that.
penalties? Berardi gonna take the penalties? Because
Why?
maybe he
Why should
can.
he?
Exactly. Set pieces. All set pieces.
Guys, Berardi's a pen merchant. All right.
You guys are already looking down on Syria players. Like Syria experienced matches,
How
guys.
many?
I don't even want to fucking Zaniolo, so
how
don't tell me
many
about
teams
Serie A
from
players that I don't want.
how many teams?
Agreed,
How many
Adam.
teams from?
100% agree.
Oh, fuck
How
off.
many
Like
teams from? How many teams from Serie A has actually won the Champions League in the last 12 years? Even the team that was
like right now,
dominating
I
Serie
just
A.
explained you. I don't care about Champions League
Many
right now.
teams.
No,
I want the second star
the
first.
Champions League.
We can
Do you
really
The
understand how the
Champions
care
goals
League.
about
and
Guys,
Champions
assists
League.
guys,
come?
one at a time. One at a time.
The
No, you
Champions
don't.
League. The Champions League shows the quality of Serie A.
Yeah,
I
we can
mean, just
actually build
because
up
we're
on
good in
that in
Serie
the
A
future.
doesn't mean we are good in Europe, right?
Come on, guys. Say we need to get the second star first. I
I
always
know. We
Well,
need
care about
Castillo
we,
2.0.
we,
We
we
need
need to
Casti
get the
2.0. Oh my god. Oh my god. Casti 2.0. This is ridiculous, you guys. I can't believe we're discussing this.
What the
Seriously.
fuck are you
Wait,
talking about?
wait,
Come on,
Hans. I do
please.
have a
I'll
question though.
listen.
Didn't you say that Berardi was better than
Ca-
Mahrez?
Berardi is
Oh my god.
Castillo. This
Wait,
guy
Hans,
saying
did you
Berardi
say
is
that?
Castillo.
Hans,
Sorry?
did you say that? But didn't you just say that Berardi was better than Mahrez earlier?
Not offensively, no.
Okay.
Mara is
No.
actually Mara is actually
So
plays
let me
for
ask
one of the
let me
best
ask you
teams
guys
in
a
the world under
question.
the
I
best
know.
coaches.
I want to
I
ask you
don't know
guys a
how he
question. if Berardi plays in the Champions League, what is he gonna happen? Is his legs gonna fall apart? Is he going to?
No, he's just gonna run into more Tomoris, and he's just gonna be doing this in the middle of the game.
Oh my God!
Waddling back
He's, he,
down.
he's actually gonna dribble backwards towards his own goal.
Why don't you show
how football-
show all the goals he scored against us instead? Then, if you
What
want
the
to,
goal that Hauge let in on the free kick by
if you
moving his head?
no, the goals that he scored against us. He pulled the ball. He
What,
pulled the ball-
Romagnoli?
He pulled he put the ball under Manyan's legs. Huh? You guys.
Well, because Romagnoli fell over. Yeah, that.
Yeah,
one.
he made it.
nice.
Yeah, he fucking made the whole team.
Romagnoli, the best
come on.
1v1 defender.
And what about Skamaka? That fucking goal he scored. Come on, guys.
Okay, Skamaka is nothing.
You
to do
are
with Berardi.
downplaying, like Alan said, you're downplaying Serie A.
Skamaka's goal was nice.
You guys have the fucking audacity to say that if Milan plays in the EPL, they come 6, 7, 8. Like, what the fuck are you? I don't know what's going on here.
You are actually basing all your arguments on just Serie A bias.
That's true.
I mean, you are actually not.
You don't
looking
even
at
watch
half the
anything
facts.
else.
Yeah, you
Roy.
don't watch
How the fuck
the
do you even know
Premier
anything?
League, dude.
I mean, everybody who do not watch.
I don't need to watch the EPL to know that the difference between Serie A and EPL is not like the difference of Serie A and Serie C. We're talking about Milan here, one of the biggest clubs in the world with one of the greatest institutions of football in the world. They go in the Serie A, they go in the EPL, they figure it out. And they fucking destroy everybody. Come on, what the hell are you talking
What
about?
happened?
You guys have the fucking audacity. You guys have the fucking audacity to say that we would be scared of Sunderland. Please,
Roy,
Sunderland isn't even a friend
I have a
team.
simple question. Juventus dominated the league from 2012 to 2020. How many times did they not get past Porto and Lyon? How many
I already
times
know
did
what
they win the
Roy's gonna
Champions
say.
League?
It's mentality. Roy's gonna say it's mentality.
No, mentality is the excuse that everybody goes behind. Hide behind. I don't even understand what mentality actually does. If mentality is the only answer, then even I want to be a player for AC Milan because I have the mentality.
yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, they lost
Yeah, but
against some
that-
shitty teams. So what?
Guys, SSB brings up a good point here, and I've said this to Roy before, but Roy is just gonna act like Berardi had a good Euros.
How the
Berardi
fuck did
had
he
a
not have a good?
He had a
oh,
bad
what?
Euros. He
terrible,
didn't do anything
bad.
in the Euros. He made a penalty, maybe. That's it. Like, I mean, that he didn't do anything in the Euros. Explain to me.
All right, let's see what he did.
Actually-
Actually, no, sorry. Actually, he got one assist to Locatelli, I think, that one game. So that's I'll give you that.
Listen, he played almost every game, and every game he was dangerous. And when he was asked to shoot a penalty in fucking Wembley Stadium in front of England, he scored. Like, that's a player with big balls.
Did he score against England? Was he
Yeah, and he actually almost scored during the game too. He was dangerous during the game.
Oh wow, he almost scored.
Yeah, and he did score, Antonio. He scored a penalty.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Penalty
and you celebrated
You know
like a
who else
little
scored
boy.
a penalty shootout?
You
You know who else
celebrated
scored
like a
you
little
know who else
boy,
scored?
Antonio.
Federico Bernardeschi. Guess where he is right now?
Yeah, and he's good too, Bernardeschi. But you, Antonio, you don't like him. You don't like any of them. It's the way it is. Whatever. You guys, I mean, look at your counter arguments of this video. Like, it's clearly not.
This is
No,
just a
shut up.
meme, dude.
This is clearly not even about football. It's just fucking this stigma that you guys have fallen for. Like, you've totally fallen for these stupid stigmas, propaganda, EPL, propaganda. It's like, come on, man. Let's talk about football. Let's talk about
Rohit said that he doesn't even like the EPL. He's just being. He's literally.
I
just
don't
being
care. I like the
realistic
EPL.
here.
I actually like the EPL. So, but I'm
Rohit
being
is
more
literally-
realistic.
When Rohit speaks,
When you
most
say
of the
that
time,
Milan,
he
when you
brings
say
up evidence.
when you,
okay?
oh yeah, evidence really. This
Yeah.
is evidence because this is what Rohit wanted to show.
This is
me.
the one. This was a
no,
meme.
this is
dude.
stupid. This is bullshit.
a
This is
joke.
bullshit.
Actually, I have a lot of evidence, but the thing is that I don't know where it is.
I have a
so
lot
much
of evidence too. Right.
Right.
Yeah,
I can't.
like
50 goals, 40.
mentality, like the
15
Euros.
goals.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
obvious.
yeah.
It's obvious.
He
I
did
mean,
great. He did
obvious.
great.
You just
He did
no.
great.
It's obvious.
You know what?
actually
You know
just-
what? You know what? De Bruyne went home crying. Berardi went home laughing. How about that?
I don't care. I'm not a fan of England. I hate England. I mean, obviously, I hate England everywhere. The thing is, I'm just saying, why
I
can't
said
we?
De Bruyne. I said De Bruyne. I didn't say England.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not a fan of De Bruyne either. I just said I want the league to be as good as EPL, because and that is like you said, a completely different argument. But I cannot just for the sake of being a biased Serie A fan be blind like how Premier League fans are and say we have the best league in the world, because that stems
Antonio,
from the fact that you don't watch any other league.
Antonio, can you guys kick this guy, Ismail or something like this?
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in timeout. We don't do that.
Being racist. It's
Yeah,
being
come on.
racist or something.
Yeah, that's not okay, guys. But listen, Rohit uses evidence, guys. Like, and I'm just being like, listen. My original thought was
Antonio, I'm sorry to interrupt. I actually sent a link in the private chat. Can you actually show that video? I
yeah,
mean, yeah, this is actually a wonderful example of what is recovery pace and like what is the standard of PL. I mean, look at that. It's wonderful.
I'm gonna put this on the screen. Wait, this is for the Premier League?
Yeah, I mean, this is the standards of the Champions League, and I mean, what the standard of the PL would be. Look at this. Yeah. So, can you pause? Can you pause? Can you hold it back?
The
Can you hold it
3-second
back?
clips.
Can you hold it back? Can you hold it back? Yeah. So yeah. So you see right now, Kevin De Bruyne has the ball, and he's on the right guy, that is number 4, that is Virgil van Dijk. He's actually on a 2v1. He's being outplayed 2v1 because Sterling is on the left of De Bruyne, and all he has to do is slide a through ball to him. Now, can you play? Yeah. Now you can see how fast he is, right? Now you can see the 1v1. Virgil van Dijk is on a 1v1 with Sterling, one of the best wingers in the Premier League. Okay, now play. Yeah, go on. Play.
Yeah, I just played it through.
Can you play it again? Can you play the video again?
Yeah. I'm playing it now.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you see, he actually could not get past Virgil van Dijk. Sterling, one of the best wingers in Europe, could not get past Virgil van Dijk. This was actually
And
the best
he couldn't
example
he couldn't get past Di Lorenzo. He couldn't get past Florenzi. He couldn't get
So,
past Bonucci, and he couldn't get past
so what's
Chiellini.
the
So what?
point, Rohit? What are you trying to say?
if Sterling cannot get past Virgil van Dijk, what the hell is Varane going to do?
Oh my God, these are childish
Come on, guys.
arguments.
Van Dijk
No,
is probably the worst.
Roy, I have a simple question. What the hell did Berardi do in that game against England? What was his contribution? Did he put a goal and assist, or like did he do a marathon?
He actually almost scored. He was very close to scoring.
No, I mean almost scoring is like zero. Almost scoring is zero. Do not say he
Rohit,
almost scored.
Rohit, name a player that do you think that can go past Van Dijk right now? The right
I
winger.
actually
That we
I
can afford as
actually
well.
I actually saw Vinicius Junior dribble past 4 defense. Berardi did not. Berardi
Yeah,
couldn't even do anything.
can we afford a Vinicius Junior right now?
Chiesa,
We have
Salah.
50 million budget.
We can't afford a
Leao.
Vinicius Junior, but we can actually definitely afford somebody like Charles Leclerc.
So you think Charles De Ketelaere can go past Van Dijk? Right?
Yeah, De Ketelaere, actually I have seen him play. He's actually a
Why
really
are
good.
you? No way, because Van Dijk is right now the world's best defender, and if you can go past him, means he will be the best defender, the player in the future as well.
Even Nicolas
Do you
Pepe
think?
has beaten Virgil van Dijk. See, getting beaten is actually not a great thing. But when you're so biased, like some people are over here, it actually seems like an event. So I wanted to show. I mean, here,
But
I don't rate Tomori. I don't rate Tomori as highly as VVD. VVD, like Alan said, is one of the best defenders. If Berardi cannot even, I mean, if Berardi keeps doing the salsa with Tomori, What sort of dance is he gonna do with DVD when he's
But
coming showing up the problem?
these arguments are like
He's gonna go.
literally.
And
These are
and
these are
and
not
DVD
like,
and
listen. If you
DVD.
were saying this in a football institution, like in a training ground, what you're saying, people will laugh at you, man. Both you and Tonio, guys, you'd be laughed at if you were talking like this with actual
That's
real
not the
Roy,
coaches. If you're in a football
Antonio,
institution saying they will laugh at you, guys. They will laugh at you.
Roy, I was laughed at when I said Romagnoli was not good enough by you. I was even called Indian I was racistly abused. But who's laughing right now?
By who? Who racistly abused you?
Not on here. I'm talking about social media. I was
Okay.
called, oh, you're an Indian. You don't know football. Stick to cricket. I mean, who's laughing right now? I don't care about other people's opinion.
Roy, do you remember that one stream where Rohit
Oh,
played the
Mamma
video
Mia.
evidence of Romagnoli? And listen, that day, my respect for Rohit only grew because me and my dad, we would watch Romagnoli
my
every
God.
single week. This man would every time he would defend one-on-one with his hands
guys-
behind his. Wait, let me finish what I'm saying. We would defend one-on-one with his hands behind his back, and he would go far away from the defender instead of playing tight and trying to stop him like Tomori and other players do. Every single week, I would see this, and other teams would get chances to score. Wait,
How come?
one second.
Okay.
When I was explaining this, I was trying to put this into words. And then Rohit comes on one stream and he shares the video evidence, and I was like, thank you. Someone finally was able to show this, and like that was just like one of my favorite streams.
Okay,
honestly.
but when Berardi was in that streak of Milan never losing, like what were you? Oh, not Berardi, Romagnoli. Was he shit then?
He wasn't as bad, but still, he was still
what?
pretty bad. Yeah.
Roy, that's
He
actually
can't
a
be bad,
false stat. That's actually a false stat. He was dribbled past by 6 times. Sorry, 6 times in that season.
Guys, by the way,
hold on. So because he was dribbled three times,
Caldara will join Spezia on loan with an option to buy for 3 million, reported by Gazzetta. So this is like official, basically.
We spent like
Yeah,
30 million for him to buy.
That
That's a
was
big
Leonardo's
loss.
millions. No, so
Yeah.
coming back to the Romagnoli thing, we were playing under Gattuso. We were playing a defensive system with a defensive fullback next to him in the form of Ricardo Rodriguez. But as soon as we started, playing a high line and we had an attacking fullback in Theo Hernandez, we could actually see how good Romagnoli was.
Romagnoli is a
Roy,
he's a
can
good,
you
he's a good
highlight?
defender. He's a good defender, but we're paying him way too much. It doesn't make sense what we're paying.
Can you take that comment to that one SSB's comment about one? Yeah. So this, I think right now in terms of football, 1v1s are very important. Like for example, you have Leao. Leao is one of the best attackers in 1v1s, maybe even in Europe itself. He has the highest dribble pass in terms of a player. So the job of a coach is to
Let me
make
check
sure he has.
this 1v1 game, because you like to show just this one example, this meme, and then you base the whole his. So let me see his numbers.
I'm gonna play his.
No, don't play his highlights. I'm gonna look at his numbers and what his 1v1 rate is. If Rohit is right, I'll say he's right. If Rohit is wrong, I'll say he's wrong. So let me check. While you keep on going, Rohit.
Guys,
keep on going, Rohit. I'm listening.
Lukaku is a perfect example of Serie A PL difference. Seen as a king in Inter, goes to Chelsea, back to Timberland boots. Oh my gosh. Lukaku smoked Romagnoli so many times. Okay, Roy, if you take Berardi out of the Italy team and replace him with another player of similar caliber, do they win the Euros? I think they still do.
So, what do you guys don't like about Berardi?
I don't think he's as good as Roy makes him sound.
Will you not take him for 30 million?
No, not for
Why
30.
I don't like Berardi is that he's actually proving himself in a league with the standard is really not that great enough. we look all of the players that we are getting. That is Theo Hernandez, Kalulu, Tomori, Leao. They're all coming from abroad leagues. We have only one player we have actually who proved himself
Guys,
from the Italian league is Tonali.
yeah, I get that, but what's our biggest problem right now? Do you guys know? Like I will say, like we lose a lot of points to smaller teams. So I think having guys like Berardi will actually help us on the long run,
Hey,
like
so yeah,
to win
guys,
the Scudetto.
I just want to address this comment. When I saw that chat and you were using Indian and and you said shut up, like it just seemed kind of like potentially a problem. So just want to make sure. I just want to avoid that in the future, guys. So
Yeah, actually, I have the stats lined up. So Leo has dribbled past 106 players. Domenico Berardi has dribbled past 38 players. If I can get a screenshot, can you show it?
yes.
Okay, wait.
Oh, where did you put this?
No, wait. It's on my laptop. I don't know how to get it to you. Wait.
You can email it to me, but
I'm sending a link to you.
okay, yeah.
Just can you show it on the screen?
Oh my goodness, we have a whole statistics.
Yeah. Can you
Oh
just
my goodness, Roy, you're done for.
Oh, because it can be because
yeah,
we
bring it
know
down, bring
that
it down, bring
guys
it
we
down,
know that Leao is one of the best dribblers in Europe. We know that,
bring it down,
but
bring it down,
still, you're gonna see
bring it
other
down.
stats
Shooting,
that are gonna favor
passing,
Berardi. Oh, mamma mia.
passing, goal and shot creation. Down. Scroll down. Pass types, defensive action, possession. Up possession. Yeah. Can you? Yeah. Touches. Go right. Yeah. Dribbles. So Berardi has attempted 33. Sorry, Berardi has attempted to dribble past defenders 75 times. He's successful 33 times. Rafael Leao has attempted 166 times and he's successful 95 times. So Rafael Leao has dribbled past defenders 106 times and Berardi only 38 times. So what do you gain from this? What do you understand from this?
Okay,
That just means
that's
Leo is the
I,
best player in the league. That just
I,
means
I, I
Leo is
can
just
only
better.
say I can only understand one thing. Berardi has mentality. Berardi won the Euros. Berardi did everything by himself.
yeah. But again, Rohit, you make this terrible mistake. Terrible mistake. It's such a fatal mistake that you only look at one thing, like you do in in that video. You show this one episode, and then you completely forget about everything else. You have to look at everything. Everything. Yes, some players are going to be better dribblers. Some players are going to be better this, better that. But the numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie. Berardi,
Yeah,
all his career.
actually numbers do like. Can you show that screen again?
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Show me the screen.
Like, why do we even have to compare
Should
with
I go
Leo?
back to possession?
No. Standard stats. Standards. Bring it right. Bring it to the right.
What
Bring
is
it to the
that?
right. Yeah. Right. To the right. Bring it to NPXG. Yeah. You see the NPXG. That is the XG. That is the quality of the goals without penalties. Rafael Leao's quality is 9.1, while Berardi's quality is 7.8. And what do you have to say for that?
What does this
Numbers
mean?
don't lie. Numbers don't
What the fuck?
lie.
What the fuck does this
Numbers
mean?
don't lie.
Yeah, and but for some reason, 15 goals and 14 assists don't mean shit. For some reason. For some reason,
Roy,
all these fucking
Roy,
stop
see,
right now I'm talking. Listen, all you're giving me all these stats. Right? Dribbles don't win you games. You know what wins you games? Assists and goals. Okay, so
yeah.
that number
So without
to me is more important than fucking what some nerd on a computer wrote about NPXG. At the end of the day, what is important?
the nerd
What is
the nerd on
important?
the nerd on
What?
the computer the nerd on the computer is the way that the nerds on the computer is the way we scout our players. So are you
Yes,
telling me
I
that the nerds on
understand.
the computer
I
the
understand.
nerds on the computer are
I
idiots and
understand.
that
I
and
understand.
Moncada, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I understand
these
all of
nerds
this.
actually
But these nerds and these nerds
these
help us
nerds
because we're poor. Because we're poor. Because we're poor. Not nothing
no,
else. Okay.
we are poor, but we are actually overperforming with less money than what Leeds and Newcastle are spending.
I agree.
So
Roy,
I
we are
this
agree.
is
doing something right.
savagery.
It's not.
This
It's
is
not
this is
because
something.
no. Because at the end of the day, these numbers don't mean shit. The numbers that mean something are the numbers that get you points.
Roy,
The numbers.
this is the thing with you. Can I
I'm telling you. Let me fucking finish, bro.
All right, I got it.
Yo,
Sorry to interrupt. Guys, sorry to interrupt. There is a news. There is a news.
I
I'm
did
gonna
see
read
this
it.
news actually.
Milan, an
Is it
important week on the
Vitiello?
an important week on the front for Di Ketelaere. The Milan is in a hurry to close the Belgian. The new upside offer is coming. There is trust. Milan also plans to define Daniel Maldini at Verona and Caldara at Spezia. Ooh, yeah.
Good news. Good news.
Okay. All right. Great
Better
news.
than
Better. Yeah, I get it. Funny. Show the video so everybody laughs, Antonio. Come on. Show
All
the
right,
video.
I'll
Oh,
pull it
okay.
up.
Good. Yes. Now, the numbers that matter, the numbers that win you points is not NPXG. The numbers that win you points is the amount of goals you score, the amount of assists you create, and how your offensive prowess.
Roy,
Can I
I want
speak
to
now? Can I speak now, Master Roy?
can I only
Yes.
say one thing?
I go ahead,
Like
Alan.
Mahrez has lower NXP than Berardi. That that just so.
Okay. That's
So
hilarious.
what
Can I
does that
speak
mean?
now, Master Roy?
Yes, you can speak.
Okay. What I wanted to say is you're clinging on to your like two statistics of goals and assists like a little toddler clings on to his mother when he's first born. It's like what's it called? You're not presenting any other angles to your argument besides like, oh, he's got 14 goals and like whatever
Yeah,
assists.
throughout his career,
How
a guy
many
that's
non-penalty goals? Like
so what? What the
let's
fuck?
compare.
That's not even what is penalty part of football? Penalties part of football?
Does that show your right wing skill and goal scoring
Answer
ability?
me this question: are penalties part of football? Yes or no?
Penalties, but what does that have to do with you being a right winger and contributing to our
Who
goal
takes the
scoring in our
penalties
attack?
usually? Who takes the penalties usually?
The player who's good at taking penalties.
Okay, so penalties is part of football, right? So you got to be good at taking them, right? Isn't penalties part
Yeah,
of
but
football?
are you want
So
to sign
what?
you want to sign a penalty taker or do you want to sign a right
Every
winger?
time Ibrahimovic missed a penalty, were you pissed off? Did that piss you off? No.
Okay, look at this
So
comment.
what are you talking
By the way,
about, man?
Alan, this is for you. Mahrez carried a mid-table Leicester to a Premier League title. What has Berardi done anywhere near close to that? Mahrez has amazing stats in the Champions League, and you're going to tell me that Berardi
Like
is not good because he
just
hasn't.
now, I think you were the one who said that Di Maria was not a great player right now.
Okay,
So
okay.
how
Well, I'm
can
not
you
talking about
say
Di
that
Maria.
he's the
I'm
same
talking
man?
about Di Maria. All right.
Yeah.
I'm
Why
talking
are you
about
saying
Riyad
that
Mahrez.
Mahrez is still the same player that you saw with Leicester? Do you think he's the
Mahrez,
same
because
player?
Mahrez is still in his prime.
No, he's already past his 30s.
He's like 30.
Yeah. So how can
That's,
he?
I mean, he's 30 is like pretty much like just over the hump, like, but it's still in that like prime range. We're signing Ziyech at 29 and going on 30. He's still going to be like a sort of prime. He's still basically in his prime if he's physically fit. I mean, that's still like he's not. He's still at the. That's an age where you don't start to slow down yet. So I think Mahrez is still in his prime.
But don't you think that Milan doesn't want to sign players like that?
What do you mean? Players like
Like,
Mahrez?
yeah.
Yeah, they want. Of course, they'd like to sign him.
No, because our project is based on young players.
Yeah, because Berardi's a very young player.
Yeah, but he brings experience. Like 27 is not that old. Like we're comparing like 30, 31 to
Yeah, but this is
27.
relativity, my guy. Like 30, 27, like 20. He's almost, going
Like
on
you
28.
need to consider the experience of Syria as well. Like Maris can be great in Premier League, but it is not a guarantee that he will be
But
great
Morris has already
in Syria.
proven in the Champions League, and he's done amazing things in the
Like
Champions League.
you only want Milan to go to the semi-final and
Well,
Milan
you're
to
telling me that you don't care. You're basically your argument is revolving around the point that we shouldn't care about the Champions League because you're only
the Champions
focusing
League.
on the Serie
Yeah,
A experience and Berardi.
the only time I will care. The only,
Alan, I just wanted to ask you, like, the Champions League is of a higher standard than the Serie A, yes or no?
yes, but the only time I want
Yes.
to
So
hear
no,
about
you agree the
hear about
Champions
the
League is of
Champions
a
League.
higher standard. So if we are aiming to compete in the Champions League, won't that cover the Serie A as well?
This season we can't. Like, do we expect Milan to win the Champions League right now?
No, I'm not saying we should win the Champions League. I'm saying at least get.
But do you want to get
the,
embarrassed by teams, or do you want to
Like,
do you want
no,
to
just
like show
get
quality?
like
no,
guys,
maybe get
come
to the
on.
round of 16 or maybe get to the round
Yeah, we
16
can
or
do
the.
that with.
Yeah, we can do that, right? See, if we aim to be a better, the idea of Champions League, we need a better team. So if we are creating a better team, that automatically means we will be a better team in Serie A, yes or no?
Everything is a gamble. If you always go for the 20 years old player.
No. You're still not. You're still not
Very well
answering
said,
my
Alan.
question.
Very well said, Alan.
Like, nothing is
You're
guaranteed.
also just trying. No. I have a question. The Champions League is a better standard than Serie A or the Premier League. If we are trying to be competitive, I'm not saying we should win the Champions League. I'm saying if we are trying to be competitive, doesn't it mean that we are actually trying to be more competitive in the Serie A?
Guys, the thing I want to say is that we need to actually be the champion of Syria for a long time. Then only we can actually win the.
I agree to
League.
that. I'm not saying we should just leave the Serie A. I'm saying if we are improving for the Champions League, right? Improving for the Champions League means we are getting a better team. Won't that better team help us to win the Serie A also?
So, guys,
I mean, it's as simple as this, guys. I'm sorry, but
it's a simple equation.
If you're bringing Riyad Mahrez, a player who's scored against top teams in Europe, to the Serie A, you think he's going to be bad? Do you think, like, I'm sorry, but you think he's not going to score against Inter, Juventus, and other, like, the Italian Champions League teams in big moments, and on top of that, teams that are worse in quality? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't, like, I'm sorry, but this is just a terrible argument. If Mahrez, I mean, I don't know why, like, listen,
Wait,
we're talking about Berardi.
Who's saying that Mahrez wouldn't be? No, you downplay Berardi, like, and it's so disgusting. But who's saying that Mahrez can't come to Italy and score against Juve?
No, so I was actually on the Berardi topic, and then Alan called me out for, like, a Di Maria thing, and so I was defending Mahrez because we were on the point of Mahrez. So
like,
I was just I was kind of being sidetracked there.
Like you said.
Because Alan was like, Alan
achieved
dissed
something
Mahrez for like his NPXG or whatever, and so I was just saying that Mahrez is incomparable to Berardi. He's on another level.
So that's why I said
that doesn't matter. I actually see a comment saying people that Milan should fire Pioli and get Ten Hag.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I mean, I respect Ten Hag. He's a great coach, but we just won the Scudetto. What is Pioli done wrong?
Yeah, Pioli is perfect for Milan right now. Like, have you guys seen the requirements of Ten Hag? Like, something rules he made, like that.
Yeah, imagine Ibrahimovic with those rules.
Yeah, that's stupid rules. Like, no one going to follow that. Like, that's stupid.
I think he's being sarcastic, though.
Hopefully he is.
Maybe.
I think.
But who knows? Like, Man United fans are really excited about Ten Hag. Right? I don't even rate him that high right now. Like, he has to prove a lot.
Guys, the way you guys talk about Berardi is so disrespectful. It's so disrespectful, guys. It's so disrespectful.
What has he proven, though? Like, doesn't...
I can't believe how much disrespect you guys have for certain players.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
have a lot of disrespect. Trust me, we have a lot of disrespect, especially I do. I mean, I respect a lot of players. I just don't respect the fans that hype them up for nothing.
Who?
Uh, yeah. So like coming back to the Romagnoli topic, it was so funny that one of the most celebrated player of AC Milan's last 7 years had no offer except for Lazio and Fulham, and Fulham just got back from the second division of English Premier League.
Roy, and listen, Roy, I don't. I hopefully he retracted this statement, but on a stream a while ago, Roy said that Romagnoli was like as good as like Van Dyke and Ruben, and better than Ruben Diaz. Like when he said that,
I said Chiellini. I didn't say Romagnoli, dude.
well,
Don't
you
put
said he
words.
was no. You said Romagnoli was
I
better
said
than Ruben
Chiellini. I
Diaz
said
when he was.
Chiellini. I said Chiellini.
You said Ruben Diaz. Definitely, you said that. I
Who
know
the
you
fuck
said
is
that.
Ruben Diaz?
He was Manchester
What
City's
has he
like
done?
best
He's done
defend.
shit.
He won the
What has he
No,
Premier
done?
League
I
with
actually,
Manchester City.
I actually heard that. I actually
Romagnoli
heard
won
that.
the Serie A too. So what?
Oh my god.
Ruben Diaz. Come on, my man.
Oh
Please.
God! Again, I'm
This is
saying that Pioli is not enough it's not tactically enough. We would 80-02. Come on, bro. Seriously, any coach is only as good as his players. You cannot expect Pioli to be out coaching Klopp with when Klopp has Salah and Messias and sorry Salah and Mane and we have Messias and Salamakers.
I want to see Messias on Liverpool.
They're not gonna sign him. They're not stupid.
I
They're not
know,
gonna
I
sign.
know. I don't listen. I don't mind Messias personally. I don't know. He gets. I think he
Okay,
gets a
let
lot
me
of
ask you a
hate.
question. Let me ask you a question. All right, because now, if Milan have the money, will they get Salah or will they get De Ketelaere?
What? What are
I
you
think
asking?
I think I think going by the project and all of that shit, I think we're gonna get clear.
Yes, and we know that. But let's say if this was a different kind of Milan with lots of money, will they get Salah and or De Ketelaere?
Oof, that's a tough question. Uh, I think we would have gone with Salah. I think this is my opinion, so I don't know.
What do you think, Antonio?
Wait, can you please repeat that? I'm sorry. I got some water.
You heard it. You heard
No,
it.
no, no. I swear, I was actually away from my computer.
If Milan had lots of money, not this project, they had lots of money, would they get De Ketelaere or Salah?
Mohamed Salah, the best right winger in the world right now.
Yeah.
You're asking me that question.
Yes.
So if you're saying if Milan was like a team that could buy players to win the Champions League this year,
Yes.
yeah, they would buy Mohamed Salah. Obviously,
Alright,
he's a
okay.
better player.
Okay.
But with our current
Finally, we
project,
agree on something.
with
Finally,
but,
we agree on
but
something.
with our
guys.
current project, we're
Hallelujah.
buying younger players. So
Uh, we finally agree on something, guys.
well, you're asking me to buy the best right winger in the world. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to prove, but
Floki is about to run that.
Guys, let's switch the topic. So yeah,
let's be
what
optimistic.
okay. What is what are your takes on Rafael Leao's renewal?
Oh my goodness, this is a very stressful topic.
What? Say again?
Leao's renewal.
No, let me make it a bit more spicy. We are on a big arm wrestling match with Mendes for Renato Sanchez. So clearly, I think PSG is not interested in Renato Sanchez. But since this guy has all sort of media power and he even has a whole awards given thing. If you know Dubai Dior is a award that is instituted by Jorge Mendes. So he's
What is
actually
he?
really powerful. Yeah, so he's really powerful. So he actually can even influence the newspapers. So with him influencing the newspapers and creating such a standoff for Renato Sanchez, do you think that we can renew Rafael?
Is even Mendes isn't right now? I don't think so.
I don't know if they're connected, but I'm just guessing here. I'm
Right.
just guessing.
Do you know?
Like, I don't know if Leao's situation has any connection with Sanchez. Maybe you can draw the conclusion that the way Mendes is behaving with Sanchez, you could probably do a similar thing with Leao and kind of shop Leao's name in the newspapers and put pressure.
Is men guys? Is Mendes is an agent still?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
don't.
right.
I don't know.
Leao did change his agent. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the same. I think he changed his agent for this lawsuit or something like that.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I'm sure he did. I don't know if Mendes is still involved in what he does. I think he is to a degree, but yes, a few days ago it was reported that he did change his agent. As far as Sanchez, I don't know. I don't know what to think about Sanchez.
Like if he doesn't want to play with us, I don't really care. Like he has to have the heart to play with.
Hey, Padney, please don't use that kind of language anymore. Ismail Padney. Um, Ismail Padney is from India, but just please don't use that kind of language.
Ah,
Guys, actually, a non-related Milan news. Hamid Traore is injured for a long time.
I
Who?
saw that. I saw that. Hamid
Oh,
Hamid
Traore.
Traore, the
yeah.
Sassuolo player.
Yeah,
Really,
actual
I really thought we could get him. He was a really good player, much
Yeah.
better than some other Sassuolo players.
Bro, I love Rohit when he does this, guys. You guys, I think Rohit and Roy are good friends, honestly. Like,
Yeah, it's fine. We're just debating. It's all good. I'm a, I like to debate hardcore. Roy Rohit. Oh no. Yeah.
this guy's just
whatever.
trying to troll, honestly, at this point. Like,
He's provoking, but whatever. No, look, everybody has their opinions, and we're gonna stick with them. And it's the way it is, and it's the way it is. Doesn't matter.
it's funny because Berat, I used to think, like, I like Berat. Like, I don't mind Berardi, but, like, but my problem is when you start comparing him to other players, that gets me pissed off. Like,
I don't know what to
Can you
tell
show the last comment? 8002's last comment. Yeah, Mourinho doesn't have nice looking football. Would you take his trophies? It depends. I think people overrate tactics a lot. Tactics is just a way of playing. It depends. Any tactics success depends on the quality of the players. That's why you have Guardiola spending so much of 2-3 billion over the 6 years to get the best players. If Guardiola tried to went to some team like Genoa or Brescia and try to impose his tactics, it's not going to work there. So even if every football coach's tactics depends on the quality of the players he has. That's how it works. It's not about tactically being great. Even Arrigo Sacchi, when he came to Milan, his coaching CV was not all that great. He was not even a great coach. But when he came to Milan and he imposed his tactics, and he had players like Marco van Basten, Carlo Ancelotti, Ruud Gullit, and Frank Rijkaard, Maldini, Costa Curta, Baresi, so many great players. He became one of the greatest coaches, and he has become an inspiration for the entire gegenpressing model. So that's how tactics become successful. Tactics is just a way of playing. It is the kind of quality that players bring, and it's even something Saki himself said. Saki says that he owes his success to Berlusconi because Berlusconi got him the best players. So I don't think this outcoaching tactically blah 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 thing comes. It's some sort of God given gift. It's something that you learn along the way with the players you have.
Well, you can make the argument when you have two teams or three teams or four teams that all have quality players.
Roy, I
Then,
think you're gonna like what I'm gonna say. Okay, I think you're gonna like. I think
all right,
Serie A
let's go. Let's
has.
see.
I think Serie A has some of the best tacticians in Europe, but they are
I don't know
not
about that.
at all supported by their owners, and this lack of financial, lack of finances and
Yeah, maybe,
players.
maybe.
Yeah, I mean, even when you look at
I mean,
Deserby, I mean,
yes, it's a
Oh yeah, I
fact.
was gonna bring up De Zerbi because I think he's out of a club right now.
But Italians haven't produced a great generation of coaches recently. I don't think they have. They're
no,
always super good,
I think
but
if
it's
I think if
right.
let's say, I mean, you can look at Sari. When Sari went from Napoli to Chelsea, the first season he won a trophy. He won the Europa League.
Yeah, no,
So
but
if
Italians.
Sari was if Sari was given that sort of a squad in Italy, I mean, with Juventus, he won the Serie A. If Lazio actually has had good finances and got in competitive players, then I think even Sari would be a great coach. Same way you can say, I mean, you can look at Conte itself. Conte went to Premier League, and when they had Guardiola, Mourinho, and so many great coaches, he won the Champions League. No, the Premier League in his first season at Chelsea. So even Conte is a great coach, and you have so much
Okay,
great coaches in Italy. So I
no,
think if
okay,
they actually had,
I agree. Italy will always create great coaches, but today, right now, I would say that in Europe, the Germans are the ones that are winning that race.
but
Funny because Roy,
that's because the Germans actually have a very sound system, and their 50
Yeah,
plus 1 rule allows them
yeah.
to invest a lot of money into scouting. But that's not the case. Here you have so many teams that don't even own their own stadium.
in Italy, let's talk about the coaches in Italy. I mean, Pioli. Where do you think Pioli would rank in terms of like the top coaches? Like, you think he's
He
what is
doesn't.
he's?
He doesn't rank.
So you're not.
There's no rank.
Pioli and Inzaghi, the coaches of the two Milan teams, are a real like example of my point. When they were with Lazio and Pioli was with Fiorentina, they had some good teams. They had a decent team, but they were not able to perform. But when they got teams that suited their style and the quality came up, you can see that they were fighting for the title. You can even throw in Vincenzo Italiano, or even somebody like Igor Tudor, or even Ivan Juric. Ivan Juric is a wonderful coach. I really liked his tactics, but the fact is that he's dealing with all of these fringe players of bigger teams, and he's actually trying to make a team. But if he was given a better team, if he had the
Yeah,
resources that Conte or somebody like or even half of what or half or even the quarter of what Guardiola has, that is 250 million. If he had those that sort of resources, but I think that even Ivan Juric can actually become a great coach.
listen. My
Listen,
dad has said this on the stream multiple times. Guardiola, who's a great coach, won the Champions League with Barcelona, and he had Messi, Iniesta, Xavi, Busquets. Name who else. You need
Eto,
players
I
to
think.
win. Yeah, you need players to win. I mean, but so of course the players and the financial limits in the Serie A are going to hinder the ability of these coaches to shine. Um, the key is, I mean, now we need to, like you said, find ways around that so we can support these coaches and maybe giving them a say in the sort of Moneyball scouting is a
I can't
potential
listen. I
solution.
can't rate Pioli because he hasn't done anything in Europe. So unless he does stuff in Europe with a good team like Milan, I will rate him.
But
Now,
you
So
rate
you're saying
Berardi though.
so you're
now,
saying Conte
hold
is
on,
not a
hold on,
good
hold
coach?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Now, I do think that if he can replicate what he does in Italy in Europe, then he'll be a great European coach. If he replicates what he does in Italy, he can. I think he can. Why couldn't he? But he has to do it first. And then I will rate him. As far as Inzaghi goes, I don't rate him that highly in Europe. I don't think he's done that great in Europe. He hasn't showed the character that I think he should have with the team he has. As far as Allegri goes, Allegri with a good team has shown to get into the finals, but he botched it both times. So I don't know. Conte is a great coach, no doubt, one of the best coaches in the world. Um,
Who,
and
Allegri?
no, Conte.
Oh, Conte.
Conte is one of the best coaches in the world for sure.
Yeah, but
Uh,
how can you say that he is good when he's not proven anything in Europe? He's not even got into a semi-final of the Champions League.
to be fair, in Europe he's shown that he's not good actually. Yeah, you're right. In Europe he's not good. He's a terrible record. So Pioli has a terrible record in Europe too right now, but I
I
want to
think,
see him with a
yeah.
good team.
My
He's
opinion, there's
actually
like
had a
levels. Sorry, go ahead. You can go, right?
I think
Uh,
Pioli's first ever game he won was against Atletico Madrid in Europe.
in my opinion, there's levels to this. Like, I like to group different coaches by what they've achieved. Like, I think Pioli is a top coach, but he's not a world class coach yet because, like you said, he has to prove it in Europe. But that's why I think Conte is also a very very top coach, but he's not world class yet. I know it's kind of harsh,
Who? Conte?
Conte.
I mean, it is strange that he can't duplicate what he does in the leagues in Europe. Like, it's strange
Maybe
because
because he focuses so much of his energy on the league. I mean,
he's obviously one of the best coaches. But yeah, in Europe, he's been awful. He's been awful every year almost. Every time he plays in Europe.
yeah. Do you how do you rate
that
like
is
Thomas?
that is completely wrong. Making finals and semi-finals with Juventus isn't terrible. Allegri is always faced with terrible financial situations. Juventus is the richest club in Italy. I don't know what this guy is talking.
Well, I didn't say it's terrible. I
Not you,
said he
not you.
bought.
The guy in the chat.
I know, but I'm not sure who he is replying to.
Juventus is one of the richest clubs in Europe, in Italy. They have their own stadium. They have the highest commercial revenue. They have their stock is listed in the New York Stock Exchange. They're one of the richest clubs. I really don't know what he's talking about. They have the best financial systems. It
I don't
actually,
like. So go ahead.
yeah. So what was I gonna say? Yeah. So I think Pioli is not a great legendary coach. I think he's an upcoming coach, and maybe in a few years, if he can prove himself in Europe, then I think most probably he actually can be termed as a great coach.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, people are just down on Pioli for some reason, just
I'm
because
not
he's not.
down on Pioli, guys. Chill out. I'm
Not
not.
just you.
Nobody's
I'm
down
just
on him.
saying. I mean, like people like who just because he's not the flashiest coach, he's very humble. Like they think that he's like a mediocre coach. I mean,
I mean,
they don't watch him.
but Pioli did not just come out of. He's been coaching for a long time now. Yeah, like he's had a long history.
Mhm.
This is the first Scudetto he wins. This
Yeah,
is a good project for him. It looks perfect for him.
man, Roy. Like, if you would ever watch like a Prem fan YouTube stream or something like that, you
Yeah.
would just be disgusted because I've been watching some of them, and the disrespect not only for Italy but for like Milan as like a historic and like
Is it is
big
it
club.
is it worse than yours and Rohit's and Hans?
Man,
I
I
think
don't. But
Roy.
first of all, I don't disrespect. I don't
Antonio,
disrespect
I'm joking.
Milan.
I'm teasing.
Antonio,
I'm
1 minute.
teasing.
Yeah, I think Roy still hasn't understood what I and Antonio are trying to say. I'm trying to say that this mentality that we are good and we are good enough, and all of this is down to some bad luck and mentality. That's what pisses me off. I really think that Serie A has a lot of opportunity. There is a lot of history. There's a lot of culture. I'm sure Roy would know since he is a bit more older than I am. There is so much of story. Even everybody talks about Leicester City's big thing, but how many people know about Sampdoria's 1991 title win, and then they went on to the European Cups finals and lost to Barcelona.
Barcelona.
That was Cruyff's Barcelona. How many people know about that? Very few people. The thing is that this is not even advertised. This is not even spoke about. Nobody markets this. There is no thing that they actually want to speak about how great Italian football is in the 90s. About how Maradona, about how Lothar Matthäus, how Van Basten, Gullit, Baresi, Maldini, Ronaldo, so many players had so many of the great players all had. It was like a super league in its own in the 90s, and then all of this financial thing happened. The Calcio Poli happened, and Serie A, obviously its cycle got over. Nobody speaks about this. That's what pisses me off. And then when after all of this, when Italy has now qualified for 2 World Cups, and then Serie A teams have not won a CL in the last 12 years, and then you and then people tell me that Berardi is a great player, and even when nobody actually wants to sign him, it actually pisses me off. It's like we are willfully ignoring the poor quality of the league. And it frustrates me that people, I mean, obviously it's not down to Roy or me or Antonio. It frustrates me that people are actually happy with this mediocrity. When there's so much of disrespect from the Premier League
Yeah.
and from the Premier League. And actually, as I mean, I am an Indian. There are so many people who are from abroad, and I mean, you guys are from US with a little bit of Italian heritage. I mean, it pisses you off to see the Premier League and the English people, not all English people, the Premier League fans actually so openly disrespecting Serie A. For me, I don't understand how this does not get to the Italians, to the people who matter. Don't you see this disrespect that your league is getting? It's like somebody's disrespecting your family or your house, and you're just simply sitting there and watching all of this.
That's why when we were like matched up with Liverpool, I wanted to beat them so badly. Like, because I was watching their fans like they were talking about like before playing us, they were like, yeah, we can beat them with our B team, whatever. Like we'll beat them like 2-0, 3-0. Like, and I was actually like getting like they didn't even know anything about us. Now we
The
won the Serie
disrespect,
A.
even in India, there was even an Instagram post saying that San Siro is Liverpool's training ground. That was a level
Oh
of
my
disrespect. And then still people are like, like Italian league is the best league in the world. It's just that people don't understand. You show it. If you're good, show it. Show what you have. You don't do that.
yeah, and on top of that, it's like the fans now that even though we won the league, like people are like, oh yeah, they won the after we won the league, like all the fans were like, look at the team that won the league. They got eliminated in the group stage. That Liverpool beat them with their C team, like all this stuff. Like so, it's even more of a disrespect, even though now we have actually achieved some sort of success. Um, and it's just getting worse and worse because the longer this lasts, more disrespect we're gonna get. Like freaking Leeds United fans disrespecting us. Like I'm tired of this shit.
I'll be honest with you. I don't pay attention to that stuff, so I don't know. It's something that I don't really think about.
But my problem is like when you ignore that, like Rohit said, like you're just pushing it under the table and you're not addressing the problem.
I don't really care about that. Why is I mean, okay, I
So you don't
know
care that
that.
our league is just not good enough anymore.
No, I don't think it's not good enough. I don't think that at all.
That's just denying the problem.
No, I know that we are where we are and whatever. So what? It's fine.
It's not fine because we're not gonna win in Europe anymore if we don't improve, and we're not gonna like get respect for our league.
Well, let's see what Milan does because I don't. I
No,
think.
one more thing, which I mean, as a Milan fan, it's a good thing, but as a Serie A fan, it's a bad thing. Last year, when Inter Milan won the league, they had the highest loss of all time in 250 million, and then you had Inter Milan had to force sell Lukaku and Hakimi, their two best players, and now they are even going to sell Skriniar, their next best player. I mean, that's the problem with Serie A. I mean, you have to sell your best players, whereas English Premier League teams escape relegation and they're signing
That's
40,
true.
50 million players for so
Oh
much of
my
easy
God,
money.
Leeds. Yeah, it's. Have you seen Leeds' transfer market? Like
No.
Huh?
Sinistera, Aronson, Tyler Adams. On top, each of these is like 20 million plus. They wanted to sign. They put a 35 million bid for the Ketelaere, and now they're
Yeah,
going. It's crazy.
I mean, they actually Newcastle United fans were like giving it to us, in all social media. Yeah, we
Yeah, yeah,
signed Bot.
yeah.
No, yeah, you we was, and I was like, oh yeah, you're celebrating your we signed Botman trophy while we celebrate Saria. I mean, that's the kind of thing that we have to put up with. And I can see a lot of people blaming Elliot with there. Elliot
Ah,
is
I
now.
see.
I
I
can I
see.
can I can agree to that to up to an extent. But the thing is that we are actually it's a problem of the league. It's not just a
Yeah,
problem of the owners.
guys, I don't like to do this very
I'm not
often.
on Twitter. That's the thing. That's why I'm not on
Listen,
Twitter.
guys,
No,
I don't like to do
it's
this
there on
very
Facebook as well. It's there. I've
on
seen it on Facebook.
YouTube. It's on. If you
It's there.
ever,
It's
if
there
you,
everywhere.
Roy, if you ever talk to an English fan, like that's the first place you're.
I
gonna
know, but I don't. So,
Guys, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this now.
but I know
because-
what you guys are saying is true. I do know.
Wait, guys, has Leeds won a Champions League before?
No.
I don't
Are
think
you
so.
sure about that? Because they may. I thought they may have won.
I'll
one,
tell you.
like,
I'll tell you
many
who all
years
have
ago.
won. I'll tell you who all have won the Champions League from England. Liverpool has won 6 times. United have
Chelsea
3.
twice.
Aston Villa.
United have 3. Aston Villa has 1.
Chelsea
Chelsea
has
have
2.
2. And
Nottingham
Nottingham has
Forest.
2. Yeah. So
That's it?
That's 14. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's more than Italy.
Italy
But-
has 12. 7 from us, 3 from Inter, and 2 from Juventus.
Anyways, my point is, I don't like to do this very often because I like to respect the teams. But when I get this disrespect, I will say this: fucking Little's small club Newcastle
Wow.
and Leeds United are gonna rip us when we have 7 Champions Leagues and the biggest history out of any club besides Barcelona. It's not even debatable.
I've never heard Antonio drop an F.
Like, I'm sorry, but those people, those fans don't understand anything about football heritage and culture, and so that's why I would love to just destroy them. And that's the thing. But with the current way that we're going, and Roy's gonna get mad at me for saying this, I'm not confident that we'll be able to beat them like easily or comfortably right now.
No. Let me tell you why. When
To be able to kill them on,
when
on
in-
any given day.
When in Italy, the 3 big giants start to compete all together to best each other, Juve, Inter, Milan. When these 3 giants get going in Italy, they start to fight for the Scudetto, then it's over for the rest of Europe. It is over.
I kind of 50% agree that and 50% disagree that. The fact is that when the Italian league was a good league back in the day, you also had teams like Fiorentina with Batistuta and Rui Costa, and Jovetic and Luca Toni in the later years. You had Lazio. I mean, we signed Odo from Lazio. We signed Cafu from Roma. We signed Pirlo from Inter. We signed Sedor from Inter. We signed Gattuso from Salernitana. So those teams were also actually good. They had some good players, but right now it's like there's a gulf between the top 3, and there seems to be a gulf between the top 3 and the rest of the team. But hopefully, if all the lower league teams like you have Atalanta, you have Fiorentina, you have Spezia, you have all of these Udinese, you have such teams bringing up some good players. If like Antonio Di Natale, if Udinese has a player like that, I'm sure the league standards will go up. Which is why I want all of these teams to invest in data analysis, use and find some good players from the Scandinavians or players who are not doing well. I mean, Empoli did a great job at getting Benacer from Arsenal. So those kind of things. If they can do, if they can find like what Brentford is doing, then I think that the league can flourish. Because with so much of wastage going on in the Premier League, so much of money being invested, there's a lot of players that are getting wasted. And like I said, the coaches in Italy are really good. They can actually get good players in their hands. One example I have is Brecalo. So Brecalo was actually not doing well in the Bundesliga, and Torino signed him for 6 or 7 million, and he's actually becoming one of their main players behind Belotti. Now Belotti has left. So if we can do if these teams can do something like that, then then the league's quality will go up. The league's quality will go up, and Inter Milan, and even Juventus will be challenged even more. I think even Napoli are a great team. If Spalletti can maybe do something in the second season, then they also will be a great team. If we get challenged more, then the standards are going to get higher and higher, and then slowly we can start competing in Europe as well. All the 4 teams.
Rohit, let me
yeah, 1 minute. I liked last year. I liked what Roma did. They actually focused on a European competition instead of just like how Italian teams do. Usually they go for the league. Except us, we are always a Champions League team. We were never much of a Italian league side. That's why we have less Scuderos than Juventus. We were always a team that went for Europe. I like what Roma did. They went for a European competition instead of putting all their limited resources into the Serie A.
And they
So
beat
when they
Leicester.
yeah, they beat Leicester as well. They beat Leicester. The Feyenoord is also a good team. So that's also a good thing. And this year, I think now they're very close to getting Frattesi. They're also getting close. They got Matic. They also got Celik from Lille, who's also a good right back. So they're actually improving their team. So if we can if Roma sells Zaniolo, maybe if they can get two good players who suit Mourinho's style of play, then again we have Roma's good competition. So that thing, it's a domino effect. It's a effect. So as the smaller teams keep growing, it also helps the bigger team to push harder. But the problem will always be the revenues. That's something that's out of the hands of the clubs.
Like our main problem is that we can really keep our own players.
800 million,
Like
800 million is not much of a revenue. Our 800 million is not much of a revenue. You're dealing 800 million in Serie A is compared to 3.2 billion of the Premier League. So the revenue is it's not even close. Getting 1 billion TV rights is nothing when you're comparing it to the 3 billion. And I'm hearing that in the next few years with international rights, the Premier League is gonna get something like 6 billion. That's double of what they're getting
My
now.
God.
So it's gonna be like we are gonna train players for Crystal Palace and what Fulham, those kind of teams.
I mean, Leeds
So
United just outbid
That's fucked
us.
up. That's
Leeds
fucked up.
United just
exactly.
outbid us, guys. I'm sorry. It's already happening. Leeds United, who just avoided relegation. Unbelievable. Next thing you know, the championship's gonna get more. Is gonna sign Leao like the second division in England.
I think in one way there's also a big problem in the form of UEFA's bloody FF as well. The
I never
thing
really
is,
understood that, honestly.
okay, it's simple. It's simple. I'll just give it to you in a simple way. You are only allowed to spend what you're earning. So if you're earning, let's say, $10 in a day, you're allowed to spend only $10 in a day.
Yeah, but
That's a
there's the
rule.
sponsors loophole. That's what it is,
Yeah,
right?
that's something different. That's something different, right? That's something different. You're allowed to spend $10 in a day. But the thing is, there is a gross negligence of this rule. PSG in the last 2 years have accumulated 500 million losses. We were pushed out of Europe for 1 year because we had a loss of something like 140 million. So where is this rule? So that's a
Basically, it's
problem.
just as simple as this, just not being enforced.
there is
Yeah.
corruption in UEFA. Like
So
it's as
It's
simple
just
as that.
I thought they were at least hiding it behind the sponsors thing. So that I kind of was like, okay, at least they're like,
Yeah,
being corrupt
but
behind the scenes.
what are the even if let's say they don't follow the rules, then it gets to that deadline day where they have to show all the accounts. What happens to that team? They have to either pay a fine or they what? That team will just
Only
pay the
fine, I
fine.
think.
That team will
Yeah.
just pay the fine.
Roy, the Manchester City case was really funny. So
Yeah.
Manchester City committed an FFP breach in 2015. So as per the FFP rules, if you breach the FFP rule, you have to file a case within 3 weeks. That's the rule, right? UEFA filed a complaint against Manchester City 4 years later. So the statute of that rule actually expired. Right? You have if the case is not registered within 3 weeks, it's invalid. So UEFA filed a case against City 4 years later. City's lawyer had a slam dunk case.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the kind of thing they do. This is all just a big
Rahid,
show in front of.
question, are we
Yeah,
still like being affected by financial fair play like from
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. We
past?
are, we are.
And in what
Like
way? Like,
I think we can't really have losses more than like 20 million or something like that for 3 years, something like that.
We
Very
we are
safe.
still in a settlement agreement with FFP. We will
this is complete, and this is the way they
uh,
treat their historic clubs.
Like we are
Basically,
having 50
basically,
million loss, I think.
UEFA caters to the countries which have the highest revenues, and we all know who's doing that. Even the Euros was placed in that country. Euro final was in that country. So much of even the last year's Champions League final was in a place where we all know that UEFA is so biased towards Paris. So I mean, you just had PSG announce a loss of 200, 300 million last year, and they gave Mbappe a
Mbappe, the keys to the
signing bonus
city.
of 100 million and all of that shit. So
That's unbelievable.
And isn't
that's
he
a
in
kind
one
of
of the boards of UEFA? The
To the
guy
PSG president. That's why he refused to join the Super League.
Roy, the Champions League's TV rights is given to Be in Sports, and Kalafi is the chairman of Be in Sports.
There
He's the
you
owner
go.
of Be in
Oh my
Sports.
God.
Yeah,
It's all
they pretty
like
much sponsor UEFA.
There you go.
That's
they
why they
must
didn't join
pretty
the
much.
Super League, because they had good relationship. That's
Yeah, like they
strengthening
are.
now.
They don't even need Super League because they already have infinite amount of money.
Red John is a big fan of UEFA.
Now, this thing here, FFP punishes you financially, blocks you from UEFA competition, but nothing more.
Yeah, how many competitions have PSG been blocked from?
But I think, I don't know, I'm guessing here. I think that if you pay the fine, you don't get blocked. I think.
Paying a fine is a
Yeah,
joke, Roy. If you
I know
fine them
it's a
60
joke. I
million,
know it's a
if
joke.
you fine them 60 million, they're just gonna they just that's like coffee money for Kalafi and the Qatar. I mean,
yeah.
it's a country,
Yeah.
it's a state sponsored. Qatar owns PSG. that's
It's
it's
unbelievable,
60
guys.
million
Yeah,
is like
that's
how
why.
much they might spend on their coffee.
But they
That's
can't
why
buy
they will never
Champions League
get.
Ah,
trophies.
That's
yes,
why they
Red
will
John is
never
back.
get.
Enough,
Yeah.
enough with bullshit. Someone had to come and make stuff clear.
Oh no.
Oh
Here we go.
no. Red
Listen,
John, you ready for the
Yes.
clone game?
I'm a bit sick today, so I'm not gonna be here for long. But the thing is that we suffer no repercussion from what we did 4 years ago because FFP works on a 3-year basis, in the sense that they look at your accounts in a
Red John,
if you
who
spend.
was who
Mhm.
was banned from Europe in 2019-20 season?
I,
Was it
I,
Inter
I
Milan?
don't.
Was it Red? Was it Roma? No. It
It
was
was
us, right?
Milan, but I don't see how you can say that we suffer right now the repercussions of those bans.
Yeah, because we went through COVID. All teams went through COVID. Barcelona has a bigger
so
debt than we do. So
But
so
obviously FFP has been relaxed. But my point is PSG has done so much of transgressions. Even Manchester City has done so much of transgressions. They have created so many fake sponsors. There was a music
yeah,
company that did not exist that pays 200 million per season. There is no such
Rohit,
office. There is no
Rohit,
company. They pay more than Spotify to Barcelona. So how does that work out?
Rohit,
That's
when you live,
RoyLavariMusic.com right there.
Rohit, when you are the only honest man in a corrupt country, you are the dumb one. Get it? So I don't understand what your point is.
um, but listen. To be clear, Milan had an option, from what I remember, pay the fine, or don't play in Europe, and they calculated that not playing in
No,
Europe.
no, 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 no. We got banned in Europe and got fined as well. You
Are
don't
you
get to. Yes, and that was part of the settlement agreement.
are you sure?
Yes, we settled.
Sorry, I didn't listen to that.
No, they were asking. Roy asked if when we were punished by FFP, was it a ban in Europe plus a fine, or did we just refuse to pay the fine and get banned?
Actually,
The
we,
ban
we
plus a
actually we
ban.
were banned. Actually, we were banned. But that year, Elliot took over from the Chinese. So we appealed against the ban and we got back. The next
Yes.
year, in the next year, we actually sat out of the competition in exchange for leniency from UEFA. I quote, in exchange for leniency from UEFA.
Oh my
Yeah, but
god.
the thing here is pretty simple. The way the Chinese investors
spent money was not the right way to do it, man. Man City is not doing it like that, even though you can still argue that Man
Red
City
John,
has breached the FFP.
Red John, so you're telling me what UEFA is doing is with PSG and City is morally correct? Yes or no?
No, but no one cares about morals, man. This is what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that if you go and make it easier for them to fuck you over, it's your fault.
So Red John, if you're looking, forget the morals. If you're looking at the application of the law, how is that Manchester City has different laws and Milan has different laws?
They have
the law should be same for everybody. Yes or no?
Come on, how do you not agree with Rohit here? I mean, this is just.
Let's say I kill a man. I get no prison sentence.
Let Red John speak.
Okay.
No, I kill him. Yeah.
Antonio, let me explain this to you, okay? You, let's say, want to buy a car, okay?
Yeah. Thank you for teaching me, Red John.
You're welcome. You want to buy a car, okay? The car is over 10,000 euros, so it gets checked by the state, by the country, right? Where this money came from. Now, if you create, I don't know, a fake grandfather who dies and gives you X amount of money in a legal way, somehow, some way, you exploit the law, the state can do nothing against you. If you go and buy a $100,000 cash, I don't know, Ferrari or whatever, how much they cost, the state is going to punish you. Get what I'm saying? This is what happened here.
Okay, I'll explain the loophole in your example, right? Qatar and I don't know, I think Abu Dhabi is the country that owns PSG and Manchester City. One person cannot compete against a country. Red John cannot compete against India in terms of financial wealth, because India is a country of 1.3 billion people and Red John is one person. Okay, so the point of FFP is to make sure that that a person owning and a country owning is able to have the same, is able to be equal, right? Is able to be equal. Yeah, and even within the rules of UEFA's FFP, I have read it. So even within the rules of FFP, it is stated that if you create fake sponsors, then the FFP will be recalculated.
Of course, right? Yes. Yes.
So why is it? So how come even when there is so much, even when simple idiotic people, fans actually know that this FFP is clearly being made a fool of?
Because they are not fake sponsors per se. They are sponsors which get the revenue from the owners, but they are legit companies, man.
They are not legit companies, bro. They are not legit companies. They're not legit companies. There is a company which does not have.
They are
Red John's.
So you're saying all of this bullshit is fine, and then
No, I'm saying exploiting is not a good thing by itself, morally and.
So what are you trying to say?
What I'm trying to say is here. Milan got banned not because they hate Milan, or not because Milan is the club that UEFA somehow wants to punish. They hate me, and they banned Milan, and they fined Milan because Milan was stupid. Okay,
I have a question then. What has Elliot done? What has Elliot done wrong? What has Elliot done wrong? What has Elliot done wrong for what the Chinese did? That's a different owner. What has Elliot done wrong for what Silvio Berlusconi did? That's a different owner.
Milan was making $1,000 a month and went and bought a car for $100,000 cash.
That was not Elliot. That was not Elliot.
I'm not talking about Elliot. I'm talking about the Chinese. The Chinese.
So why should Elliot get punished? We got punished when Elliot was in charge.
It doesn't matter. The club gets punished.
It does does matter. It does matter. It actually does matter.
No, it doesn't matter. The club
No,
is punished.
you are simply making a non-existent point. You said exploiting is not good. Then what is your point here at all?
My
What
point
is
is
your point here at all?
I'm gonna repeat it again. You getting punished because you weren't able or you were dumb is not UEFA trying to fuck you over. It's you being dumb.
So
This
what if you say exploiting is bad, then what City and PSG are doing is bad. They're exploiting the rule, they're creating loopholes, and they're
Yes, but
they're making. So what is the
Yes.
point of FFP at all? What is the point of this
Because-
rule?
because like in every law, man, there are loopholes, and if you can exploit the loopholes,
So you agree? So
Red
you
John
agree
is basically. I'll summarize this. I'll make this clear. I'll make this really clear. Red John is basically saying that if you can exploit the law and not get caught, you should do it.
You do
basically,
it,
because
exactly.
It'll put you at
This
a
is what I'm saying.
disadvantage. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but where does a single organization like Elliot have the resources of a country?
I'm telling you guys, Redbird, these things won't happen.
Of course, they won't happen.
Good.
man,
I don't
because-
want to exploit the law, anyways.
Because Redbird is invested in sports. Elliot doesn't give a shit about sports. They got nobody
If
working for
UEFA, no, Roy, my question is, if UEFA knows that this law is getting exploited, why the fuck aren't they doing anything about it?
Rohit, and to go again,
Because you said it earlier, Rohit. The guy that is the head of BN or whatever.
Yeah,
The TV rights.
I'm trying to get it
It's
out
a
of I'm trying to get it out of Red John's mouth.
no, but again, to go back to your point.
If they know that the rule is getting exploited, then why the fuck are they doing anything about it?
Because it's getting exploited, man. It's the same as in the court of law. You go and you exploit the.
So change the rules. So change the rules.
I mean, come on, man. You have Rohit is right.
I understand.
It's
You're
simple, guys.
trying to act dumb in here. I mean, see, I'm asking you.
Rohit, the whole motivation of this whole conversation was because Milan got banned, and I'm telling you, Milan had no place.
Milan got banned. Milan got banned. Rightfully so. I agree. My question is, why aren't other team getting the ban?
Because Milan made it too easy for UEFA to ban them.
Red John does because
they don't have a Galliani that works in the
Red
system.
John, guys, in
Because-
Red John's mind,
because,
it
guys-
doesn't matter that we got caught. What we did wasn't the problem. It was that we got caught that was the problem.
No,
It's
Antonio,
not that
no.
we got
That's
caught.
basically
That's not
what
what
Not
he
that we
said.
got
I mean,
caught,
that's-
Antonio.
Is that-
What I said was what we did was stupid. We went and we spent
Okay,
cash.
sorry. The way
without
we did it.
justifying
Sorry.
that we had
The
it.
way we got busted is the
Yeah,
problem.
but that's what Rohit is saying. That's what these other teams are doing too.
No, but Rohit is saying that they should get caught.
listen,
That's the difference.
Listen,
No, Roy.
and-
Rohit
no,
is
but Roy, what I'm saying is this: the way clubs spend is first they boost their revenues.
Red John,
artificially.
Red John.
Then they can
Every
justify.
company,
let- let- I wanna-
every company has to every year financially they have to show their books. Okay, every company to their shareholders they have to show their books. Their books are clear. PSG's books have clearly showed that they have a 200 million loss. We didn't even have that much. So why is PSG not punished? We had
Again.
145 million loss. They had 200 million loss.
Again, the thing here is
No,
pretty simple.
no. The thing here is not that. It's not about being stupid. It's not about being stupid. My question is, we had 145 million loss. They have 200 million loss. So how come they are
Let's
not punished? We
rephrase
got
this
punished.
question.
I agree we got punished for being stupid. So why aren't PSG getting punished?
Wait, let's rephrase the question. Red John.
But
do
I
you
want
agree
Red John
that
to answer that.
I'll-
Why is PSG and Man City? Why don't they get
I
punished?
just kind of asked Red John a question though, on a moral level.
Hmm.
Should they get punished, Red John?
Sure.
No,
but
no,
it's not.
no, they shouldn't.
Sure, but it's not a matter of morality, man. It's a matter of how you do your deed. If Milan, because this is the problem, Milan got the Chinese owners, didn't boost Milan when the Chinese owners came was making 130 million in revenue, 140 million in revenue, and Milan somehow found the the money to spend 200 and something million in two transfer windows. That's just dumb.
Yeah,
Get it?
but they
He is
they spend that money. Hold on, Rajan. But they spend the money thinking that they're going to put together a winning project and recreate the money. But they spend the money poorly.
sure, but these other teams didn't do it like that. Take a look at when these owners bought PSG and when they bought uh, uh, what's the name, Man City. They didn't go and spend 200 million in a season. No, they spent little by little and they started boosting their revenues. Right now, PSG is the sixth highest team revenue wise, and Man City is the first.
Yeah, but they're
Okay,
still
this is how. But
they're
this,
in
but
red. They're in the red.
they are not in red, man. They are not in red because revenue is exactly that. They are
My
Man
dear
City right now is the
sir,
first.
my dear sir, the company actually announced the PSG company actually announced a loss of 200 million.
Yeah,
How
but
Sounds
difficult
like
is it
red
to understand
if,
that? Revenue,
if,
revenue and
if they,
expenses.
Yeah.
Expenses loss
yeah,
means
yeah,
expenses is greater than revenue. When your expenses is greater than revenue, then why is it
yes,
not
I
a breach of
understand.
FFP?
I understand that, but they have a 3-year period until they can fix their accounts,
Right.
just like
They
we
have
do.
been
We
making
have
losses since a
three,
long time. They
three
are
years
not in
ago. We
price.
had 3 years
They
ago.
have
We
been.
also
They
had
have
minus
their last 2 years is 500 million.
in 3
500
years
million
ago.
losses.
Three
500
years
million
ago.
losses.
God.
It's a
Okay,
dire. It's a gross violation of FFP.
Yo, let Red Hot talk,
how
man.
much? How much? How much losses do they
500
have?
million.
500
500
million.
million losses in the
I,
last 2 seasons.
I didn't get it the first 30 times. You know.
There's no way they can fix their books, Red John. There's
Guys,
no way.
they don't have 500 million losses. But listen, the thing is,
How do you know they
the
don't?
thing here is
Red
pretty
John,
simple.
they do.
Rajon is
He
the accountant of PSG. He knows
No,
that.
I'm not the accountant, but you can look at the numbers. There's no number there. Just-
Wait. You can look at the numbers. Wait. You can
This is
look
the
at the
best
numbers,
stream ever, man.
yeah,
but the
okay.
numbers. So Rohit, where did you get
I'm
these
sorry, Red
numbers?
John, you're
Where did
totally
you
Wait,
get
wait.
them?
I'll show it.
Red John's the corrupt
So,
accountant, guys.
No, but
Red John was paid to be here by freaking what's his name, Al,
yeah,
whatever. Al.
no, no.
I'm just trying to put an end to the delusion that UEFA hates us because
Oh,
the
I
fans
don't believe that.
the fans are getting pathetic. Like listening to you guys, I thought it was a fucking Naples.
No. Listen.
Red John, show
Red
some
John.
sympathy,
Red
man.
John. The difference is that we got nobody in the offices, nobody with power that
Yeah, that's
works.
true. That's true.
No, Roy, no. The difference is that we got nobody boosting our revenues artificially. This is the problem. It's not to have
Red
someone
John's
out
like,
there.
Sure.
guys, we just have
Why
to be
not have
smart
that too?
criminals. Just be smart criminals.
Oh my God.
That's all he's saying.
I understand that you are 18, man, and you are still hopeful and bright. But this is how the world works. This is how it
No,
works.
listen, I know you're trying
I
to be all
understand that
like, I know you're trying to be
you
practical
have to
here.
be pure and you have to be nice and you have to have a I don't know bow tie or shit like that. That's not how it works.
Yeah,
Guys,
yes. And if we had Galliani and Berlusconi, that shit wouldn't be happening. I understand
yeah,
that.
My
But we
guy,
don't.
but
guys,
it's as
guys,
simple as this.
Wait, let Alan talk, guys, please.
don't you guys think like there is corruption like in the back door? Like, don't you think that PSG owners are really paying like hundreds of million to UEFA to keep their mouth shut about this financial fair play or something like that? Like, even if they breach how many times they can still pay uh, the UEFA, the CEO of UEFA or something like that from the back door, and they can keep their mouth shut like that. I do believe that that is possible. Like, even Man City only paid the fine, I think, when they had uh, a lawsuit against them from UEFA, I think. So I think it is all about corruption. The one who has the money will win in the end. Like, Milan didn't have the money that time because if Milan only paid the fine, we will still be playing in the Europa League. I do believe that. But
Like,
at
why
the
are you
time,
even making such a big deal about it? The Europa League gives like 20 million.
Yeah,
You
yes,
guys are
that's
making
why.
it as if
And that's
as
why
if
that's why they didn't
we
care
Yeah,
love
about
yes,
it.
that's why didn't really care about it, and that's why
yeah.
they didn't even pay a fine or something like that. They only accepted that it will be more beneficial to not play in Europa than to pay a fine or something like that. I do think it's all about corruption in UEFA right now. There is no transparency or anything. Like the revenue of we get from UEFA is not even that big, from my opinion.
Is Rohit still here?
I'm here. I'm here. I've shared. I've shared.
Oh, I can want me to screen share it?
Yeah, yeah. Please. That's one.
Oh, thank you. Oh, there now.
That's for 1920 season, the season that COVID affected.
Also, I think this will continue until the World Cup
Should I share
because
this graphic here?
there is Qatar World Cup coming soon. So I don't think UEFA will do anything about it.
Oops.
Okay, so what does it say? What does this mean?
Wait a minute. Yeah. You see that green thing? That's the loss. 178 million loss in the 1920 season. That's how much they made last year. I mean, sorry, this last year. Now I'm searching for the. Now I'm searching for the there.
Look at
Yeah.
Juventus.
Yeah. I'm sharing one more article. Yeah.
If you try really hard,
Is Red John
if you
still
try
here?
really
Is
hard
Red John still
to
here?
ignore Milan
Yes.
and Juventus there, he can actually make a point.
Yeah. I've shared one more link.
All right, yeah, I found it.
If you try really hard to ignore Juventus and Milan there,
Yeah. So how much? 224 million plus 178 million. Somebody please do the math.
man, what are
I
you
get-
talking about? Inter made more of a loss last season. Why aren't they bad?
Sorry?
Do you understand how
Sorry?
these things work or not? Man? Inter made more of a loss last season.
Yeah.
Why aren't
They're
they
actually they are also supposed to be banned. That's my point. Why are we the only ones that got banned? I'm not an Inter Milan fan.
Okay. So UEFA only hates us, not Inter. Right.
That's my point. I don't care about some
Okay.
other team. I'm talking about why only Milan got banned.
Juventus also had last season 200 and something minus.
Yeah.
Or they only hate us.
Why
This
aren't
was
they
this-
punished? Why aren't they punished?
Because it
Why
doesn't
isn't
work like
PSG?
that. It doesn't work on the basis of logic.
How do you know how it works? Are you the one who designed FFP?
No, but I'm the one who can read it and understand it. I don't have to design it.
You are trying to escape. You are trying to change the topic. My question is, why isn't PSG punished? I'm not asking Inter Milan and Juventus. I'm asking about PSG. They have spent so much money. They are making so much of losses. So why aren't they punished?
So I should ignore the fact that the country, the club owned by a country has less losses than Juventus and Milan, right? I should ignore that.
You should actually answer my question. You should answer my question. My question to you is my question is my question is why is PSG not punished and why is Milan getting punished?
Because they hate us, man. Clearly, this is gonna make all Milan fans happy. Are you happy about that? They hate us.
I'm certainly more happy. I'm certainly happy given the fact that you just don't have an answer to what I asked.
No. The answer is pretty simple. It's just astonishing how you don't understand it. First of all,
my question is, if we had to sit out, if we had to sit out for what Silvio we had to sit out for what Silvio Berlusconi.
Can I answer anything, man, or is it like a parade of you talking over and over and over again, asking the question and then
the parade? No. That was a rhetorical question because I already know the answer. The question was why is PSG not getting punished? because
And
they literally own UEFA. They
and
literally own UEFA.
but
Come on,
how
that's obvious.
how do you explain Inter and Juventus then? How do you explain it? Also, UEFA as well.
Inter is going through a period of sitting
Of,
down with UEFA.
yeah.
They already went through settlement. They already
Why
went through a
isn't
very heavy
Inter getting
settlement
banned?
agreement.
Why aren't Inter and Juventus getting banned?
Inter
Why?
Milan
Do,
already
do
sat
they
through a
own
settle.
UEFA?
Inter Milan already sat through a settlement agreement from 2016 to 2019. Are you aware of
Why
this?
aren't they getting banned, Troy? Do you not have an answer for that?
The hell?
Do you want
You're
me?
trying reverse logic. You're trying reverse logic,
Do
right,
I?
John? I'm the one. I'm the one
Yeah,
saying that
of course
UEFA
I
is
am.
biased. I am the one
Yes,
who's saying UEFA
I
is
am.
biased.
I am trying that.
And you
But-
are actually trying to say no, it is not. My
Guys,
question is,
okay, how
why
about
is
this, guys?
PSG?
So now let me explain you why they are not getting banned.
Let's
Okay,
hear what he said.
in year 2021, UEFA abolished the whole FFP check on teams, even if they would have completed the 3-year period. Normally, it's done in a 3-year period, in the sense that even if a team has minus 224 million in the first year, it does not matter. They still have 2 years to fix their accounts, one way or another, revenue boost, sell players, whatever. Right now, because due to Corona, they didn't check that year. They didn't check it at all. They would check 2 years together, right? Because of the crisis, teams lost, not just PSG that lost. Milan lost as well, Juventus, Inter, yada, yada, yada. They are not going to punish everyone because everyone is losing money. You understand that? And even if they were losing money like that, they would have to wait 2 more years if they are in the first year of the FFP check review. Because they still have 2 more years to fix their account. Now, with the new FFP, it doesn't even matter how much minus you have. Maybe this is Juventus that owns FFP that they are doing this. But this is how it works.
So, Red John, you don't think that Man City having all that power within the
But
UEFA
Roy,
structure does not give him any advantages?
but Roy, did you see the numbers there? Do you think Juventus has the advantage
Yeah,
or
Juventus
Inter?
has a lot of power,
They
political
did while
power.
Agnelli was still part of the board, not anymore.
And they do still now. Still. Even without Agnelli on the board.
Money is power.
But do they own UEFA, man? This is my question. Do they own UEFA?
They influence
They
it.
probably go to all those crazy satanic parties
Hello?
that UEFA does.
Right.
Yeah,
And Inter?
Red John
Does
just
Inter own
finished
UEFA?
his argument.
Yeah. I couldn't hear it. But I've shared a tweet. Can you show it on the screen?
Yeah. This is a great debate, by the way.
So actually, Red John is the only one who actually came to know that UEFA abolished FFP. But people like Gassidis, who talks to UEFA every day, told that there is FFP still exists.
Yes,
Milan
and
will
this
have
was like
plan. Yeah,
yes, and
FFP
this was
still exists. FFP still FFP
what
still
are you
exists.
talking about? Who is the
FFP
source
still
here?
exists.
Who is the source here, man?
Who?
Gazzini is saying that they will ask some questions. This is the source?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
But this is not how FFP works, man. They don't ask you questions. They get your balance sheets. They get your accounts.
I guess Red John knows better about FFP than the person who's actually dealing with FFP. My God.
But how did you come to the conclusion based on my answer? It's
please, you're a
unbelievable.
fan. You're in a different part of the world. This guy is the CEO of our club. He's the one who's dealing with UEFA. He said there is FFP. Then what are you arguing about?
But he's saying they will
see the date of the tweet. See the date of the tweet. September 24, 2021. So this was this season.
Yes, financial fair play still does.
So if FFP exists right now, then what are you saying FFP got asked for?
Dude, again, FFP doesn't work based on questions. FFP gets your accounts and your financial
Oh my God!
report.
So you know,
But
about how FFP works more than what Gazidis does. My God!
what are you talking about, man? How did you come to that conclusion?
Dude, I am going by your logic, man. Gazidis said that there
What
are
logic,
some things.
man? You have no logic. What logic are you talking about? What's the logic?
I'm saying the person who deals with FFP knows more about FFP than some fan does. And if he's saying
How
that
did
is
you
the
come to
truth,
that conclusion? Is my question. Other than the deprived of logic thinking,
sorry,
how do you come to that conclusion?
because the person who is dealing with FFP said this.
What did you say?
He said that there will be a question of financial health. How about our numbers? We'll have to share our finances with FFP.
No, he said Milan will have to answer a series of questions about their financial health.
Yes.
That's not how FFP works. Because
how do you know that?
because we have already experienced this.
Are you working with UEFA? Are you working with UEFA? Are you working with UEFA?
We have already experienced that.
Rejon is PSG.
You're just arguing some stupidity. My question is, are you working with UEFA?
My answer is pretty simple. This is not how FFP works. The FFP
I guess Rejon knows more about FFP than Gazidis does. My God.
But every one of us knows it because they came and took the material they needed when the Chinese owners were there. They didn't come and ask questions.
Bro, this is from the person who's dealing with FFP. How do you know this? Don't be so stupid, man.
They don't just. Of course, they have to approach the club and talk to the club. It's not the Gestapo here, man.
This is actually it is the Gestapo because that's what they do. they are a regulatory institute.
They're not regulatory. They're not regulatory. They're not. And even if they were, they're not just gonna smash in and start smashing the walls and find out if there's gold between the walls. That only happens in movies. I really cannot understand how a person who is not at all related to a club or an organization body knows about.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. On this stream, it amazes me the number of times people just have straight up evidence on, like, literally screen shared, but the debate continues. Like, I don't understand.
But this is not evidence. Like you have a rough understanding of what evidence means. Evidence
okay. So you can now. So you have the dictionary definition of evidence and understood.
Yes, I do.
UEFA works. He knows how UEFA works. He knows how club works. He knows about everything.
I have a question for Rejon. So what is Gazidis saying here?
Gazidis here is saying that even though Milan has minus 90 million in their 3-year period, that is going to be checked by FFP, we are not going to get banned. Do you guys know that in 2021 we had a total, we were 90 million in red? Do you understand it or not?
No, we didn't know. I seriously didn't know. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
In year 2021, we would get banned by the FFP. Do you guys fucking understand this or not?
The same year, PSG 178 million losses. Very much, I didn't know.
But we had minus 90 million, 3 times over what's allowed by the FFP rules.
Yeah, so because we actually.
Wait, Roger. Now you want to go by the rule book? Are you serious?
But Antonio, bro, just stop talking, because this is.
Hey, Antonio, stop making sense, please. Please stop making sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, stop. I hate when you act like you're like this superior being, and
I'm not.
Opinion. You can explain things like it's simple. You have this car, you sell it for 100,000.
Sorry, I was under the impression. Rejon said the FP doesn't exist.
Yeah, the FFP even made the statement, man. They made the statement that they will not.
So is Gazidis drunk here? Is he stoned or what?
Gazidis lives in a multiverse. In this universe, the FFP exists, but in our universe, the FFP doesn't exist.
Okay. How come we didn't get banned?
Because we actually showed progress. And if we did ban,
Actually,
then
so
Elliot,
this is
then
this is
wait. Then if we
this
did
is
get,
also how FFP works.
do you know how we escaped the ban in 2018? We actually asked UEFA to bring the books of Manchester City and Inter Milan and PSG to the court, and then they brought the books and they said, well, if we are gonna get banned, then why isn't the other teams banned? So that's how we got saved. So obviously UEFA knows that if you ban us, all of the dirty deeds are gonna come onto the table because Elliot have the best lawyers in the world. They literally held a country. They literally held a country to court. They held South Korea to court. They held Argentina to court,
We
and they have
we
the best lawyers. So
okay.
obviously,
At this year we were minus 90 million. Okay.
we are minus
The
90
FFP
million. Your
the
favorite club
FFP
I
PSG
don't
was
think that's
minus
true. I
170.
don't think it's 90. I don't think
We,
it's.
we were
Is it
minus
90?
90 million. To
yes, it is.
5 minutes back, FP does not exist, and before that,
Yes,
being
yes,
being morally right is also bad. So what is your
yes,
point,
yes.
bro?
My point is pretty simple. The FFP in 2020, 2021 did not operate normally. The FFP operated in a much relaxed manner that it would have, almost as if it didn't exist. This is why even in 2020,
So
2021,
so you're
clubs
telling
were
me.
still
So you're telling me before of 2020, before the COVID year, that PSG were having the best finances, and they did not break any rules by signing Neymar for 222 million.
I don't know, and I don't care.
So if you don't know, then why are you saying what PSG did is correct? Seriously,
Because PSG has been boosting their revenues for years, man.
bro. Now
PSG
you're saying, bro. You said you don't know. Now you're saying you know. You kind of be
I
like sure of what you want to say.
do I do know because PSG right now is the sixth
Now you're saying you
club
know.
revenue wise.
You said you
What?
don't know. How did PSG break the rules and sign Neymar? And now you're saying you said you don't know. Now you're saying you know.
because when I see PSG being the sixth club revenue wise, I assume that they have increased their revenues over the year, and
They have
it's
increased their
logical.
revenues. They have increased their revenues through. They have increased their revenues through fake means.
Through what?
Through fake means.
Have they increased their revenues? Is the question.
Yes, they have. By through fake
Yeah,
sponsors.
yeah. I rest my case. Yeah, that's it. Did Milan increase their
You
revenues?
didn't
Come
have
on,
a
that's
case. You didn't
Did,
have a
did,
case.
did
You
Milan
didn't have a
did
case.
Milan did Milan
We
increase did Milan increase their revenues
How
before
did they
spending
increase?
200 million?
How did they increase? Come to
I
that
don't
point.
care
How did
how.
they increase?
I
Dude,
don't care
it,
how.
it,
I don't
it
care.
does matter. You actually have to care.
Rohit, did Milan increase their revenues before spending 250 million in the summer mercato? Yes or no?
We don't have fake sponsors. We are
Did
not
did,
sponsored
did
by a
we
country.
increase the revenue before spending 250 million or not? Did we or not?
We don't have fake sponsors. We don't have fake sponsors.
Did we increase the revenues before spending 250
No, we did
million?
not. No, we did not.
That's it. We're done.
That's not it. That's not it, Red John.
no,
My
my God,
question is
Red John,
my
that's
Okay.
such a baby take, man. Holy,
How is that?
you're acting like a 5-year-old.
How is that?
You literally, you just got
Oh
owned
my
like for like
lord,
the
bro.
past like 25 minutes, and now you're just gonna
Uh-huh.
like, just
I
because
got
you have a
owned.
moral, you disagree morally, and you're okay with him, with like that sort of corruption. You're gonna like act like you've just won some sort of like big debate. How does that make sense?
What are you talking about? What does moral
What
and
is your
corruption
point that you're making? Because all
have to
you've
do
proven
with it?
is that you're okay with corruption and that it's fine by your that you're fine with people cooking the books or doing whatever. That's
What,
all
what,
you've proven so far.
but what I've proven here so far is that Milan getting banned, which was the whole reason why this conversation started, is due to Milan's bad. Milan did not do things the right order. It's
But
not
what is
because
right though? Why is but you're saying that the corruption
the
is
entire
right.
point of FFP is to make sure that every team has a level playing field.
Exactly.
So when this is getting flouted, when this is not being followed by the rule book, then what the fuck is the point about having an FFP?
what?
Right.
Again, The whole point of this conversation was why did Milan get banned, but the other teams didn't? And
No, no, no,
the
no.
answer is this.
I asked you. I asked
And
you this
the
question
answer,
earlier. I asked you this question earlier. What is the point of FFP if it is not giving a level playing field?
because like every law, it gets exploited, and you cannot find it.
So the
How,
law is
how do I
faulty.
know?
The law is
How
faulty.
how do I know? Yeah, it might be faulty, but so what? It's the law. What can you do
The
about
law
it?
is faulty. The law is faulty. So when the law is faulty, it's not doing its
Uh-huh.
correct job. The point of
Yeah, but
the point of any law is to make sure that
according
everything is equal for every citizen.
This is
of
injustice. That's what it
FIFA,
is.
how is it injustice, Antonio?
What
Why
do you
is it
mean? How is it
injustice?
injustice? Because some people
How
are
is it
abusing
injustice?
the law and are not getting
What?
punished. It's simple logic.
How? Again?
How do you not admit that?
um,
You just like. How do you not
Because
admit that?
because it does not matter, man. It does not matter.
It's
This is
still an
not.
injustice,
This,
even though you don't care. Even though you think that it's not a big deal.
yeah, and what I'm telling you is that we spent 250 million out of our owners' pockets, and that was an injustice even more than actually trying to hide it and
No.
getting
After
some
all
quick
these years,
sponsor.
after the amount of revenue they artificially generated is a huge injustice. I mean, I don't see how you're fine with that. Like, you're acting like we
Because
deserve to get punished
But it's
while
also
they
yes,
about
we
don't.
did,
political
man.
power, guys. Come
Antonio,
on. Political power
They
is so
deserve to get
say
important.
it,
punished just as much as
Antonio,
we do, just because they're better at
Antonio,
hiding it. Come on
say
now.
it out loud, Antonio. Say it out loud. Milan deserves to get punished. Say it out loud. Don't be scared.
I have a
Say
question
it.
Oh,
for
after
Reggie.
you say that, man,
If
after
Berlusconi and
PSG
Galliani
deserve to get
were
punished.
there, would have gotten punished?
I don't know, and I don't
We were
know
not
because
playing in we were
probably.
not playing in Europe to get punished by FFP. You need to play in Europe to get punished by FFP.
But yeah, but he's saying if we were playing in Europe, and we were part of, and Berlusconi was the owner.
No, we
I don't know.
wouldn't have. We wouldn't have.
Probably
But
not.
Berlusconi would have
Probably not.
invited those guys to one of his parties and blah blah blah. That's how
No, but
it's.
Berlusconi would have increased the revenues first. Would have tried that.
Or
No
maybe,
one.
yeah, he would have done some crazy shit, probably.
Yeah, no one goes and spends the way Milan spends. Milan spends it in a foolish way.
I mean, but don't you see that like the guy there? Well, I don't know his name. The PSG guy. He's in the board, and he is the head of the TV rights thing that UEFA pays.
Hmm.
It's a mafia. It's a network of mafiosi.
Yeah.
But this is how it works, man. You crying and saying that, oh, I'm surrounded by mafia, does not make you the good guy, man. It just makes you the guy who suffers the consequences of the system. So, like, what's the point?
But I think
Keep
with
on crying. Keep on crying.
All
I think India just doesn't care about the football world. That's why they don't have anybody there.
Every powerful team out there, even I don't know, Man City or not Man City, Juventus, Real Madrid, Barcelona owners have ties to the UEFA. This is how you keep your teams. This is the system. The system in itself is not crystal clear. The system itself has connections,
So if the
has
system
backdoors,
is
has
not
everything.
clear, if the system
You
is not
say,
clear,
yeah, but I'm
if
not
the
finished.
system is
I'm
not
not
clear,
finished. I'm
if the
not
system
finished.
is not clear
If
and the
you,
rules are getting broken, what's the point of having an FFP? If the system is
to
not clear and
so that we can debate here on RossonARI TV
So, do
about
you
the
think that
FFP.
the FFP it basically is inexistent then?
No, I did not say that.
No.
I
I'm
said
asking
that
you. I'm asking you. Do you admit you should be admitting that if
what
based on what you've
what
just
should I
said
be admitting? What should I be admitting?
that the FFP is like as if the function of what it's supposed to be doing is flawed and inexistent.
It's fraud. Yes. Inexistent. No.
I mean,
oh
it
god,
exists, but not really. It doesn't really prevent. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
It does what it's supposed to do
Antonio,
unless
How
Antonio,
does
unless
that?
you find
How?
the
How?
loophole.
uh,
Unless you find the
Antonio,
loop. What do you mean how?
he
Milan got banned. It's fine.
Antonio, Antonio, he openly said it's fraud. That's what we've been trying to prove for the last 45 minutes. I don't know what he's
What?
arguing for. Dude,
What?
I and
Sort of
Antonio
this.
Roy have been arguing to say that UEFA's FFP rule is flawed, right? And you are just saying no, no, no,
I'm
no.
saying,
It is like this. It is like this, but it's flawed. So what's your point?
but are you for real? Like I said this in the first 2
The
minutes
the
of
the the,
my
the
interview.
see the final. See the
What are you
final.
talking about? I said exploit. Do you know what exploiting means? It
It's
means the
flawed. That's
system is
what even
flawed.
I'm saying. That is what even
The
I am
system
saying
is
since a
flawed. The
long time,
system got
bro.
exploited. That's the
Dude,
definition.
I am
What I mean.
saying the same
So
thing.
what are you
It's
talking
flawed.
about?
So
Why?
when something is flawed,
Why
why
did
do you
you
keep
why
defending
did you
it? Why
get
do you keep
excited
defending it?
all of a sudden
This is the
for a
problem
word
now.
that I've been
Red
saying
John. Correct
for
me if I'm
two
wrong
and a
here. I'm
half
sorry.
hours?
But Red John, even though you admit that it's flawed, you still are defending it. Like you don't think it's a problem.
Because that's the system, Antonio. That's
The
the system.
system is flawed and unjust.
Oh my
So
lord.
that's a problem.
Okay, so what are you gonna do about it?
You need to propose change. Just
Right,
like
and the change gets denied. Then what are you gonna do other than
well,
cry about
And
how
why
you
does
got
the
it?
change get denied? And why does the change get denied? Why is
Who
Bro, you need
something
to
that
who
put your
makes something
who
Batman
better
takes
suit on.
getting?
who takes the decision about it? The system getting changed or not? Who takes it? Who
The
takes
which
this
clubs
decision?
UEFA
which clubs are
does.
involved in UEFA?
Who? No, the UEFA takes this decision.
When
UEFA goes there
why
and
do
they
they
decide
favor
if
The,
they
these
want to
clubs?
change the system
Why
or
do they
not.
favor
And
these clubs? Sounds like
they
simple
don't.
logic.
They favor all the clubs who exploit the law. All the clubs.
isn't that what
Inter,
I've been saying for a
Inter.
long time?
No,
But
he's being sarcastic. That's
no,
all.
no, no, no.
No,
This is what
no,
Red
but
John is saying. He's been saying
I've
this.
been
But Red
saying
John,
like
my question to Red John is: are you the Joker or are you Batman?
I don't care who I am. I'm here to
He's
tell
the
you
penguin.
how things work. You you guys are somehow talking about justice. I'm talking about how things are. Things are like this. You either try to do the best for your team or you cry. If you guys have chosen to cry
You
about it,
no.
all right, I'm okay with that.
Okay, but Rico, what are you doing then? Like, we're just voicing our opinion that this is an issue. I mean, what are you doing? Are you like sitting there like a tough guy, making
Yes,
sacrifices and moving on
no,
with your life? Like
no,
big
I,
deal. We're
I,
just
I'm
here.
trying.
We're just
I'm
expressing our
trying.
opinions.
I'm trying to wipe your tears and tell you, go have fun, man, because it's not worth the cry. Is what I'm doing.
Dude, come on, man.
Red John is a gangster, guys. He's a gangster. I like gangsters. It's all good.
This is idiocy, but okay.
Yeah,
No,
this is
he's a
yes,
Red
this is
John.
idiocy.
Are you a
This is
gangster?
idiocy.
Are you a gangster?
This is idiocy. The idiocy is being being like this is how things work. You should do something about it. And the intelligent thing to do is cry about how unfair it is, and somehow live with the delusion that everyone hates you, but no one else. Inter, by the way, Inter has been doing this thing ever since the Chinese owner came, boosting artificially their revenues. Does Inter own FFP, Antonio? Do they own FFP?
Listen, we just went through this whole cycle, man.
No, but I'm just asking the question. If you want to answer, if you don't want to answer, it's okay.
Didn't we already see that Inter already settled with FFP like in 2016?
I don't think so.
Anyways,
Did they get
you
banned?
know what?
No,
Did
no,
Inter
no,
get
no,
banned?
no, no. Inter needs hasn't. They're still dealing with that.
No, of course they're still dealing with it, but they already in
Yeah.
2016.
See,
Richard,
because
stop interrupting.
it's not convenient to say that Inter did get banned, man, because Inter exploited the law same as every other team. That's it. Same as
No,
Juventus. How does Juventus? Same as Sassuolo. But Sassuolo doesn't play in Europe. That's the reason why. Same as Juventus.
What Red
Juventus
John is
sponsored
saying
by Jeep,
is
sponsored by what?
Red John is saying, yeah, shit is sometimes corrupt, but just
You adapt. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
just be corrupt.
No, I'm not saying just be corrupt. I'm saying do the same thing that other
listen,
teams are doing.
listen,
Okay,
Richard. You can
but
stop. You
isn't
can
that
stop
the same thing?
rambling on now
This
because
What's
it's not the same.
we get
No, no,
your
no.
hold,
we get
hold
your
on,
point.
hold
Okay,
It's
on,
not.
Antonio.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
keep
Wait a minute.
rambling on, and I mean, I have my own opinion. You didn't prove anything, so
Right. Right. I do.
No, no, no. But that's what you're saying, right?
yeah, that's
What,
his
what,
his
what am I
claim
saying?
is that he's fine with this, and I have my own opinion.
you are you are
Stop laughing
unbelievable.
like you're some what's it called? You do sound like the Joker. I mean, I have to give it to you.
Yeah.
You sound like you're like
Yeah.
with the superiority and
I don't have a superiority anything.
You
So
just
I don't
are
know.
superior.
Why you keep on saying that? All
No,
I'm
but
saying is this.
Well,
All I'm
because you
saying is
say
this. That,
you tell me to be quiet in the middle of a discussion, and like you act
yes,
like you're actually using logic when I'm literally calling out that you're basically just supporting immorality. But you know, it's
oh my
whatever.
god. Oh, supporting immorality.
Like, why you shouldn't be making fun of me and Rohit for just supporting justice, like having our
Right,
opinion.
right. Because
What's
as
wrong with there's nothing wrong with our opinion.
no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with your opinion. All I'm saying is that your opinion is not realistic. This is how things stand. You saying that
I
things,
never said
things
that things were going to get better. I'm just saying that
but then what are
I
we
have a
talking about?
problem with the way it's going.
Yeah,
And this is just my own belief. And maybe one day, if something does happen, at least we didn't put up with this, and we weren't actually as corrupt as some of these other clubs.
do you get bonus points for not being corrupt, or what's going on?
Well, in my book, I like to win with honor, in my
Right,
opinion.
right.
but this is why I ask you, Red John. Are you Batman or are you the Joker?
He's
You know.
not Batman, for God's sakes. This
No,
guy's
no,
freaking.
but
This guy's the
it's
freaking. What's it called?
I don't care who you guys,
no, 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 no.
which DC character I am. I don't care about.
But you understand the analogy though, right?
Yeah, I understand the analogy. Yes,
So who are you?
none of them. I'm Red John.
That's oh my god. So
I mean,
is Red John against the Batman or is he with the Batman?
He's he's is he a what?
Is the DC character Red John an enemy of Batman or is he an ally of Batman?
He's just an extra. He's the guy walking down the street.
He's an NPC.
Well, NPC would be for villains, but yes.
Well, you know, come on, really?
Yeah, man.
You know who I am
Robin.
in the analogy. You know who I am.
Yes,
Who?
Robin.
Robin. That's funny. No, but between Batman and the Joker, who do you think I am?
You are the Joker, bro.
Yeah, I'm the Joker. That's right. 100% correct.
How do you feel? How do you feel about the injustice, Lloyd?
I think that if at the time that shit happened with Milan, Milan did not have any political power within UEFA whatsoever. You know, that owner there, Chinese guy, Yong Gong Lee, he had no influence at all. He had nobody in the club had influence anywhere. So they, and then, you know, Elliot also, no influence in UEFA whatsoever. I
No, but
think,
the, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The thing is that UEFA has no bearings on the ownership. Like they cannot punish the ownership. They can only punish his property,
right,
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 or the club.
the
So
club, right.
UEFA. So when Rohit asked me the question, why did UEFA not punish the Chinese guy? That they punished Milan
No,
because they can
they
only
punish
punish
the
Milan,
club. I get it. They punish the club.
right? So Elliot having to suffer the consequences of what the Chinese guy did is just the normal way of doing things. UEFA cannot go to the Chinese government and ask for
No,
sanctions against it.
I get it. The club gets sanctioned. Yeah,
Yeah,
not the owners. But I believe that you know if Elliot is a vulture fund. They don't care about AC. You know, we've talked about this. They're not invested in AC Milan as if Abramovich is invested in Chelsea. You know,
yes.
or El Khalifi, what is his name? I don't know. Is invested in PSG.
I
It's
don't
a
know.
it's a different thing. Does real like Elliot is like invading, you know, buying the navies of countries and their
Not,
business is
not buying. confiscated.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Their business is just all over the place.
yeah.
Football is a very small thing for them. I do think that if we had more people that were more invested in the football business in general, like I think Redbird is wants to
Mm-hmm.
be, maybe we wouldn't have had to suffer those damages. Maybe
And
everything's would have been
you think that would have been immoral?
immoral.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing about morality, I kind of agree with you, to be honest.
Because I understand Antonio, because Antonio is 18 years old. When I was 18, I
19.
would see stuff like this as well. Like, oh, it's all about morality. It's all
I
about.
don't. I
But
don't
the
think.
thing
I
is,
think.
this is how
I. Th-
life works.
but the reason is
My
why
pers
because.
Actually, my
Sorry, Antonio.
perspective.
Let me just say this, and then you go. Sorry, my bad. But I think that the problem with FFP, it is immoral. FFP is immoral in itself. So
Yeah,
there's no morality tied to this argument because
exactly.
the whole thing about FFP is about control and about opening for corruption, etc., etc. So FFP is so
To
following the rules of
abolish
the.
it. That's my
Yeah,
point.
but they create it. Who can abolish it? They're the
I
ones
know.
that
And
create it.
listen, I'm not saying
No, but no, but
I'm not arguing that that abolishing it and that change is going to happen soon. I'm
no,
just
no.
saying
But
my opinion is that I would like it to happen because I think it's the right
careful,
thing.
careful what you wish for, because abolishing the FFP right now would mean Milan will never become a top team. Like
Well,
That
at
is
this
FFP
true.
has
point,
been a
well,
That is
blessing
true.
for us.
no,
That
no, no,
is
no.
true.
FFP has been a blessing
PSG is
for us.
already acting like it's abolished by getting all the
No,
players
no,
they've
no, they're
gotten,
not. No, they're not.
and they haven't
Because
won anything yet. So
they
They
still
they
have to fix the books at the end of the day.
they find the ways to get around it. But it is true with this ownership, FFP is actually an advantage. Well, not an
Yes,
advantage. Not an advantage. It's just it doesn't change anything, to be honest with you. FFP
no,
or
but
not.
it's a barrier that these teams don't spend 10 times more than us. They just spend five
Right, right,
times more.
right, right, exactly. True, true. With this ownership, FFP doesn't do anything. Us. I'm talking about us, not the other teams. If FFP didn't exist, this ownership would be spending the same amount of money.
Exactly. Exactly.
But the other teams, like PSG, would be spending double what they're spending, or even more. If it,
Like PSG, like Real Madrid, like all these other clubs, like Barcelona.
but if we had like Louis Vuitton as the president, then he would invest shit ton of money in the club and it'd be huge, right?
Yeah.
If we had like a Berlusconi with a new Berlusconi or whatever. So that's something to think
And
about.
this is also funny because our very big part of our history was made exactly like that. We spent more than the others, and it's not like this even hits us. The FFP. It's not like we would spend more if the FFP was different. We would spend exactly the same.
Hey guys, do you go to the best adult dating site, Love Chat XYZ?
What? What are you talking about there?
I don't know. You pissed off Antonio Rajan.
no, I'm
And you
not
pissed
pissed off. I just don't see a point in speaking anymore because it's like this is like this never-ending loop.
and you pissed off Rohit really bad. Like I have pissed off Rohit, but not as much as you have.
Rohit was actually using evidence.
Yes.
Rohit's the
He was
receipt.
uh,
Rohit brings the receipts,
yes.
except for Berardi. When he talks about Berardi, he has no receipts.
The one thing that he is right about, and you say he's wrong. But
That's
No,
hilarious.
no, no,
for
that's
me,
kind of a low blow
it's
there.
really simple. It's never a good idea to be okay with being the victim. Somehow, fans are kind of loving this thing of being the
Anto-
victim of everything.
Antonio, didn't I just say that Red John is a gangster?
What's about? There's nothing gangster there. That's just
Yeah,
The
you're a
situation works.
gangster.
I'm
you
not
have a
against.
Roy, you always side with people just to like create wars, though. I feel like because you were agreeing with us, and then you were just like
no. I agree.
hyping up Red John just to kind of stir the pot.
No. I agree with what you and Rohit were saying, but Rajan is saying, if you can't beat him, join him. That is his argument, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Uh, and
Yeah. In the sense that I'm saying, if you can beat them, at least acknowledge that they are stronger. That's it.
My
but
point is
You don't
though,
have to. You don't
they're
have to
stronger at breaking
join.
the rules. I
But
mean,
yes,
you know,
but I
yeah,
understand.
obviously,
I
of course they're
understand.
going to be stronger. They can spend all the money because that's what they do. Is that they
But
break.
Antonio, would you spend? Would Milan spend the money if we could break the rules?
I mean, listen,
that's the
if you're in a
question of age.
position where
That's
they're
the question
as
of
fans,
ages.
the question is this: as a fan, like you said before, can you control what your club does at all?
Yes, you are a shareholder of the club.
No, not
No.
me. Not personally.
How?
I don't
How?
invest in the club.
How are we
Every
shareholders?
customers are
But
shareholders.
Well,
there's no.
only if
We
you
don't.
own
We
the
don't.
stock in the
We don't
club.
get any value in return. Just
Yeah, but
aside from emotional value.
yeah, but we also impact the decisions of the club. Get it?
That's
This is
only if you
why.
mobilize enough fans that it
I
would like
think. I think
Yeah,
that's
but
more
harm
like
this is
Barcelona, Real Madrid.
anyway. Shareholders is everyone who directly or indirectly impacts the decisions of a company. This is
Oh no! Shareholders are people who own stock and own a percentage of the
no, Antonio, you're wrong. Google.
How the fuck? I'm not a shareholder in Milan. I don't. I have enough. There's nothing that Milan gives me in return as far as financial value.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to give you financial value.
So
You
what do you mean by by shareholder?
This is the term in English, man. I cannot. This is how the English people decide to call it.
Like the
A
Real
shareholder,
Madrid.
a shareholder is someone who owns stock in a company.
Yeah, yeah,
They
Yeah,
own
right.
owner of of shares in a company, which
yeah.
otherwise is a stock.
But like
Very
Real
Let
Madrid
simple.
fans, don't they
let me
actually
open my
pay
PC.
money?
Let me open my PC.
Like for example, in order to be a shareholder, you have to put in money into the company.
Yeah,
Like
I'm saying that's the basic definition of the word. That uh, all the
I
people who
mean, you asked me to
influence.
look up the definition. My definition
Yeah,
was right. Don't act like I'm being
yeah,
stupid. I mean,
and
like
and our okay.
I have a question
I
for
feel like you
Rachel.
always act like I'm just saying stupid things.
I have a question for Rachel.
No, no, I'm not saying you said a stupid thing. I'm saying shareholder has a bigger definition
Well,
than just
it
that.
depends. But if you're looking at the dictionary
Uh,
definition, then you have to be more. It's my definition.
stakeholder, man. I think it's the right word
Okay,
to
yeah.
use.
So then use that. It would have been different.
Yeah, well,
Actually, I don't even know
yeah,
what the
stakeholder.
exact definition of that is. But
Guys,
Maybe
guys,
it's stakeholder. Just Google stakeholder. Maybe I did the mistake of saying shareholder instead of stakeholder. Can you Google that?
yes, a stakeholder is just a person with an interest in something.
Yeah, okay. Then,
That's
then
different.
my bad, my bad. That I said shareholder, not stakeholder.
you pissed off Rohit really badly. But Red John has this ability to piss off people really badly.
Because it's like a freaking never-ending loop with him. He just repeats the same stuff.
But I mean, to be honest with you, it's like the discussion. If you can beat him, join him, kind of thing. The question is, Antonio, who are you? Are you Batman or are you the Joker?
The thing is this: as a fan, like back to what I was saying before we got into this dictionary thing, I think like we don't really have much power. So personally, if I could either if I could, let's say, I could put Milan in the position of PSG, or I could fix financial fair play and make it so that no one was corrupting it, which is obviously not true. It's never gonna happen probably, but I would personally make it so that it was incorruptible, and I hope that any good person would. I mean, like I don't know, like, and I don't see why you wouldn't do that.
But what is incorruptible?
If I could either make us like PSG or fix financial fair play with like a snap of a finger, I would fix financial fair play.
So you're
But
Batman.
so,
Antonio's Batman.
I don't see
but,
I think that's just the right thing to do.
but is incorruptible realistic?
No, but that's what I'm saying. That if that was my decision, that would be my decision. But
Yeah, I understand, but in reality, which is easier to implement, to become like PSG or to uh, make reality?
well, you need to have the wealth of a whole nation, so it's not really
No,
easy. But
I understand, but I mean like as in to boost your revenue artificially.
what's easier to do, obviously, is boosting your revenue.
Yeah, because it all depends on you.
I don't know. The thing is this: it's also for me. It's kind of like the extent. Obviously, it's wrong, but the extent to which people do it also is, in my opinion, that's also very like it's a problem because you can do it slightly just to kind of stay afloat with the FFP, but when you do it enough so that you're just like flat out blowing people out of the water with the amount of money you're spending on a player because you have the wealth of a nation, like that's too much. Like it's already wrong to be a little bit immoral and flawed with the system, but you're just outright making fun of the system at that point. I mean, I don't. It's just a mess.
To play devil's advocate, the problem is that nobody can snap a finger and change most things.
Rohit saying that I took it seriously until he said FFP is flawed. I opened my discussion saying that the FFP gets exploited. So I don't know. Fucking hell. Roy, something that can get exploited. Is it flawed or is it not flawed?
Is it flawed? Something that can get exploited.
It's not a riddle, dude.
Well, the issue with this is yes, of course it's flawed.
Yes.
The problem is that why was the it's just the people behind the FFP are strange people,
Red John is just acting like a tough guy though, because he's like,
But that's
after
what I'm
all of these,
saying.
after all
Antonio's
these
against
years,
it.
How am I acting as a tough
because
guy?
after all these years,
What are you
after what we
talking
suffered with FFP,
about? Uh-huh.
other clubs are just clearly abusing it, and everyone can see. And you
But
don't think that there should be a restructure? Like that's,
but
I mean, that's
No, I don't think that's what
you've.
Red John said. I
but
think that there is
Oh,
not going to be
he
a
said that there isn't
restructure.
a
So
problem with it, and that so that I'm assuming that means that he doesn't really want to change the way things
but
are.
what I meant is, first of all, Milan fans don't have the guts to accept that we were banned by UEFA because we deserve
oh,
to get banned first.
oh shit.
Did we deserve to get banned,
No,
Antonio? What do
I
you
will
think?
say yes,
no,
but at
no.
the same time, when you say that, Man City and all the teams deserve to be banned as well. That's just the way it is
But
by
Ooh,
the law.
we
bah.
already talked about it. We have two different methods of doing wrong here.
Doesn't matter
The
what
method,
met. Yeah, listen.
Uh-oh.
According to the law, everyone doesn't matter how you're corrupt. If you break the law, if you break the law in whatever way you want. You should be banned. You should be
yes, I
held
understand,
accountable.
Antonio. But on one side we have a guy
I
who did a
think I
crime.
think I think I think
Um,
certain I think certain I think certain Milan fans I think certain
we got it, man. You think certain Milan fans?
hello. Yeah,
Yeah, we
I
can
think
hear you.
certain
Hello?
Milan fans actually have to accept the fact that that Manchester City also were taken to court, but the only difference was they got no ban because UEFA were lazy to even put a case on them.
What?
And
So
that's lazy. Is
when you
lazy is
actually when when you actually spend 45 minutes trying to argue something against that you agree with, that itself shows that the argument is flawed.
But I'm not. I'm not saying FFP is perfect. I'm saying that
Okay,
the reality is that the FFP gets exploited. Now you either exploit it like we tried to do, but we did
Red
it
John,
very
my
wrong,
entire
or you
point
don't try
is
to exploit
the
it.
FFP
Let's
is
get
As
it
a, yeah,
flawed. The entire point is FFP is flawed. Okay,
Then,
FFP
then,
is
then
flawed.
you shouldn't have argued with me at all because I started the conversation saying FFP gets
No,
exploited.
you said FFP. You are initially started off saying FFP is good. Now you're saying FFP is flawed. You said
I
FFP does
said
not exist.
FFP gets
Then
exploited.
you're
What are you talking about?
wait, guys. Can I please? Let me try to explain this. I think the difference is Red John, even though he says he admits it's flawed, he doesn't see that those flaws. He doesn't really see them as concerns, and he thinks that the
so
FFP
no.
should basically
Antonio,
continue.
let me add to your point. When the FFP is flawed, and when we are getting punished and not Manchester City and PSG because of the wonderful loopholes, how can we actually trust this system? How can we trust this system?
How can we what?
How can we trust the system? See, FFP is a financial system, right? We got punished
Yes.
for it, not Manchester City and
Mhm.
PSG because they are very clever, like you said. So my question
No,
is, how
because
can we trust the
because
system?
because different from us, they tried to hide what they were doing. We didn't. We made it in the
Sorry?
open.
No, see, the
We-
conditions are different. The conditions are different. Redbird or Elliot do not have the resources that a country like PSG and
no,
Manchester City have.
I understand.
Okay?
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the Elliot or Redbird. I'm talking about when we got banned. We got banned due to the Chinese ownership. We
Oh,
didn't get banned due to Elliot.
yeah. So let
Can I ask him a
I'm not
question,
even.
Rohit?
Yeah.
Red John, let me just ask you this then. Okay, so let's say you said that we deserve to get punished, whatever. At the same
Yes,
time,
we
though,
did.
because financial fair play, one of their purposes is to prevent teams that have the wealth of entire nations from like dominating the what's it called,
Mm,
the
No,
world of football, whatever.
no.
How is so even if we correctly you know corrupt hide our revenues and cut our losses, whatever, even if we do that correctly, we still won't be able to compete with these clubs that have this financial power because
Yeah,
financial
but
fair play is just being completely ignored. So how
yeah,
is that not a problem to you?
but that's our problem. It's not theirs. In the sense that before 2010, there was no financial fair play at all. At all. In the sense that the I don't know, the Saudis could come and spend 5 billion in one season. No one would have said anything.
And now it's actually with the inflation and the way that they're inflating the market and they're just the thinkable transfer fees that they're putting.
There,
And I mean that's a huge problem that we're all paying for, and they're inflating the way that football is basically the business behind football is conducted, and I think that that's them is negatively impacting everyone, including themselves, and that's a problem that financial fair play is supposed to be fixing. I mean, I don't know. I don't see I think that is a concern. I mean, I don't know. I'm just being I'm speaking from a majority of other clubs.
But I think if it was no FFP, it'd be worse.
I
if
mean,
there
yes,
was,
it would, but the FFP that exists is not living up to
It's
what it's
being
supposed to be doing.
exploited.
It's only it's like partially. It's pretending like it
Right.
is,
Exactly. Yeah.
but that's still a problem.
Let's put aside PSG and City. Okay, the revenues that English Premier League teams have and the revenues that Italian league teams have is so different. How can FFP be the same for all teams? How can FFP be applied similarly to all the teams? What's the point of
what?
UEFA having an FFP at all?
But the FFP is based on your total income, so it doesn't
Sorry,
matter if you make
sorry.
FFP is based on your income. So it doesn't matter if you make $1
Yeah.
or 5 billion. So
The new FFP is 70% of what you earn. So let's say that if we earn 300 million and Liverpool earns 600 million, the 70% of a 600 is for 420 million, and the 70% of a 300 million is 210 million. So basically,
yes,
Liverpool can spend. Yeah. So how
more
is
than
that
Milan.
fair?
Yeah.
How is that
How's
fair?
but
How
because this is the
when
system.
different
No one is saying it's fair,
when,
man. This
no
is the system
that's
we're in.
But John, just say it's
yeah,
not
that is
fair.
the point. That is the point. It is not fair. Financial not it's not it's financial fair play, not financial not fair play. The
Yeah, but
point of UEFA, the UEFA
This
is
is
a
getting
watchdog.
yeah.
UEFA is a regulator. You only said UEFA is a regulator. So being a regulator, being a watchdog, how can they allow this indifferences to thrive?
because it would be kind of unfair for teams that earn a lot more in revenue to spend same as a team that earns, I don't know, same as Spezia,
This is
who
kind of
earns
getting
10 million.
political though, because now we're talking about like basically sort of like economic, like oh, should we be
You
promoting equality or
See, the
sort of
whole
like
point of UEFA is to allow European football to thrive. And Italy is a part of Europe, England is a part of Europe, Spain is a part of Europe, Germany is a part of Europe. So when there are so many teams that are part of Europe, they should make sure that all they have the competition is actually there. Even if you look at UEFA's Champions League, almost since 2004, almost every team that has won the Champions League is a giant. We have never had a team like Leicester City win the Champions League. So it's become actually a league for the big teams to win. So what has
I
UEFA
Yeah,
want to
actually
play
done
devil's
in
advocate.
terms of finances?
I want to play
uh,
devil's advocate for a second. I want to play devil's advocate for a second. What would you think if we were Man City and we were exploiting the system?
didn't
Roy,
everyone want InvestCorp to
Roy
come?
actually, Roy
Everyone
actually,
wanted them
sir,
to come.
sir, Rajan, sorry, sir. Roy, we were Manchester City, maybe in the 90s. We actually
No,
broke the record. Yeah, we actually broke the record. But the difference in those days and the difference today is the fact that there is in those days any team could invest. Even Sampdoria, I spoke about the Sampdoria story. Sampdoria was actually investing. They even got Ruud Gullit, who was one of the best players in the
no,
world.
Rahid, I know this. I'm saying today, with the things how things are today.
Today, if let's say there was no FFP, I would have said there would have been much more different. Small teams would not be pressurized to sell their best players. They would have been much more different.
No, I'm asking if we were bending the rules like Man City would you be complaining or would you be saying, "Yo, we're gangsters"? Because look, we don't like. Would you be happy that we're exploiting it, or would you be not happy? I'm just playing devil's advocate.
if I was a PSG fan and I was supporting them
Yeah.
right now
Okay.
after all the players we bought, I mean, I would not feel sad. I wouldn't feel happy about beating all the teams in League One, and in the Champions League. I mean, well, they haven't won yet, but I wouldn't feel happy about beating some of the lesser, less rich Champions League clubs. Like,
I
I wouldn't
agree.
feel good about that. I mean,
Yeah.
come on, have some integrity.
Yeah. This is what I'm asking. So if
And I
Milan
know,
was doing
Richard, you
this,
don't have any integrity, so I mean, you can laugh at me all you want, but like,
No, no, I'm not. Yeah, I don't have any intention. But listen, what if Milan now was owned by Qatar and won 3 Champions Leagues in a row? Would you be happy?
not if we were significantly spending like hundreds of millions of euros on players that like way more than other clubs like PSG's do. I mean, I would think that at
So
that
you
point
would.
there's something
So,
that's wrong. It's not even
so
fun anymore. There's no rush. There's no like real passion with your club. It's just
would
like
you
an
would you
influx of
stop watching?
cash.
Would you stop watching football and start watching American
Football?
football?
First of all, I already
No.
watch American football, but I wouldn't
Yeah.
stop. I wouldn't stop watching
You-
football. But no,
Would
that
you be
doesn't.
Would you be an Inter fan?
Maybe I'll be a Juventus fan.
Yeah.
Red John, let me ask you a question. Are you actually enjoying this type of football where the Premier League and some select teams like City, PSG are actually taking all the good players away like for free, not even paying
No,
us
but
money like they took Donnarumma? Are you enjoying this?
no, I'm enjoying the fact that uh, a league like the EPL that in 1996 when Gullit went there, he was playing in the same. He was training with pigs by his side. Now they somehow managed to become the absolute best. I like the story. I like the story because they come from shit and with a really good project and really good planning and
Their project was their project, their
really good
entire
and
Manchester
really good
City's
marketing. They were able to become the best league and
no
have state of the art training camps.
Manchester City's entire project was built by violating the FFP. Leave that aside. My
Yeah,
question is,
yeah.
if
Mhm,
are you
mhm.
enjoying? Are you if you are a Milan fan, did you enjoy the fact that PSG signed Donnarumma on a free?
Yes, because I never liked him.
Come on,
Are you a
man.
Milan fan seriously?
Yeah, I never
Come
liked him.
on.
Are
You
you
could
are
be.
you
Believe
are
me.
you
Let's be honest
did
here,
you
though.
But this
did
is
you enjoy
how heavy it is to do.
did you enjoy the fact when Barcelona signed Kessie on a free?
No, I didn't enjoy it, but I understand it because they
Yeah,
make twice as much
why
as
do
we
you
do.
think why do you think we were not able to kind of match that the agent's commission and the salary that Kessie was being offered by Barcelona?
Because we have been trashed for the last 10 years.
Yeah, no, but still, I'm asking
Still what?
about salary. I'm asking completely about salary. Salary,
About
completely about
salary,
salary. We
about
could have
salary,
offered.
we could have given Kessie 10 million net salary. We didn't want to do it.
Yeah. So we are
Seven
losing
is
these
what?
players. We are
Seven is
losing
what?
these players. We are in FFP trouble. We are losing players on a free.
No, we are not
We
in
lost
FFP trouble. We are
three
not
of
in
our
FFP
best players.
trouble.
We in the last three
We are
years
not
we
in
lost
FFP.
three of our best players. We lost three
Yes,
of our best players. But luckily,
not
thank
due,
God,
not due,
because we had Maldini, we replaced Donnarumma with the
not due
best.
to not due to FFP, due to a general policy of the ownership, not due to FFP.
We literally had. I just literally showed a screenshot of Gaziri speaking about FFP. Showed you
Yes,
this. Yeah. So
yeah, and
salaries
I
actually do come.
and and Google it. Last season, Milan was the fifth team in Serie A salary wise, while being third
See,
revenue wise. How did I? Unless Roma is owns UEFA, how is that possible?
AS Roma also has flouted FFP rules.
Okay. Well, like,
No, my question.
why
See,
aren't
my
they getting
question.
punished, man? Why aren't they
You are
getting punished?
you are
I'm
not
not
listening
changing
to my
anything.
question.
I'm
You're not
going.
listening to
I'm
my
going.
question. You're
Guys, one at
trying.
a time. One at a time.
I'm a Milan fan. My question is, do you enjoy seeing players leave on a free to all of these other clubs, to all of these
And I
clubs
told
that have.
and I told you the answer. These players leaving Milan is not due to FFP. It's due to ownership
even
policies.
even despite having more than what or more than like what we are fifth in the wage sheet, we are still not making enough for the FFP. So that means we have to.
No, you are wrong. But you are wrong, Saif.
How
You are wrong,
how
Rohit.
we made
Yes,
a loss of 30 million. We as per the FFP rules, as per
yes,
the
but
last FFP
yes, but
rules.
yes, but Juventus has a loss of 250. Inter has a loss of 300 almost. Roma has a
No, my
loss
question.
of
No.
100
I'm
something.
asking. I'm asking you
And
in terms of Milan. In terms of Milan, right? In terms of even Inter Milan had to go through a lot of strict financial measures from 2016 onwards until
then,
2020. I
then,
don't know.
then how come they can pay 6 million for they can give 8 million net to Lukaku, they can give 4 million net to Mkhitaryan, they can give 6 million net to Lautaro Martinez,
There's
five
also
million.
that's because they actually leveraged their debt. Debt actually did not fall in FFP in the last FFP rules. It is in the revised FFP rules that debt has come in. They're having huge debts, but they are actually protected their until last year they have actually protected their finances. But last year with
Yeah,
COVID, their finances destroyed.
so we could have
But
done it
but
as well.
but I have a question. But I have a question. See,
But
Inter Milan did not bring in fake sponsors and did not leverage their revenue through fake means. Some other clubs
of
have
course
done.
he did. Of course he did. Of
They
course he
didn't,
did.
right? They didn't.
They,
And you
they,
agree that
they,
FFP is flawed. So you agree that
they,
FFP is flawed and it has to change, yes or no?
sure, but the reality is this:
You agree.
we
You
have
agree that FFP has to be changed.
that FFP has to be changed. Sure,
Yes.
in a world in which everything is perfect, yes, FFP should be changed. Should make so that it it has no flaws. The problem is that it will always have a flaw. It will
You
always
agreed. You
have a
agreed.
loophole.
See, Red John. You agreed FFP is
Mm,
flawed. Yes. You agreed that
yeah,
it should change. This is all that I have been
yeah.
saying.
But I never agreed with this. I'm talking about the reality. The reality is such that
The
you either
reality.
But
The
you just
reality
admitted that you
is.
would want to change the current reality if it was possible. That's all we're
it's
saying. That's
if
all
it
we're
if,
saying.
if it was possible, I don't even need to change the
Yeah, so
reality.
what
I
do
just
you,
think
we're not
I
going and
I
changing
just
this now.
I
We're
just
just
need
saying
I
that this is
but
what.
why bother with that? I just need to make Milan have 1 billion revenues yearly, and I don't care. Yeah.
See,
Why stop there?
it's
One,
not
1 billion
possible.
revenue.
It's not possible. Unless you're a Premier League club. It's not possible for Milan to
They're not going
have
to
that sort of
invest in
revenue.
us.
Yeah, nobody. Even
Oh,
if you look at it the flip side,
but it is
if you
possible to change
if
the FFP, right?
if you look at it the flip side, even the owner
But
of the
it is
Saudi
possible to
Arabia,
change the
even the
FFP.
owner of Newcastle said that in Serie A they don't want to invest because of the problems in investing in Italy. So how are we going to invest? How are we
You
going
know
to
what,
attract good investors?
Red John, you know what? I think deep down the reason why you're taking this perspective is because you think that in the future there's a possibility that some really rich club will make us, amazing and will invest so much money and like cook the
No,
books for us.
no,
But you know
no.
what? In reality, if we're living in your reality where financial fair play will never change and where the Serie A will continue to be the current
It'll
state
become
and
a
it
Dutch
won't
league.
change. Yeah, and we're just going to be part of one of the most like rapidly declining leagues, and we're going to lose so
Serie
much
A,
respect and our power in Europe, and
no.
that's what's going to happen.
No, but my point is a lot simpler. My point is this: FFP is actually the thing that is protecting us with the kind of owners we have had. With or without FFP, Elliot would have spent the same exact money that we spent. With or
How is
without
FFP
FFP,
protecting us?
we, by not letting these other teams spend as much as they want to, even though they spend more than us. They don't spend as much as they really wanted to. Because
Really?
at the end of the day,
How does
they
that
still
work?
they
How does
still
that
need
work?
to fix
How does that work? No.
they
How
still
does that
need
work?
they still need to fix the books at the end of the 2 year period in order for FFP not to get them. So
Yeah,
it's like this.
but when you're
FFP
looking at the books, see, when you're
FFP
looking at the books of, let's say, a
FFP
mid-table team, when you're looking at the books of a mid-table team in the Premier League, they're earning as much as a top-table team in the Serie A. How is that protecting us? They're having the
Also,
same
Rajan, I'm
rules.
going to ask you this
that's
question.
wrong.
Wait, well, I have to ask a question as well.
That's wrong.
How much more
Um,
money does PSG need to spend? Like, how much more could they possibly be spending? What else? Like, let's just look at their summer, like last year, 2 seasons ago.
5 billion. 5 billion.
Let's look at
5
their
billion.
let's look at their team.
They need
What
to
is the
spend
point at that
5
point?
billion.
How many like they already have everything they need. What else could
Yeah,
they
but
possibly?
Antonio, one more
if,
point. You do you know a
if they
player
win,
called
they will burn.
Yeah,
How
one
much
minute.
money?
Do you know a player called Tanga and Dominic? He plays for Spurs. So Spurs has never won a trophy since 2007. So it's been 15 years they've actually won a trophy. They are giving Tanga and Dominic 13 million a year in wages, and we can't even hit 6 or 7 million.
Yeah,
We can't
30
even hit
million
that number.
gross. 30 million
Yeah,
gross.
gross.
Nothing.
13 million gross. So 13 million gross is 7 or 8
Yeah.
million. We were
No.
paying
30
LSU
million
11
gross.
million.
30 million gross is 6.5 million net. Yeah.
That's actually if it's an Italian. If it's a foreign player, even with the growth decree, it becomes even more.
What?
And also with the growth decree, the net salary will be higher.
But with growth degree of
I'm saying if
which
it was
country?
an Italian player, 13 million gross would actually be how much? I think
But
13 million gross would be around 8.5 million net in Italy.
But why does it matter if it's an Italian player or not? I don't. I'm not getting
We
it.
can't pay it. Which team is which team? I mean, Juventus couldn't even pay 7 million to Dybala, net 7 million net to Dybala. How are we gonna pay 8.5 million?
But I'm not getting your point again. The growth degree, where does it apply in this
Growth
instance?
decree applies to players who are coming from abroad.
Yes, but then why did you talk about Tottenham? Tottenham does not profit
I'm
from that.
talking about if he was a Milan player. If Tanga and Ndombele comes to Milan, then with the
Mhm.
growth decree, that will be 8.5 million net.
Yes.
And I'm saying we can't even afford that.
No. But wait, if he makes 12 million gross or 13 million gross in the EPL, it means he would make around 6.5 million net in Italy. 6.5 million
Yeah,
net. Then
no,
with the growth degree, you only pay 22.5% taxes, which would mean he would make around uh, 9 million, around 9
that is
million
what I said.
gross in Italy.
That is what I said.
But he would make 9
8.5
million
million.
gross.
9
You
million
said 9
gross,
million net.
whatever.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
9 million net. 9 million net. 9
Gross,
million
gross,
net.
not net. Gross, not net.
No. Okay, you have calculated that way. Okay, fine. You have calculated the gross of 6.5 million.
I didn't calculate it. I can think it's around that.
No, 13 million gross is 8.5 million net. Whatever. 6.5 million net. I'm coming to that. Six and a half
Okay.
million net. We can't even
Mhm.
pay that much. We can't even pay that much,
But
right?
we choose. But again, we choose not to pay that much.
We
It's not
can't
that we
even pay
cannot
this
pay.
much. We can't even pay this much because our revenues in Italian league is very poor. But the revenues
Also,
in
if
English Premier League is so high. I mean, because of the TVs and the TV deals,
Rahid,
and with the TV deals.
Right, John. Also,
1 minute.
Rahid,
With the TV deals,
Rahid.
there is more
Mhm.
marketing, there is more exposure. So obviously, clubs get more money. Correct. But in Italian league, the marketing is poor, and the TV league barely earns 1 billion. So obviously,
Yes,
the finances are
and
completely different.
Milan is
Yeah,
to blame for that as well. But listen, the thing is, in the last Deloitte financial report, Milan was the 19th richest club in the world, right? There were
19th
only
richest. Yeah, even Zenit actually make more money than us, the Russian league team.
no, because
We
Zenit
were we
was
were
the 20th.
we were
Zenit,
top three. We were top
Zenit,
three in
Zenit was
we
20th. 20th.
yeah, we were top
Yeah,
three. We were
yeah.
top in
So
2003.
they
We
did.
were the top three. We were on par with Real
Yeah,
Madrid and
yes, we
Real
were.
Madrid and Manchester United. When there was no
Yes, we were.
FFP, with FFP we become 19th.
Yes, we were. Now, but wait, man, because it's you cannot take it out of the context. You have to put some context into it.
I am taking it
So,
out of context. Okay.
yeah, but let me put some context into it. After 10 years of disaster and 7 years of not even participating in the Champions League, after the first year that Milan participates in the Champions League, Milan becomes the 19th richest club in the world, while
Yeah.
having
So
mediocre.
okay.
Well,
That's your context. My
but
context
no,
is
but
FFP is saying 70% of whatever you earn. So put into context the difference in the revenues that each league makes. The English Premier League is at 3 billion, while rest of them are all 1.5 billion, and they're going to even grow more. So I'm not just saying for AC Milan. I'm just saying for all other teams as well. Maybe Bayern Munich may be protected. Barcelona and Real Madrid also will be protected.
but
But other than
but
these small, wait. Other than these small teams, I mean, other than these big teams, right? The gulf between Premier League, which is automatically becoming a Super League, and plus these teams like PSG, Bayern, Real Madrid, Barcelona is going to be so huge.
Juventus,
It's
Inter.
actually already
You,
creating a gap.
you
Tell
forgot
me,
can I ask Red
you
John a
forgot
question?
you forgot Juventus and Inter as well, because Juventus is
yeah, but
the seventh or
Juventus,
eighth biggest team, and
Juventus,
Inter is the
Juventus,
10th. You forgot.
Juventus is not even in the top 10 teams that is earning money. And
It is. It is. It is.
Tottenham and Arsenal actually have earned more money than
You are wrong, but
Juventus
you are
last
wrong,
season.
man. you see, open the Deloitte file and see that Inter only makes 30 million less than Arsenal. 30 million less. So what you are talking now is Narnia. You are wrong. Open the file, look at the numbers, and then make sense of it. Arsenal, in the last financial year reported by Deloitte, made 30 million more than Inter. 30 million more. Open it and watch it and see it. Then how is it possible that Juventus, that plays in the same league as Milan, earns 250 million more than Milan? And how is it possible that Inter, that plays in the same league as Milan, earns 130 million more than Milan? This is my question. So, in other words, while it is true that each and every team is guaranteed a sum of money which is higher than the winner of the Serie A in the Premier League, like in the Premier League, you are guaranteed more money from the TV rights than the winner of Serie A. That does not mean that every single team in the Premier League is richer than every single team in Serie A. It doesn't work like that, because most of these teams, this TV money makes 95% of their revenue. This is the thing. And last season, Milan made 260 million, according to Deloitte, and 260 million is still a super undervalued for
last year. I mean, in the last year that is 2021. Even Aston Villa made more money than us. Even West Ham and Wolverhampton made more money than us.
Did Arsenal only make 30 million more than Inter?
Yeah. And I have a question. Arsenal finished eighth. Arsenal finished eighth in the league. Inter Milan won the Scudetto. How is that? How is that they are earning 30 million more?
Because Arsenal gets more fucking revenue from the
putting that into context, isn't there an unfair advantage for teams that are playing in the Premier League?
But it's not unfair because they worked it. They weren't.
How is it not unfair? No, see,
they weren't given, like, it's not that some guy from the sky wait. It's not that the Premier League was given the amount of money. The Premier League worked in order to get it. The Premier League has a government that gives has a government and institutions that gives teams the right to build their own stadiums. It has.
Counter question to that. What can AC Milan and Inter Milan do to increase their TV revenue? Because it is not in the hands of them. Because it is not their hands. It is the legacy. It is the FIGC that sells it.
It is in the hands of them, because if Juventus is making 400 and something million in the last season, which was them underachieving, them losing Ronaldo, yada yada yada, then there is no excuse for Inter and Milan not to have the same. Why shouldn't they have the same? If Milan fans are 100% sure that Milan has more international fans than Juventus, then Milan should be 100% sure to even come to have a higher revenue than Juventus. And if you have a higher revenue than Juventus, you are already top five.
Even with so much, even with Juventus's revenue, they still even aren't competing in the Champions League. They're still making losses. How is that?
What?
Even with Juve's revenue, Juve have the stadium revenues. They have this. They have that. They have so much advantages over Milan, because over the Milanese teams. My point is, even without all of these advantages, the Premier League teams are making much more money, and obviously in the future it's going to be even growing more. So my question is, what is UEFA as a regulator, as a watchdog? What are they doing to, make it more fair? What are they doing to make this uneven revenues?
It's the market itself that regulates how things are going. For example, if let's say Milan wants to buy Rohit, Milan can buy Rohit for 10 million. If Arsenal wants to buy Rohit, Arsenal has to spend 30 million to buy Rohit, because the standings towards
I'm not talking about the market. I'm asking about what UEFA are doing. What are UEFA
Yeah.
trying to do?
Red John's talking
I
about like some sort of is a unregulated
I don't
free
care. I
market
don't care how much
principle.
Arsenal. I don't care how much Arsenal spends in the market. That is all
UEFA,
impervious to me. But
FFP
the
is
question
supposed
is,
to be regulation
my question
of
is,
the market.
see,
FFP,
the entire point of FFP was to make sure that these big clubs like Manchester City and PSG, owned by states, don't spend too much out of their pocket. But they found a loophole. So my question is that, along with that, with the kind of the revenues that English Premier League is having, what is UEFA doing to help the smaller league teams, the smaller countries? That is La
Can I ask
Liga.
Red John a question as well?
Yeah.
well, FFP cannot do much there because the problem is that it cannot punish people or teams that are successful. In order for them,
What?
in order for
Red
That
them
John,
is
to
that
have
success?
to
Is
have
it success or is it
Red
just
John, Red John,
unhealthy amounts of cash influx?
again,
how is it not success if the Premier League
Antonio, 1 minute.
if if,
That is
if
not
the
the
team that
question to
relegates
my. That is
if
not
the
the answer
team
to
that
my question.
relegates if the team
My
that
question,
relegates
my
if the
question
team that
is,
relegates in the Premier League gets more money than the team that wins the Serie A, that's a success for the Premier League. You understand that? It's a
that is a
success.
success of the Premier League.
Yeah.
But if
UEFA
the
is not gonna
UEFA,
go and
if
punish it. Why
no, I'm
why
not
should
saying they
they?
should punish them. My point is, why can't,
No,
let's say,
this is what you're saying.
why can't,
You're saying
no,
you
I have a
Rohit,
proposal.
what you are saying is
My
this.
question
You,
is,
you
my
Rohit,
question is, no, no,
what
no,
you
no,
are saying is this.
let me say, they are proposing a new rule change. My question is, let's say Premier League earns more money, so make their spending as to like reduce the amount they are allowed to spend, 60%
Why?
of what they
Why?
earn,
Why so?
because they are earning more money,
Because
because they
they
are more.
earned it. Because they worked for it, man. What are you talking about? Why should they
So
spend money?
you're saying that as a watchdog, as a see, the entire point of
How
having a
Rohit,
court or a Supreme Court.
Rohit, how about you fix your fucking Serie A? How about that? How about the fucking government
and
in Serie A gets
and
a
whose
law
job
that
is that? And whose job is that?
gets of the Italian
Whose
government
job?
It's not.
gets a
Italian
How can
government.
you
If
punish
gets
Italian,
a law.
clubs for that?
if Italian government is
Spanish
not
stuff,
doing,
man.
how
It's the
can,
Italian government that is punishing Italian stuff.
if Italian, Spanish, and German
UEFA,
governments are not
why
doing
should
it,
UEFA care about something that the Italian
then
government
why
doesn't
are they
do?
acting as the regulator of Europe? Be the regulator of English Premier League and PSG.
They are not the regulators of the national leagues. They are the regulators of the teams that participate in European competitions. Okay,
But where
they
do these
don't
teams
care
come from? Where do these teams come from?
from their national leagues. So what?
Yeah, so obviously
And
the national
and,
leagues are the ones that are sending these people to
and
compete.
the
My
problem
point is,
the
and
problem
again. So if the FFP if the FFP is not applied to the it's not applicable to the domestic leagues, then why do we have an FFP at all? Why is UEFA being a regulatory body? Why not be EEFA, English UEFA, whatever the thing is? Obviously AC Milan cannot impact the Italian government, or
e-
Juventus cannot impact the Italian
e-
government and ask
yeah,
them to increase the
so
money.
so they can suffer if they are not able to impact their own government, a government if they are not able to impact the government for which they are the third largest
Are you
industry
seriously a
in the
Milan
in
fan?
the country, if
Yeah,
they are
I
not
was.
able if they are not able
Then what is the point of then why is UEFA there, bro? Why do we have a Supreme Court in the country? We have a Supreme
but
Court to make sure that the law is applicable to similar to all of them,
yes,
right?
and
At least
it is doing that. They are not discriminating towards people or leagues who are
no,
successful.
they are actually their
This is
rules,
what you are
even their
proposing.
reforms, even their
You are
reforms.
proposing proposing discrimination towards people who are just better at things than you are. This is what you are so.
Do you know
You are
that do you
you are
know
saying
even
you are
do you
saying
know that in every
Antonio is
country,
smarter than me. Antonio is smarter than me. Therefore, we should not have a quiz about high standard stuff. We should bring it to my lab.
Do you know that there is actually
two
2 tax rates in a country? The luxury tax and the normal tax. Normal people pay normal tax and luxury people pay luxury tax. So why doesn't UEFA have something like that?
I told you guys this is getting political because this is.
Why should they? Why should they?
Reginald, are you like a pure free market capitalist or something? Like,
yeah,
not at all. Not at all. But the problem though is here that in sports it has to be
right now you're just proving yourself to be biased towards UEFA and not towards Milan. I don't know if you're a UEFA fan or a Milan fan.
I wanted to ask Reginald this question for a while.
I want to, but
You're free to ask.
I want you, Rohit, for once to start saying that Italy needs to change before UEFA changes.
Oh, Rohit has been saying that.
I haven't heard
but you can't punish the club for Italy not changing. That's not the core of this argument.
Antonio, it's funny. It's funny. The owners of AC Milan is American, and they've been trying to build a stadium for 3 years, and there's been no change. Now they can't just like start a war and take over Milan and build a stadium there. No, they have to go through the rules. If that's not something that the Milanese administration or the country can do, what does the club do? What can they do? What can they do?
Rohit, it's not the club. It's an industry. The football industry in Italy is the third biggest industry. It's like, I don't know what ranking in the American industry does guns belong at. I don't know. Maybe they are.
I'm
10.
sorry. I don't even understand that.
And yet they do influence the politics.
You are actually bringing a complete hyperbole. You are completely bringing
the third biggest industry in Italy is not able to influence politics. It's unbelievable for me. And if they are not able to influence the politics and the policies of the country, then they deserve to be where they are. Man. Why should UEFA somehow take care of incompetent Italian government?
Because that's what UEFA is all about. The entire organization is a representative for all the clubs in every European body.
No, because there are also Serbian teams who participate in the Champions League. Should everyone spend as much as that Serbian team? No, because that Serbian team is always going to be disadvantaged.
My point is financial fair play is based on revenues. Do you not understand? Like
what?
My point is when there is such an inequality in the revenues, why is UEFA not doing anything? But when there are even tax laws in the same countries, there is tax in the same countries that have luxury tax and normal tax rates. Even in your country, you will have tax rates that are different. You cannot say, I can't. I mean, Bill Gates cannot go and complain to the government that, Bill Gates cannot go and complain to the government that I'm rich, but I am being discriminated.
Yes, but UEFA doesn't need to do that. UEFA has to simulate.
Why is UEFA punishing? Why is UEFA punishing clubs? Why are UEFA giving out fines?
UEFA is not punishing. Whatever.
UEFA. Sorry.
Go ahead.
UEFA is saying, do your best. If your best is not as good as the other guys, I'm not going to punish the other guys because you're not as good. That's all they're saying.
No, what UEFA is saying is, I'm not punish the rich people. I'm just going to punish the poor people. I'm gonna make the rules. I'm gonna make because my rules are there to make the rich happy. Because
why should Man United that has 10 times more fans than Milan and twice the revenue spend as much as Milan? Why should they?
I have a question.
Why should they?
Last season, Crystal Palace spent more than AC Milan. they have less fans than us. So how come they
Sure,
got to spend? We
because
reached the Champions League last year.
they play in a league which is a lot better than our league. That's why.
That's not a satisfying answer. My question is, we reached the
How is that?
Champions League.
There's no merit behind
It's
that.
a
They
reality.
finished 13th in the
It's a
league. They
reality.
spent 85 million. We spent 70 million. We reached the Champions League. We reached the best competition in Europe.
But it
We have
doesn't
more
matter.
fans. We have
It,
more
it, it,
fans.
it doesn't matter. Roma finished sixth the year prior to that. They spent 100 million. It does not matter.
Huh?
Why did Roma spend more than them, but less than us?
Roma has more
Uh,
fans than Crystal
more
Palace,
than
though.
them, but why did Roma? Does Roma have more fans than Milan?
No, they don't.
Then why did they spend more than us?
So when we spent 250 million, you said we should be punished.
What? I didn't
We
get
have
that.
more fans. We have more fans, but when we spend 250 million, we should be punished. But when Crystal Palace spends 85 million, being
No,
13th in a league,
no, because the revenues did not reflect that.
no, that's my point. The revenue and
The, the revenues, the
it's
revenues
yeah,
we had
that is the
was the
point.
problem.
No, that is the point. The revenues are different. So when the revenues are different, what's the point of having a financial fair play? Where's the fairness in it? What can the teams? I mean, even Agnelli, who is very highly respected player, Italian guy.
Why, again, why should a team be punished for playing in a better country with a better system, with a more followed league? Why
So
should they be
then,
punished?
what is the point of? So what is the point of equality? Why is there inequality?
No one,
There is a huge.
no one,
There is
no one, no one is talking about who said equality is the thing.
nobody is talking about equality. Then why is there a FFP at all?
The FFP is there not due to equality. The FFP is there so that uh, another Berlusconi does not occur. So that a
What?
guy
Sorry.
that so that another Berlusconi doesn't occur in the sense that a guy
So
gets a
you're
team
telling me. So
and
you're telling
a
me. So
guy
you're
a
telling me
guy
PSG and City are not
let
doing
me
a
finish,
Berlusconi.
goddammit, just let me finish. They are doing it so that Mr. X doesn't get I don't know um,
That's what.
more,
That's what exactly
so
is
so
happening
that
over here.
so
But
that
that's what
so that
exactly is happening
so
over
that
here.
Mr. X so that Mr. X doesn't get Spezia spends 300 million in one summer mercato, and then you have
Yeah.
Spezia, and then you have Spezia winning the league next
Manchester
year.
City,
This is what they're doing.
City spent 400 million in one season, in what 104 million in one summer mercato.
When what year?
2017, the year we spent 250 million.
In 2017 they were already. I'm talking about someone getting the team and spending already. This is
Yeah,
what
but
that
you
they're trying to
agreed.
do.
But you agreed they exploited the system. They are exploiting the
Yes,
system. So what is
they
the
did.
point? See,
They did.
they
They did. But
exploited the
listen,
system. So
here's,
no, see, they
here's the
exploited
difference.
the.
Here's the difference. Sorry, the difference is this: that if the before Mr. X could have gotten Spezia, spent 300 million in the first year, and win the league, maybe. Now Man City had to do to exploit for like 5 years in the beginning, buy players for a little bit more than usual, but not spend a lot of money until they first fix their books with artificial boost, of course, but they fix their books first. So all the FFP is doing,
Red John,
if
actually,
it's getting played,
City spent a lot of money in 2010 when they were not even champions. They got Aguero, David Silva all in one window, and that was a huge amount of money those days. So what is your
how much
point?
do they
And
spend? Yeah, I don't remember. How much do they
Manchester
spend?
City was a Spezia like team also. So what is
How much did they
your
spend?
point?
How
Oh
much
yeah,
did they
but in
spend
2000 they spent nearly 100 million.
in 2010?
Yes.
But then they fixed the books 3 years later and boosted their revenues.
Yeah, so they
This is
fixed
the
the books,
difference.
and they fixed the books, so they're doing something
They,
unlawful. They're doing
they
something
are doing
unlawful. So
something
what?
that
They're breaking the laws. So what is the point of having a law which is not correct?
what is the point of having what?
What is the point of having a law that is not actually helping the entire point of having the law. See, the entire point of having FFP is to to have a square playing field for every team. But when it's not doing that, what's the point of having an FFP?
But just because it can get exploited doesn't mean that the law is not good. You know? Just because,
No, I don't.
just
No,
because,
no, no.
and
See, just because they are
just
exploiting
just
the.
because just because we cannot, I don't know, exploit this is the thing. The thing is that it doesn't even matter if it gets exploited or not. For us, it wouldn't change anything. So I don't know if there was no FFP, the others
Rajat,
would stand,
you're
the others
seriously just
would stand.
you're just making up to get out of what I'm asking you. Seriously,
What are you
I'm not
asking?
even sure if
What are
you're a
you
Milan fan. Are you a Milan fan?
Yeah,
I'm seriously
yeah.
asking you.
No,
You
no, I'm an Inter
you are
fan.
more
How
of a
about?
UEFA fan.
Yeah, yeah, I'm an Inter fan. How do you like that?
Even Inter fans are not fans of FFP, dude.
Ah, okay, okay.
No Italian
Are
fan
you,
is a fan
are
of
you,
FFP.
Rohit, is that how you become a Milan fan, man? To be part of the delusion that everyone hates you?
Sorry?
Huh? Is that how one becomes a Milan fan? It has to be part of the delusion that everyone hates them. Huh?
No,
How does it feel? Do you
I
cut
mean
yourself,
it's.
man?
I mean
Do you cut yourself to feel the pain at night? Like, what is this beta shit?
No,
Yeah, what is this?
I became a Milan fan when we were a successful team. But I
Ah,
continue to
okay.
be a Milan fan even through
Right,
all of
right.
the lean
Yeah.
years we
And
had. But
so
delusion
now,
is saying, but delusion is
so
something
now,
that no
the,
matter
so
no
now
matter what great point is there in front
so
of
now
you, you actually
the
become blind towards it.
the delusion that everyone hates you just it's it makes you feel better, right? Doesn't make you. How do you feel about the fact that UEFA hates Milan, but only Milan, no other team? How does it make you feel?
I did not even actually say that UEFA only hates
How
Milan.
but
My
okay, but
point is
how
that
does it
their
make you
laws
feel?
my
How does
point
it
is
make you
that their
feel?
law is flawed, and you actually agree to it being
How,
flawed.
okay, but how does it make you feel that they only hate Milan?
That's not what he said. Oh my
I never said
goodness.
that. I even said openly right now. Even Inter fans hate FFP. Even Juventus fan hates FFP.
But only Milan got punished.
Huh?
Only
Because I
Milan
am a
got
Milan
punished.
fan. I am a Milan fan.
But
If you ask Inter fan,
yeah,
even they will say they got punished. They were hit with
yeah,
severe fines. They had to control their wages.
yeah, but yeah,
to
but
have less
even
players in the
even
Champions League and Europa
but
League.
even no. But you cannot tell me this because even PSG and Man City got fines. So you have to be honest,
Dude,
or at least try to be honest.
for a club that is owned by country, 60 million is a
But
piece of shit for them.
who did they get? But they got fined, man. Like you just used the fine as
Bro,
you just said
imagine,
that
no,
you
imagine,
just said no.
imagine your, no, no,
I
imagine your
cannot
wealth.
I cannot
Imagine,
continue this conversation if you double standard me in front of my face and somehow
no,
want to
no,
be
no.
like, oh,
If
it's
no,
nothing for the
my
country.
question
You
is,
just used it. You just
if
used
your
it.
income is
This is
$100,
dishonest.
if
This
your
is
income is
dishonest.
$100
Like
and you're
this is
fined ten.
dishonest, and I'm sure Antonio is very disappointed in you right now, right?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not get your certificate. And if there's anybody who's double
No,
standarding, that's you.
Antonio. I don't care, but Antonio.
Wait, what did you just say, Rajon?
No, I just said that Rohit used some very dishonest tactics right now. So I thought that you would get very disappointed, be very disappointed in me.
What do you mean dishonest? Like what dishonest tactic?
You weren't here. Never mind, never mind.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like it's 7 in the morning for me, and I just pulled an all-nighter, so I'm like half asleep right now. But
Never mind.
I
If
think
there's
I
anybody
think it was
who's
worth it.
if no I don't know what dishonest tactic I use, but there are some people who say that it is not flawed, then they later say it's flawed, then they act like it's not flawed, and they say FFP is banned, then they say FFP is not banned. I don't know what sort of dishonest tactic that is.
Right, right. That's a dishonest tactic. Then not the thing that you said. FFP works fine for Inter Juventus because it gives them
I said
fines.
FFP never.
But
I
but
never said
but
FFP works
but,
fine. I never
but
said
when
FFP. I
but
am
when
speaking
FFP
totally as a
when
Milan fan.
FFP fines Man City and PSG, you say, oh, but those fines are nothing because they are covered
Yeah,
by
but
countries. Like,
even after finding, they're continuing the same shit. So how come?
yeah,
How so? What's the point of having that rule?
it's so is
It's
so
like
is
paying a
Inter
$1
so is
parking
Inter
ticket, and you keep continuing violating the traffic rules.
so is Inter and Juventus.
No, no,
Yeah,
I'm saying
what I'm saying.
I'm saying I'm not saying Inter. I'm talking about PSG and City. They're violating the traffic rules. They're paying the fine. What does it matter? They're still continuing to violate the traffic rules. What's the point of it?
The point of it is this one that for us now it doesn't even matter if FFP works or not.
I mean,
Even if there was no,
the
if,
point of it is
even
that
if
we
there
have a
was
UEFA fan here. That
even
we have a fan
even
who
if
defends UEFA.
even if there
We
was even if there was no FFP, Milan would spend the same things ever since Elliot came, and right now with Redbird
even
in the
if
future.
FFP if FFP was not there, then small teams wouldn't be compelled to sell like how they are right now.
To what?
FFP if FFP was not there, small teams wouldn't be compelled to sell. They can even ask for more money.
Who cannot ask for more money? I didn't get it again.
Okay, let's say PSG want a player from Saudi Arabia. Okay, with they have FFP issues, so they have to sell soon. So if let's say 30 million is the price that Sampdoria quote, and PSG is offering 20 million, due to FFP issues they are obligated to sell. But with no FFP issues, they can even ask for 60 million. Yes or no?
But I'm not understanding you acoustically, man. I don't know. It's
He
the
says
mic.
without FFP,
Uh-huh.
smaller clubs can charge more for their players because they don't have to. They're not forced to sell their players. So he was
But,
using an example of
uh-huh,
Sampdoria.
right, right, right. Maybe that could be true, but the thing is that that wouldn't that just boost the prices, same as it is doing right now when you were complaining about it?
Pardon?
You are complaining right now that these teams are boosting or are increasing artificially the prices of the players, and now
Well,
you are saying that.
they're giving more. In the other case, they're giving power to smaller clubs. In this case, they're dominating the market and they're inflating it so that it's becoming a game that only they can play. That's the way it
But
works.
guys, you have to also understand that smaller clubs don't sell players due to FFP because FFP doesn't even apply to them. Okay, Sampdoria,
What?
uh, unless they participate
Not
in
true.
Europe,
Not true.
but unless they participate
FFP
in
and
Europe,
no. Red John, this is not true.
but isn't it that you have to participate in Europe before
No,
FFP can actually come and bang you?
no. And the reason why I know this is
Mm-hmm.
trivial. It's trivial. Is because Ronaldo, the phenomenon, was on Bobo Vieri TV, and
Uh-huh.
he's the president of a club that just got promoted.
By the league. Uh-huh.
And he was talking about the situation. He was saying it's difficult because we can only spend what we make, so it's very difficult, and you can do all of this, all of that.
All right.
So it applies to. I think it applies to
Uh,
every team.
all right. I didn't know that.
It applies to every team.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Roy, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
You sitting back with some popcorn and you're enjoying the stream?
It's a good fight. It's a good fight.
It's a freaking hours long fight. Holy crap.
One thing, the La Liga also has their own feature of FFP. That's why Barcelona couldn't register Lionel Messi as well. So I think that even they also have an FFP with their own laws to mirror with the this thing as well with UEFA's FFP as well. And they actually have a salary cap, unlike UEFA. Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, guys, good news. One of my Belgian friends confirmed that the earlier Decathlon news is actually from a reliable source.
Very good news. I heard that this week is going to be critical for that.
But one bad news is that we are actually offering 25 million plus Andrea Kubis, Youngdal, and Propak. We're offering 3 players now.
Kubis looks pretty good from what I've seen.
I seriously, if anybody asks me who's the player you rate from Primavera, my first name would have been Kubis.
He's really strong.
Yeah, so I think we're losing a big guy. Nah, if it's for Decathlon, and like I said earlier, I think if we send them to Bruges with a buyback clause, I think that'll be a good thing.
Yeah. Do you guys see that Florenzi's and Kalulu are at Milanello now?
Yeah, there's actually in 1 hour they're gonna have a presentation for Adley.
Florence is the best champion.
And you said in 1 hour?
Yeah, in 1 hour.
Florence is
awesome.
the most valuable player in the team.
Roy, we can't broadcast the Adley interview, can we? Roy?
Yeah, we can. We get copyrighted, but whatever.
No. This stream has to step. I have to go back and watch this debate again.
No. Copyright doesn't mean it'll go down.
Okay.
Copyright just means that you can't monetize.
But isn't there a limit? How many times you can get copyrighted before you get blocked or banned?
What?
There's strikes.
No, there's no.
No, I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, there's no limits.
Well, it depends. If you you can get strikes that are more severe.
Yeah, strikes are more severe, right?
Like the Real Madrid game.
Yeah.
That was legendary.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, honestly, we don't even need to show it. We can just hear it. But Ali, you know. Ali. So who won the debate?
It just kind of went on, man. It's up to you, your interpretation.
Who won it? Red John, did you win?
I don't care about the winning or losing. I care about how the reality.
Did Antonio, did you win?
I was just listening. I mean,
I thought it was a good conversation. Red John, I have a question. Why is your name Red John?
Because
I mean, is it based on the character from some series?
Yes.
No, I remember there was a villain called Red John, and that's why I asked.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of you, just asking.
The Mentalist. He was like the villain, and it was like super fucking nice, and then in the end, he was just like some weirdo, some random guy.
They ruined it. Mentalist, right?
Yeah, the Mentalist. Yeah.
They ruined
so,
it.
John, do you like being?
I was super into the show, but then the villain was so disappointing in the end that it ruined the show.
It ruined the show.
Yeah.
Do you like being the villain, Red John?
No,
are you the Batman or are you the Joker, Roy?
Yeah. again with the existential questions. So yeah, that's right.
I like to be the villain sometimes. I admit, I like to be the villain.
Sometimes. I don't think there are villains and heroes. I think there are villains and heroes in certain circumstances.
I'm guilty. Guilty as charged.
Roy's a unique animal.
Guys, actually, I have to go. I'm sorry. I think even you guys have to go and sleep now. You have to go and sleep.
At this point, guys, I'm just gonna stay awake and run the live.
You don't have class?
No, it's summer. We haven't started yet.
Oh.
I start in late August.
Okay.
No, if I was
guys, Yeah, go on.
Raheem, two things. If I was during the school year, I wouldn't even be on the lives. But also, I will join you for that Twitter thing later.
Yeah. Join us 9:30. 9:45. Sorry. That's
And that's
like
your
5
time,
hours
right?
from. Yeah, 5 hours from
What
now.
what's happening? What's happening on Twitter?
We are having something called as a Twitter space. Me and one more guy. So we're gonna discuss a few Mercato things and not fight about UEFA's FFP.
And what
So
about what about Berardi? Are you gonna fight about Berardi?
no, luckily the guy who I'm hosting the show with hates Baradi, so I'm lucky.
Oh, okay, good, perfect.
Oh wait, wait, Rohit. Is the time in Chennai the same as the time where you are?
Yeah, Chennai is the same.
Because I just looked at my like world clock on my iPhone just to make sure that.
Actually, there's one name that we all missed. Asensio. How do you guys think about Asensio?
Hmm. I don't like rate him too highly, but I think he's not bad. Like
Yeah, but there
his
was a
wages
there
are
was a
high.
rumor that Madrid want would 50 million for him. So
What?
yeah, 50
Oh my
million for
god.
No, no way.
Nicolas Kira. AC Milan will offer 25 million plus due to three young counterparts to Club Brugge to try to sign Charles Leclerc. Milan have already agreed personal terms with the player for a contract until 2027.
Guys, I have to go. Have a good one. The winner of the argument is leaving.
Was who? Was who?
The winner of the argument.
Was who?
The one that is
Ah,
leaving right now. Have
Wait,
a good
wait.
one. Have a
So
good one.
say it. Red John won the argument. Say it.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Have a good one. Have a good one.
See you guys.
Later, Red John.
Roy,
Thank you.
stay on, stay on.
No, look, Asensio too much, too many wages, and cost too much. I don't
Yeah.
consider
Roy,
him
do you rate
a
him?
I
thanks.
don't.
I
No.
have to leave. I have to leave now. Bye.
All
Wait,
right,
Rohit, do you like
Rohit, thank you, my
Asensio?
man.
Sorry.
Do you like Asensio?
See, I think obviously even for Baradi, I think in terms of Messias and Salamakers, I think he's obviously an upgrade. But it's just that I want an upgrade who will take us. Let's say I rate our right wing by a two out of 10. So if it's a Baradi, he's
Mm.
going to take our right wing to maybe a 5 or a 6. If it's an Asensio, he's going to take it to a 6 or a 7. If it's somebody
What about
like
Ziyech?
as a Zayach, it would be a 7 or an 8. So I want somebody who can actually take us beyond that 7, that 6 and 7, and get us on par with what they offer on the left wing.
Yeah. That's no, I
So
agree.
so obviously, anybody's an upgrade to what we have in the right wing. But the difference is that we need somebody who can actually take our team far. And
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Rohit, thank you for coming on. I appreciate it.
so yeah,
See you. Guys, Christian is amazed.
7 hours and 26 minutes.
And counting.
Well, I'm gonna go to bed soon, my man.
If I wasn't by myself, I would honestly want to keep it going, but like,
You can, keep it going.
but I don't want to just be by myself talking into the ether.
Just reading newspaper things.
Yeah, but it's like a lot of, I don't know. It's easier to have a conversation than to just like. I don't know. I can watch the Adley video, but it's just gonna get us copyrighted.
Is it a membership?
I don't think it is. Also, there's a new video that just got uploaded. Adley's first week in Rossonero.
Oh, I still have to see that. Anyway, listen. Tonight it was a lot of wars, huh?
Oh my god. Yeah.
I kind of got into it too. I get a little bit heated.
Why?
I can't help
Yeah,
it.
about Berardi.
Well, it wasn't just Berardi. There was a lot of things, right? I get really heated and angry, and I start fights.
I thought it was awesome.
But I was quite surprised in the Rohit Rajan. They got really heated. That got heated
Yeah, I
too.
thought that was amazing though. I know who won the debate, but
Who won the debate?
that's up to your interpretation. I know, but I in my mind, I
Who
know.
won the debate in your mind?
Doesn't matter.
Why can't you say it?
I'm not sure to start. Then they're gonna join back and continue it. Do you concede? Do you concede?
That's hilarious. Do
Guys,
a presentation on why Milan need to sign Rahid Mahrez.
it's Riccardo Marazzino.
I'd sign him if his name was Riccardo Marazzino.
What are you doing, bro? It sounds like you're fiddling with newspapers.
Oh shit. That's pretty good, man.
Is that true? Is that what
Yeah.
you're doing?
Yeah.
Wait, for real?
That's
What
pretty
news? Do
impressive.
you actually read like paper news, like physical newspapers?
You know, while you guys were, Rohit and Rajan were having that back and forth, I went down to the store.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I took a walk down to the store. I was listening on my headphones.
This is late at night.
So I got a newspaper. I'm just reading stuff.
Dude, it's like 4 in the morning over there, dude.
Reading, about Los Angeles and different issues.
Any news? Any?
Hey, we got a super chat from Christian. What's up, Christian? Thank you, my man. Thank you, guys. Finally get Paramount Plus because it's a discount for $1 for 2 months.
Oh
I
wow!
can't rewatch AC Milan games. Cool. You can rewatch AC Milan. Thank you, my man. Let's dedicate this goal to Christian because this goal here doesn't give us any copyrights.
Cagliari can do Milan a favour. The game will be up as far as the defending champions are concerned. And what about this for a run from Theo Hernandez? Fantastic!
Thank you.
Listen, that's why we stay up for this late, so that we can get extra super chats. That's the reason.
Yeah.
Roy is putting pictures of Dominic Berard on his wall.
Yeah, I definitely won the Dominic Berard argument.
No,
that's for sure.
no,
Yeah,
you got
for
destroyed.
sure. No, I did
By
not.
stats.
but bad stats. Abduram King, good morning. Abduram King knows us mostly from the Milan news, where we are serious and we talk seriously about Milan. So maybe when he sees us have these crazy fights, it's like shocking.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I see you, I just know, like, and I hear your voice, I just know, like, what type of mood you're gonna be in.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I think it's true.
Like when you have your camera off, it's over.
When the camera's off, it means that I want war.
You're like naked in your room and just like lay on like one of those like super like those, I don't know, like weird like recliner chairs with like a cocktail or something, just watching the world burn.
No. Listen, I don't want to go to war, but when people say stuff, you gotta go to war, And it's okay. It's okay.
You just say stuff because you want to get those views. If I already know you.
No, that doesn't get you views. That actually does not get you views. But let me tell you something. It is a very Italian thing to have very heated arguments. It's a very Italian thing. I noticed that it's not very common in other places. I think in Middle East it is. It's a Mediterranean thing. That's what it is. To have really heated arguments.
Just go outside and just fight it out.
Like in the U.S., people are usually pretty nice to each other, right? Am I wrong?
People are fake, yeah.
But I also find what about England?
I mean, I was only really little when I was in England. I feel like it's similar to the U.S. though.
Yeah, like they're kind of like, cause like even when I watch the shows anytime, the football shows, like they're fucking screaming at each other and they're like, like they're like, it's crazy. But then they laugh it all out in the end.
Yeah, I love how we're just talking about this live like it was just some war that we just survived, and then Paul here is just like, I just missed like something amazing, didn't I?
Yeah, yeah. No, it was pretty. It was a warsome live.
Hell yeah.
Your dad kind of like was like, "Fuck this." He kind
Well,
of left.
he that was way early. He probably went to sleep.
Yeah. Byzantine arguments, right? That's right. That is correct.
Hamza,
That is very correct.
what the fuck?
Yeah, your dad after a certain point was like, "Yo, these guys are just like going at it."
He was like, it's too loud.
But he stayed up late, huh? He stayed up until 2 a.m.
Yeah.
So where are? I mean, you're being pretty loud now. Are you not waking anybody up?
I'm in the basement, so I'm good.
Ah, okay, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. Well, there you go. There you go. Red John came in. Red John just knew what he was doing. That guy's the number one.
Red John.
Okay, so he said Paul says English aren't any better. I think English people. What about Scottish people? Scottish people probably love to scream at each other. I get a feeling.
Oh my god. Scottish people love the Italians for the Euros because they hate England.
Oh yeah, right. I wonder how Germans are. I wonder how they usually speak to each other.
Germans are funny.
Hmm. Yeah.
Christian says, what was the argument? Oh my, it was UEFA financial fair play, and it was like 3 hours long, like 4.
Yeah. Essentially, the argument was, Red John says, things are corrupt. So what? Just deal with it. This is the reality of the world. You can't really change that. So, work your way through it. If you can't beat him, he didn't really say join him, but that's what he kind of said. And Ruhi was saying, this is really fucked up. We got to do something about it.
And it's not sustainable over long periods of time.
Yeah, of course. Nothing corrupt is.
Well, look at Ricky M. What the hell?
Native white Germans would be replaced by 20.
What the fuck? Oh.
Yeah, the thing that I definitely agreed with Red John was that to us today, because of our owners, like financial fair play is actually helping us.
Aw, man.
But do you understand why?
It's irrelevant.
But do you understand why he said that?
Well, you're only saying that because it limits. You think that it would limit the top clubs even
It
a
does.
little bit.
It
But I
does.
think that at this point, Manchester City.
Oh, you think it's so much, the distance, the gap is so big that it doesn't even matter anymore?
Yeah, at this point, it's irrelevant. How much more does PSG need to spend before they get, like, how much? Even if they had infinite money, like, I mean,
That's a
they
good
already.
point. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's some bullshit.
That's a good point. That's true. I mean, they are spending so much it makes no sense anymore.
The wages.
Because he's getting 6.5 million.
Facts.
Grealish 120 million. Even Van Dijk, like they paid a shitload for Van Dijk. I mean, he's great, but how much did they pay Van Dijk for?
Yeah.
I know it's a fact. Like Yeah. So what else is going on? What's happening?
Some
The
Twitter stuff.
the Candler is coming to Milan.
It's not confirmed yet, but
Pogba is official.
trying to see. Oh yeah, that's
Milan
true.
Milan have held talks for Neymar.
Yeah, come on now.
Now that's something I see Redbird doing.
Jerry is Mr. X.
Jerry, because I think Jerry wants to get involved in the European political sphere, the football sphere. So Jerry would get a Neymar for political purposes. Elliot doesn't give a shit about Neymar. He doesn't give a fuck. They don't care. For them, Neymar is chump change. You know, they don't care.
Yeah.
Milan is more like for Elliot. Milan is like this tiny little project that they have in the back of the corner.
Project Red Black.
Is that what, oh yeah, right. But they like Elliot deals with some operations, some assets that they've acquired, but are just massive, absolutely massive.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Paul, what are you talking about? Are you being for real, Paul? Is Paul being for real?
No, Paul is. You can tell when he does that little, like a little emoji thing. That's some horse.
Jerry has had talks with Galliani about bringing him back to Milan. Well, the Gazzetta dello Sport has an article about De Cantler saying that Mignolet, the goalkeeper, says, he's already saying goodbye to De Cantler and implying, I hope his dreams come true. We would like him to stay here, but, things are the way they are. So that's Gazzetta dello Sport.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we can pull this over the line, should be good.
And Hans is fucking ecstatic about
Dude,
this.
he's like probably drunk. Look at Paul. See, I know you, Paul.
What? What did you say?
As soon as he pulls those red emojis, it's over.
Neymar. Oh, look at this, guys. Belotti being... Ooh.
No, don't tell me. What do you mean?
Belotti keeps on rejecting offers because he's waiting for Milan.
Barcelona are so funny. They keep on doing weird offers for like Rafinha and for Bayern Munich, but they're not like they want to pay in installments because they're broke. And and Bayern's like, we're not going to do any installments because you guys aren't going to exist in the next few years anyways, so we're not doing this.
What?
Bayern isn't willing to let Barcelona pay in installments for Lewandowski because they're not confident that they're going to exist as a club soon.
Yeah. Yeah, Belotti, guys. Are you excited about this?
Belot, what do you mean?
Belotti's happening.
No, it's not.
That's our third striker.
That's not going to happen.
That's a third striker right there.
What's your source?
Right here.
Are you serious? Wait.
The paper explained that there is a Milan dream behind the many clubs that he has rejected. It is no secret that Belotti has always been a RossonARI fan, and so far he has refused all offers that have arrived because he's open for a call from Paolo Maldini.
He's going to be waiting on that phone for a while.
Yeah, Paolo Maldini will sign it. All right, so what are you gonna do? You're gonna keep on going?
I think I'm gonna take a break, and I think Lyre's gonna run a stream later.
Yeah, Laird is gonna do his.
Because honestly, like right now, I'm kind of just waiting for more news to come out. So
Laird is going to do his transfer news, episode 6.
is he by himself, or does he invite people for those?
No, Laird always invites people.
All right.
Always does open lives.
Look at Paul.
Lungoni's Royce source. Lungoni. I'm not listening to Lungoni.
Mamma mia.
I don't listen to him too much nowadays. Because honestly, I'll be honest with you, like the Milan news right now is so depressing.
Why?
Because we're such a weak club in the market. And it's so depressing.
FFP, man.
I don't think it's just a matter of FFP.
Wait, what is Christian saying? What is this? Liar.
Oh yeah. He didn't do. Laird didn't do episode 6 because he was chasing Theo.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah. He was looking to stick his noodle in the soup.
Liar, you little sussy guy.
Maldini's cooking guy's patience.
What's he cooking?
I mean,
My
Maldini,
God, Roy, I'm sorry, but like, Divock Origi is coming.
Divock Origi is already.
Dude, if he blows up or does really good, I'm just gonna make fun of you every day.
What are the odds of that?
It's funny because earlier when we were talking about Liverpool beating AC Milan this year in the Champions League, like twice, Divock Origi played both times. And he scored in one of the games and gave an assist in the other.
His assist was absolutely brilliant, to be honest.
Yeah.
His assist was super brilliant.
Yep.
There's no way he's gonna score 20 goals. Like, just no way. No chance in hell. No chance in hell. Like, if he scores 20 goals, like, everybody that has been saying it, like, might as well just played the lottery. Because that's how lucky you are if he actually gets to score 20 goals. He's never scored more than 10 goals his whole life in a season. Never. He's had many professional seasons now. He's never gone over. I think the most he's scored in just the league is 8 goals. That's the most he's ever scored. So the him scoring 20 goals is just like impossible. It's almost impossible. We have a Hobbit signing player that beat us. What does that mean?
Hobbit sign. The hell?
But Origi is not there to score goals. I mean, he's going to be there to help the team in many different ways. Like, he's going to have an important contribution to the team. I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all.
Who is this?
Origi.
Oh, yeah.
But you know who really impressed me?
When, like, who?
Really Ziyech.
The stats?
His stats, I mean, from his days at Ajax, like from season 1 till his last season at Ajax, his numbers are incredible. So
Yeah.
that definitely changed many things for me. But the moment he joined Chelsea, his numbers have been abysmal. Terrible. 2 seasons at Chelsea have been an absolute disaster for him. But those stats that he had prior to Chelsea tell me this guy is for real. Like, you bring in this guy, you're bringing in a real player. So I don't know what the deal is with his attitude. He fights with coaches and like he abandoned the national team. I think that's a huge red flag to me. So, but the numbers don't lie. So I can't be here telling you guys that Berardi has these great numbers and he's a great player, and then Ziyech has just as good numbers. So I'd be
There you go.
dishonest in me.
There you go.
And they're still better than Mars' numbers though.
Mars' numbers are really good
God,
in
oh
the
my
UCL as well.
No, I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. But Ziyech has top player numbers for a winger. Top player numbers. And he is the only player. So today I did a huge research on all these players. Ziyech is the only player in SofaScore that 3 seasons in a row he got a rating of over 8.
Damn.
So whatever the fuck he was doing at Ajax must have been really good. Because SofaScore, like Leao this season had like 7.12, I think. You know, 7.12. I don't know. What did they get? Leao got 7.19. You know, and he had an okay season. He had 11 goals, 8 assists. So I counted all his numbers. He had pretty much a 23 goal contribution in total
Mm.
because of 7.9. But Ziyech's numbers are incredibly good. Where is he? So this season he got a 7.9, but it was not a great season for him. 3 assists, 4 goals. That's pretty poor. Very poor, actually. And then the season before, 2 goals, 3 assists. Those are terrible numbers. Terrible numbers for a player that is supposed to turn everything around for you. What? But check out his Eredivisie numbers. Rating 8.20. 8.20. I mean, look at his freaking heat map. And he has
Yep.
6 goals, 12 assists. Those are really good numbers. Then 18-19, average rating 834. Look at his heat map. 16 goals, 13 assists.
Crazy.
Then the season before 8.06, so like high performances, 9 goals, 15 assists. And this is not counting what he was doing in the Champions League too. And then here, yeah, 9 goals, 12 assists. Then 15-16, 17 goals, 10 assists. Like, these are really good numbers for a winger. 13 goals, 4 assists. 9 goals, 7 assists his first season. You know, so it's really just the Premier League where he sucked really bad, really bad. And then the thing about the national team is a big red flag to me. Very
Yeah.
big red flag. Very big red flag. But his numbers don't lie. His left foot is chef kiss. I'm scared we won't sign Ziyech. You know, Milan does a weird marketing theme when introducing new players. Sometimes it's cringe. Yeah. You're right, Christian.
Roy, do you know where to watch the Milan friendlies? Like what channel they would show them on? Like, is it on like the Milan TV or?
Well, you gotta stream them, you know.
But okay, like what source would you can Discord it?
Yeah, you know, one of those strange sites. RossonARI TV, read this. We may not even buy ZH because Alexis and Messias, but ZH is also asking for, you know, high wages. So that's the other issue. Yeah. ZH, and look at Berardi, your favorite player. Your favorite player. His first season as a professional. 16 goals and 4 assists. Well, what do you say about that?
He's just stat patter.
4 goals, 2 assists. This was a bad season for him. 17-18. 5 goals, 9 assists. These were bad seasons. 8 goals, 4 assists. 14 goals, 10 assists. 17 goals, 7 assists. 15 goals, 14 assists. I strongly believe Messias will be sold or used as an exchange somehow. I'm not. I don't actually. On Saturdays, it's very hard for me to stream, so I don't know if I'll be involved. Christian, maybe Laird or Antonio or someone else. Guess why? Because he wants to be paid, and the property doesn't want to pay him. Yeah, pretty much. I strongly believe Messias will be sold or used as an exchange somehow. Dominic Berard, the one and only.
We love English players.
But okay, this is so. This one here is the mystery. This one here is a big mystery.
The prodigal son.
So let's look at his career in the Premier League. First season, 5 goals, 1 assist. Second season, 7 goals, 3 assists. Not bad. Not bad. I mean, you know, he's a striker, remember. Here, 0 goals. Well, I guess this one doesn't count. This is when he went on loan. But here, 18-19, 3 goals, 1 assist. 19-20, 4 goals, 1 assist.
Don't worry, he'll score when it counts.
2021, 0 goals, 0 assists. 21-22, 3 goals, 0 assists. Then he had his 1 season in the Bundesliga, 17-18, 6 goals, 2 assists. Right? So when I have to hear, you know, how Divock Origi is gonna outplay Romelu Lukaku, right?
Yeah.
So let's look at Lukaku. First season in the Premier League, 15 goals, 4 assists. Okay, so already more goals than Origi has scored. Second season in the Premier League, 10 goals, 5 assists. Those are slightly better numbers than Origi. Third season in the Premier League. 18 goals, 6 assists. Fourth season in the Premier League. 25 goals, 6 assists. Fourth season in the Premier League. 16 goals, 7 assists. Then this season here, 12 goals. Okay, and then this last season here, which was his poorest season ever in his career, only 8 goals. But even if this was his poorest career, if you calculate all the goals he scored in EPL, Champions League, Club World Cup, and FA Cup, he still was the highest goal scorer of the team this year. In Serie A, Romelu Lukaku scored 24 goals, 11 assists in the last season where he won. And the season before that, he scored 23 goals and 2 assists. So how can you make a bet that Origi is going to have these kind of numbers when he's never had these numbers during his career? It's a crazy bet to have.
Yeah, that's true. But he's Divock, so I like him. And he plays well.
There you go. There you go.
Simple as that.
There you go. Will you broadcast Ali's presentation? Starts in half an hour. Are you going to do that, Antonio?
I think I'm going to be signing out. I'm about to fall asleep. I'm going to take a nice, relaxing break. And should be back later on.
Oh my god, Origi was just sleeping now. Has to wake up or we just sell him. I don't think so, Abdurrahman King. We are having another stream later on. And then I guess we won't do Milan News today. We'll do it. We'll start again on Tuesday.
Charles de Ketelaere News. Gotta get that.
On Tuesday, we're going to go back to our regular scheduling. So no more late night streams. Don't fuck up your internal clock, Antonio.
I know, that's why I just pulled an all-nighter to fix it.
Yeah, but that means you're supposed to stay up all day.
Hell yeah. I got work.
Alright, okay.
I'm dead, guys. I'm dead.
Alright, okay.
Alright, Ray, I'm going to sign out. You can close up. I'm about to pass out, so see ya.
Later, man. Peace out.
Yep.
Alright, guys. Well, there you go. 8-hour stream of just nonsense and fighting and bickering. Anyway, we're going to go back to our regular scheduling on Tuesday. Just Milan News in the morning. That's it. And we're going to follow the news properly. But we do have another stream later on. Eliot is going to be taking that care of this stream, which is Transfer News Episode 6. Should be happening today, Eliot. So stay tuned for that. Alright guys, have a great day, great night, great evening wherever you are. Peace out, love, and Forza Milan. Peace.